Morning, everybody. Welcome back to the NRG Series. I am Mappamonte. We're in Louisville, Kentucky. I think I'm saying that city right. I have been told by locals that I'm doing an okay job with it. So, I mean, that's pretty good props for me. Let's talk about what we're playing for today in our Pioneer event, because the prizes are a little bit different than yesterday's event, which just completed today, obviously. So $1,200 for first place, 20 points to the winner, a bunch of cash, bunch of points for the rest of those players there. So I wanted to talk about, again, the players to watch right now. So we're starting to shake out through the standings here, getting a little bit closer to the final tally for points. And you can see Connor, Jesse, and then Zach's down at the bottom there at 0-1. So those three players are competing for our player of the year, which we'll get to in a moment. But you see Connor, Jesse, Mac Endress, Will Krueger, and Zoe Riedemann all at 1-0. Raja Suleiman, Adam Wasburn, Moses, and Zach Allen, as I mentioned, down there at 0-1 to start the day. So day not necessarily over, just going to have to win several in a row in order to punch our ticket to the top 8 and gain some more NRG Series points. I had mentioned the Player of the Year race, so let's go ahead and take a peek at that. And you can see this graphic here is a pretty good one. You got Zach Allen at 162 points, Jesse Robkin at 156, and Connor at 168. Now, that was to start the weekend, I believe. So we can show you an updated point total here, kind of where we're at. So Connor at 173, Zach at 172, and Jesse at 161. Now that's starting this morning. So Jesse has some ground to make up. Connor got to be feeling pretty good about being 1-0, and Zach being at 0-1 with his chances to lock up that number 1 position. Pretty good stuff. We're going to have that race brought to you all day today, obviously, here, which is, again, going to lead into our qualified players, which are, we're working on some graphic here. So we're going to go ahead and get our qualified players up so we can have that updated for you. Again, Derek Davis, congratulations to him. Just won a pretty awesome finals match against Ross Merriam. So Derek is our newest addition to our championship. We will have one more season 3 at large qualifier, and then 4 more overall at large qualifiers as well, which we will end up with today at the end of the top 8. And we'll keep working on that as we get through the rounds. We'll keep that players to watch board updated for you. Again, make sure to tune into our Twitter if you're looking for specific players as well, some photos and things like that going up. And with that, we're going to jump into round number 2 for, looks like Will Krueger's down there, and he's vying for one of those spots. So I'm going to send you back down to Dom and Joe.
All right, thanks. Here we go. Underway round 2 of Pioneer. Thanks for joining us today as we swap formats over there for the rest of the weekend. And we've got Will Krueger and Richard Nixon, Lotus Field combo versus Atarka Red to kick things off.
This is the kind of deck which is, you would know this better than me. This is meant to be the kind of deck that plays on Lotus Field, right? This kind of blisteringly fast aggro deck. Really, if it's gold fishing, fire on all cylinders, going to be closing the game out faster than the Lotus Field can come off.
Yeah, I mean, Lotus Field is an incredibly good deck, and I think underplayed in the format. At least it was up until a few weeks ago. But Atarka Red, not a matchup you're hoping to face. The Burning Tree Emissary draws into the Bushwhacker are particularly dangerous, although we do not see that here from Richard Nixon. And Will Krueger with the ideal card in the matchup to open with, which is the Arboreal Grazer, which does a good job of fronting a lot of damage coming in. We are in round 2. You see both players have won round 1 already. And Will Krueger, if things ended now, I believe would earn a spot in the championship. But that is not a guarantee at this point. So looking to improve his standing and has, I believe, won or at least placed fairly high in one of the Magic Online Showdowns, I believe, last Sunday with Lotus, a deck that he just recently started playing.
Yeah, he won the Pioneer Challenge with Lotus. Yeah, so a lot of players in that friend group, a lot of the more dialed in, more competitive players on the circuit have all gravitated towards Lotus for this weekend. And so this might be a real kind of breakout weekend for the deck. Not that it needed one. It feels like Lotus has a good weekend, all the time, and then people don't really take it seriously. Maybe this is the weekend where people start taking it seriously. I don't know.
At some point, it has to happen.
I
keep talking about Lotus every month, and aside from the one event that I played in, no Nerve Rage entrant has registered Lotus Field in the last 3 or 4 months. And yet we have a bundle of them today, I believe 7 in the field. So finally, some people are coming on board here. We'll see if Will Krueger's got what he needs here. He does have the correct lands. Ideal if you're unfamiliar with Pioneer or the Lotus Field deck, you haven't seen it much on camera. The ideal setup is to have Thespian Stage copy Lotus Field so that all of your untap effects generate maximum bonus mana. And with 4 creatures, now granted they're all 1 power for Richard Nixon in play, but they have a habit of growing with prowess. So Will is not necessarily safe to get out of the next turn if he isn't able to win here. And starting with the Sylvan Scrying, not ideal for the combo turn. So we may see him building for a future win.
Yeah, it seems like this is going to be the final setup turn. If Will gets to untap, then decent chance he'll be able to combo off. But getting to untap here against 4 creatures on the other side, including 3 prowess creatures, no guarantee by any means.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, a couple spells would be ideal for Richard Nixon, or potentially a creature into a Bushwhacker. Let's see. I believe there is a Bonecrusher Giant in hand. Let's see what the Atarka red deck is able to muster here. Atarka's command itself is also very strong, although we don't have green mana at this point. Will Krueger's got to be happy to see this. As Bone Crusher, Shock, plus an attack here is going to leave him very much alive heading into this turn.
Are we reaching for those mana markers? Okay, that's just the telltale sign that we're going to try and make something happen. So let's see what we can do.
Blue and black, don't need the red and white until you've sideboarded, so he gets rid of those. And here we go. So pour over the pages to begin with. Nets 1 mana, draw 3, pitch 1. So a producer as well as a draw 3. Will's ideally looking for Ultimatum, Emergent Ultimatum to tutor through the deck and assemble a direct route to a win. So we'll see. I don't see it yet. A couple before the pages. I mean, you put yourself in good position, but there's no guarantee that he gets out of this.
Yeah, really looking for Emergent Ultimatum for that deterministic kill, or for some of these weird one-offs that you play because of Ultimatum, so Behold the Beyond or Lear and so on. Those can seal the deal, but doesn't look like we have any of those in the rotation just yet.
No, we don't. Plenty of value available as we see 2 Lotus untapped plus a Thespian Stage that is just happening for a colorless at this point. And Will choosing on the impulse, hand doesn't look exciting. Perhaps the Hidden Strings in there, but I'm not sure there's any other important cards. Dark Petition goes to hand. So if that was a Hidden Strings, Dark Petition plus Hidden Strings does lead to an Ultimatum. As long as you have Spell Mastery, and Will most certainly does at this point.
Yeah, Dark Petition, if we can bring that up, one of those really wonky tutors from Magic Origins. So if you have Spell Mastery, you're paying this hefty sticker price up front, and then you get to recoup triple black on the back end there. So a really nice card for a deck like this, and one of the cards that makes the Emergent Ultimatum piles actually function properly.
Right. So you can see the 3 black added there, and Will tutoring up. It is you don't have to reveal to your opponent as you are allowed to tutor up any card, but betting money is on that being Ultimatum in hand right there. No, it's Lear. Will went with Lear. Okay. So if you bet on that, if you wagered against me, you won. Lear comes into play. If we can pop up Lear, Disciple of the Damned, I believe. This gives everything in your graveyard or instants and sorceries in the graveyard flashback, as well as your spells being uncounterable, which isn't relevant here. Disciple of the Drowned, actually.
Yeah, so almost Underworld Breach vibes. We saw a lot of similar effects of this in our modern portion today. And crucially, the flashback is bestowed upon all instants and sorceries that are in your graveyard while you control Lear. So if you control Lear, you play a Hidden Strings, goes to your graveyard, you can immediately flash it back. None of this weird kind of York Must Will style exile clause or anything like that.
Right, excellent point. So Will, still moving through what's left of his graveyard here. One thing he needs to watch out for, although unlikely to get tripped up by, is you can flashback enough cards that when you actually go to cast Dark Petition, you no longer have Spell Mastery. So one minor thing to keep track of. We see another part of the pages here, and this one did find an ultimatum. Which, given that Will navigated his way through a Magic Online showcase, and he's just going to show his hand off here and say, "Hey, I've got this wrapped up."
A real motley crew, yeah. And this
Yeah.
is, I think, one issue with the Atarka red deck is that you have to strike this careful balance between having all of these cheap prowess creatures and actually having enough spells that they represent a serious threat. And in that game, we saw a lot of creatures, not that many spells to stitch together a kill with those. So Will had a decent draw, had a Boreal Grazer, which is both a good accelerant and a good roadblock. Was able to outrace the aggro deck that is hoping to prey on a deck like Lotus Field, but wasn't able to do that just yet.
Right. And even, I mean, this Atarka red deck being favored against Lotus deck, it's not, a slam dunk favorite. It's going to win more often than not, but this is not like an 80-20 matchup. It's just somewhat favored for Atarka red. But we can go ahead and bring up the deck list now and look at what the players are working with. Will Krueger's Lotus Field deck. So we can see a rather new addition to the deck is Hope Tender, which is being played main deck here at 2 copies. This is popularized by Kane Reinhardt's win in the it was the Mox, right, that he won the qualifier for the everything really.
Kane taking their talents to the actual Mox. So Kane's list is, I want to say their list is stock-ish at this point, and you see a lot of the distinguishing features of that here. So the main deck Hope Tenders, the main deck Extinction Event, a really nice sweeper that you can bring to bear against a deck like this. You saw that game for 1 mana value creatures there. A card like Extinction Event would have bought a lot of time. And then in the sideboard, we have like Elder Gargaroth that we can bring in. Fading Hope, I imagine, like a decent defensive tool. So it's going to be tougher for Will to break serve on the play, but has a few nice cards to try and do that.
Right. And there's a comment as well. This is a spot where a lot of players are basically transformationally sideboarding out the expensive cards and moving into the creature package to try and fight against lower than round deck.
I don't know if the 9-mana dinosaur is what you need in this kind of matchup, but I know there are a lot of Zakama fans out there, so hopefully we can.
There are.
We might be able to get on the floor and see the dinosaur. I don't know.
All right, let's take a look at Richard Nixon's Atarka red deck and see what he's going to be using to try and get underneath Will Krueger. We see, like you said, a lot of 1-drop creatures. We see Burning Tree Emissary and Reckless Bushwhacker, which is kind of a combo that you'd love to see on turn 2, and then Atarka's Command, and a new card, Audacity, which is the new version of kind of Rancor, +2 and Trample to a creature. So that can really increase your clock. Out of the sideboard,
a little bit of a heftier green splash for those Audacities and for Lovestruck Beast even in the sideboard, and the ones in the vines. That one I think will be coming in. Don't think any of the rest of these look too appealing. Maybe the Rampaging Ferocodons. You're mixing up your 3-drops a little bit, but I imagine we're going to see basically the same deck post sideboard here.
All right, players have presented. Let's see what happens. Richard Nixon, can he win on the play here? Will Krueger still picking up an opening hand. Lotus deck does mulligan quite often. And we do see here that Will Krueger's on 6 cards. And
there is
creature to
mage. To kick things off.
Creature to begin with for Richard. And a Grazer once again for Will Krueger. That's the ideal opening. Okay, Cindervines for Richard Nixon here. So this will, as Will Krueger's going to take a look at this card, let's go ahead and bring it up on the screen. Cindervines, a 2-mana enchantment that will tax Will's spells not with mana, but with life.
Yeah, so kind of Eidolon of the Great Revel, Pyrostatic Pillar vibes going on with this. It is only 1 damage per spell, so one issue with this might be that, you saw Will was able to just soak up damage from the Soul Skirmish with that attack. If Will has a high life total heading into the combo turn, he doesn't need to cast 20 spells or 15 spells. Like a few high impact spells can get the job done. So that card not as effective as you would like a lot of the time. And we see here, Nixon follows up with Anax, Hardened in the Forge. So that's going to be a decent attack next turn, but for now, still no damage coming in via combat. Was going to get to untap at 20 life here.
Yeah, this is really a comfortable spot. I mean, you're unlikely to take 20 in one turn, and being at 20, he can feel free to take his time here, maneuver this however he wants. He can start with cycling Vizier of Tumbling Sands to generate a mana. Find another Grazer, actually. But another land is also important here. Lotus can win. The Lotus Field deck can win with just a Lotus Field in play, but it is incredibly unlikely. Not something you see very often.
Yeah, that's where these, hardcast Viziers or the Hope Tenders that we saw make their way into the main decks recently. That's where that really comes into play.
All right, so we're trying to determine. He does have Balgab Recovery in hand, so that is a land you can play tapped that can be good for a future turn.
So that is, come on, World. What card is that there?
I don't know.
Do us a solid, Will. Play legible cards that we can see as commentators. We got to puzzle this out in real time here.
It's a Supreme Verdict. It's that's the NX token just came into play there. Yeah, I was trying to think how is a Royal Grazer not in play anymore? It wasn't I know it wasn't Diabolic Intent. What happened here? But yeah, Supreme Verdict makes sense. This actually increases Richard Nixon's board presence to some degree. At least he's attacking.
Oh, and this actually is this going to be Reckless Bushwhack as a follow-up?
Well, that would be Well, this is an excellent turn here, boy.
So that's 8, 10, 12 damage coming across, and we mentioned Nixon wasn't able to get on the board in combat so far. That has changed in a big way just now.
Yeah, this is a beating. So Will Krueger drops from 20 down to 7. And remember that Cindervines is still in play.
So there is a follow-up Supreme Verdict for Will. But actually casting that is not trivial here. You can't cast out just off one copy of Lotus Field if your other land is a green source. So
right. Okay, so it is going to be Grazer and Fae of Wishes into play. Now, in a lot of lists, if the Fae of Wishes dies and is exiled, which is possible against these red decks, then Will would no longer be able to win. However, this being a sideboard game, it is likely that he has boarded in some of the creature package or potentially all of it. And so this Fae of Wishes is no longer an exclusive win condition. Which is going to be important. Will may need to win with the creature as he is, I believe, going to fall down to, is it 2?
It's low single digits, that's for sure. And so, the usual routes for combering are off the table here. And we're going to go to game 3. Wow.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so Richard Nixon had the win. With Ramming Up Ruins, he didn't even need to attack next turn, even if Will could muster a go-wide defense, which seemed unlikely, or potentially fire off that Supreme Verdict. So, all right, we're going to game 3. That game looked more like what the Atarka player is hoping for. And now Krueger going first obviously is nice. Hoping for a Grazer again into, a follow-up land drop, I guess. I mean, we saw a 6-card hand that time. Lotus is a deck that can certainly reasonably expect to win on 6 or 5 cards a decent amount of the time, but, does make things tougher. And in that case, I think really the shortage was more colored land sources.
Yeah, we're going to see if Will on the play can ideally have Grazer all 3 games. We can get off to a fast start, hope for, turn 4 Goldfish, which usually is going to be fast enough.
Mm-hmm.
That one copy of Cindervines in Nixon's sideboard actually doing some decent work there, but more of a glorified burn spell than an actual kind of combo stopper in that game.
Right. I mean, sometimes in some games it can matter. I mean, get some damage through, and then it can be sacrificed to pick off the Omniscience at a particular point. But potentially the Omniscience no longer in the deck at this point for Will Krueger if he has boarded as a combo package. He has presented. Richard Nixon still shuffling. We're going to get things going here in a moment for game number 3. Thanks for being with us in Rage Gaming. Follow if you're enjoying the content. We'll be here all day long with Pioneer action. We'll be with Dom for a couple rounds, and then Mason Clark will replace me for a couple round break. So you can catch him and Dom for a few rounds, and then I'll be back to finish up the event with Mason later this evening. And we are underway for game 3, so let's go back to the table. All right, Will taking advantage of one of the double-sided cards in Balagad Recovery to get a land on the board. And Sylvan Scrying to bring forth a Lotus Field, but no Razor this game.
Yeah, so a clean route via combat if Nixon is able to apply pressure. We'll see what he's trying to do that with. So Burning Tree Emissary into Rakdos Bushwhacker. Okay, that is the 1-2 punch that lets you get a lot of damage in early. So that's going to be 2, 4, 5, 6, 7 damage coming through on the second turn for Nixon. So very nice start for them.
Yeah, excellent. And Will Krueger here, if his turn consists of just Lotus Pass, yeah, okay. So defenseless again. Can Richard push through 13 damage this turn? That's ambitious. We'll see what he can line up here.
I think there is a second Rakdos Bushwhacker in hand, if I'm seeing it
no,
right.
you're
So yeah, we
correct
start
with that.
with Audacity.
Okay.
So that's 4. And there's Bushwhacker. So 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. I think this is exactly 13. This is a turn 3 kill.
Well, if it is, Will Krueger's going to be kicking himself a little bit here, as that's not super likely. Let's see. Counting it up.
Doing some
I think you're correct. I think it's 13. Because 1 Bushwhacker is 2, 1 is 3. That's 5. Soul Scar Mage with Prowess is actually going to be 5. And then Burning Tree Emissary should be 3. Well, counting this over and over again, trying to, wait a minute. This can't be right.
It's like, wait, I meant to be the fast combo deck here? No.
Yeah,
that is
it.
okay.
All right,
there we are.
Nixon shows his medal as Atarka Red beats up on Lotus Field combo. And Will Krueger, yeah, I mean, what you said, turn 4 should be good most of the time, especially going first. Not in this case, and that's about as fast as it gets at Pioneer.
Yeah, Nixon is the one doing the kicking around in this case, and we will see if we have an interview or a backup match to send you to. But that was fast enough that we got to fill that time somehow.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, those Bushwhackers are vicious, coming in for 2 mana, pumping the team, giving haste, and we saw, especially after that. I mean, you Supreme Verdict, you expect at least a 1-turn reprieve, and instead, in game 2, Will Krueger verdicted and then took a dozen or so damage instantaneously. But so let's talk about it. So chat's mentioning Audacity, and it's a new card in the deck, off the splash color, pushing through a little bit extra damage, giving you a redraw when your creature's killed, and looked okay there. It was effectively 2 points of haste damage for 1 mana there.
Yeah, we've seen it be a big upgrade for the various auras decks, which now are in green primarily for Glade Cover Scout as one of the better creatures, and then Audacity is one of the better auras, but also very nice in a prowess deck that can support it. Getting Soulscale Mage and Monster Swift Spear through the red zone there. Yeah,
also nice. Often, Burning Tree Emissary, the green mana generator kind of goes to waste, so Audacity another way to use that up. All right, and Richard is in the booth, so let's go ahead and bring him in here. Richard, how you doing?
Pretty good. How about you guys?
We're doing all right, man. So that, game 1 looked a little rough there, but you sure turned the tables the rest of the match.
Yeah. Game 1 was pretty rough being on the draw.
Yeah. So let's talk about game 2. You weren't able to push any damage through early, and then kind of counterintuitively, the Supreme Verdict opened the door, and you just flooded in after that.
Yeah, when he verdicted, I felt pretty good because I was like, no matter what, I'm Bushwhacker next turn. That's a damage amplifier. So I was pretty happy with the verdict, honestly.
And then game 3, you put on a nice show for us there. That turn 3 kill, adding up to exactly 20. That was quite something.
Yeah, the deck's pretty explosive whenever it goes off.
Yeah. How is it turn 3 win there? Is that something that you think is that something that can happen occasionally, or is that kind of a
fluke? No, definitely.
Yeah, that's something you can reasonably expect to happen.
Turn 1 creature, Burning Tree Bushwhacker, and then like a Atarka's Command or another Reckless Bushwhacker can lead to turn 3 kills.
Okay. Well, it looked good there, and he didn't have the Grazer in turn 3, and with no blockers, and you showed him what was up, I guess.
Yeah. So we saw a recent pickup there in Audacity from Brothers War. How has that been performing for you so far?
I actually played a different list than this at the RC and was getting destroyed because I wasn't able to push through damage. I saw the 13th place list, I think, playing it, so I decided to try it out past few weeks online, and it's been really well. Being able to get those last few points of damage in when they have blockers.
Yeah, it looks solid. Now, Lotus Field, a deck that, kind of seems like it's on the rise over the last few weeks or month, but a deck that you're probably feel somewhat favored against, I would expect.
Oh yeah, definitely.
So how much sideboarding did you do there? We saw the Cinder Vines in game
Yeah.
2. What else
I-
were you looking at as far as
I
sideboarding there?
just brought in the Cinder Vines, and game 2, I cut I think it was a Reckless, or no, it was a Legion Loyalist. That's what it was. It's kind of like,
Sure.
it doesn't do
Okay.
much. Might as well have the Cinder Vines in.
So you think the matchup is solid enough that you're not really worried about looking for additional help out of the sideboard. You're just like, okay, one
No.
Cinder Vines, and we'll just basically roll starting 60 over again, and that'll be enough a decent amount of time. So for people that are playing with the deck and wondering what to watch out for, so the Cinder Vines, are you thinking about, is that just a damage source? Are you looking at disrupting by like killing the Omniscience, or is this just, you're primarily thinking it's just a damage source over time?
It's a damage source, because sometimes in that race they can stabilize, or well, win with like 2-3 life, and if you have that in playoffs, it makes it a lot harder.
Yeah. Okay, well, Richard Nixon, well on your way. So you, what did you play against round 1?
I played against Phoenix round 1. It was actually really
Okay.
close. Came down to me being able to attack for exactly lethal in game 3.
Okay, so similar to what we just saw, although you might have had more turns coming this time around, but you're just like, oh, Will Krueger, don't worry about calculating your turn 4. You're not going to get one anyway. Well, Richard Nixon, well on your way. 2-0. Good start this morning. Good luck the rest of the day.
Ready? Thank you.
Yeah, we will hopefully see you in the feature match again. This will hopefully not be your last press conference either. We'll try and get some more Atarka on camera. I know it has a big fan base out there.
Yeah.
All right. Thanks for talking with us. All right. We are going to continue on our coverage of round 2 by moving into a backup match. So we're going to have Justin Brickman versus Harrison Fang. Let's go ahead and get that going. Blue-white control versus humans. So a little differently paced match than the one we just saw.
Yeah, we often see Justin Brickman behind the scenes in some capacity, whether it's behind the booth or you're helping out with the coverage and so on here. But in the trenches today with Blue-White Yorion, the deck that actually are defending champion from this morning, Derek Davis, used to top 8 the regional championship in Atlanta just a few weeks ago.
All right, so Justin on the board with Jawari Disruption here, and we're going to see a lot of those throughout the day, these double-sided cards that allow you to increase your land count without actually committing to playing lands, and Hopeful Initiate on the board for Harrison Fang. The matchup, ideally, you'd probably hope for a 2-power creature on turn 1 a lot of time, but Hopeful Initiate can get there eventually.
Mono-White Human's a deck that won that DreamHack event in Atlanta and has gained a lot of steam over the past few weeks, seeing a lot of the regular names on the circuit picking that deck up as well.
No, yeah, I mean, Mono Humans has a decent matchup against. Now, in any Pioneer tournament you walk into, the top 3 decks of the field are likely going to be Black-Red Midrange, Mono-Green Devotion, and Arclight Phoenix. And if you're playing Mono-White here, you're thinking you're probably ahead of Green and maybe close to slightly ahead of Arclight Phoenix. So you're looking for edges in a couple of the matchups here. Blue-White Control, I mean, Thalia is the big card. That's the big stumbling block for a lot of the spell-based decks in the format, and Thalia is here for Harrison Fang.
Yeah, when I played the Pioneer event in Fort Wayne a few years ago, Mono Green was everywhere. By far the most popular deck. And the big incentive to play Mono White is that matchup is supposedly very good. We've seen Mono Green really fall off in the weeks since then, and yet Mono White has stuck around. Just a very solid deck on the whole. Your fastest draws can just kind of run over anything, and depending on who you ask, like decent matchup against Rakdos Midrange, and I would imagine a decent matchup against the average control deck as well.
All right, we'll see what Harrison Fang is going to get going here. I thought he was Lieutenant, so that's going to boost the offense quite a bit. And these Hopeful Initiatives will attack and pick up additional counters, I believe. All right, there we go. So 6 damage comes across, and now Justin Brickman will be looking at Supreme Verdict mana if he's got a land and a verdict. And if he doesn't, I mean, Harrison Fang's sitting there with just 2 land to play, but plenty of offense. But, you know, a Yorion deck.
Yeah, really phenomenal stuff for Harrison Fang. And it's...
Yeah. A Yorion deck now is going to have...
You would think...
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, they try to compensate for, you're going to have Supreme Verdict a little less often, but there's going to be stuff like Temporary Lockdown, there's going to be other removal spells. Not all of those actually applicable here because Hopeful Initiate with Mana Open is the perfect answer to Lockdown, destroying it in response to the trigger, making sure that nothing gets exiled in the first place.
Yeah, it would have been good for Justin there. It will not be good going forward. And he's at 11, facing down. Let's see, on the board right now, we have 3, 6, 9, 10 damage. Well, that will boost Athalia's Lieutenant. I believe is that a Brutal Cathar?
That I believe it is, yeah.
That is the minimum required.
And it is day, in case that matters. And now this is Shark Typhoon just to chomp block something and save off some damage here.
Yeah, well, that will work if Justin can find a sweeper. Temporary Lockdown no longer good because the Brutal Cathar will survive it. But Supreme Verdict really looking like the ideal card here for Justin Brickman. Unclear whether he was short the untapped land last turn or whether he's short the Verdict. He's got some absorbs, but I mean, just like in a lot of hyper-aggressive matchups, counterspell's not exactly what you're looking for. Yeah, and Harrison Fang will pick up game 1.
Yeah, it turns out when you have aggro decks meeting little resistance, these games end pretty quick. And looking at the sideboards here for both players, Justin doesn't really have that much to speak of. The one Elspeth Suns champion, I think, is the only potentially relevant card, and that's a very kind of end game play there. And even in a Yorion deck, it becomes a lot harder to sideboard when you're going to have more stuff clunking up your main deck and less access to your relevant sideboard cards. That is a very real cost.
Right. And we see in the sideboard a couple damping spheres. So this may be a move. The format should move towards more hate for Lotus Field. And perhaps that's what we're seeing here, a couple damping spheres. Whereas a month ago, I think it's rather unlikely you would have seen that in the average stock Blue-Eye control list. But here we have them again. Something had to go, and potentially it was cards for this mono white matchup where game 1, I mean, there's a lot of removal in this deck. There's also a fair number of cards that aren't particularly helpful. Narcissus not going to do a ton. Absorb's not going to do a ton. Dovin's Veto even less. And yeah, maybe you're right. Maybe Justin doesn't really have the volume of cards to swap in that he would prefer here.
And over on Harrison Fang's side, he's someone who is in the scrum for some of these at-large leaderboards and so on. But he needs a very good tournament here. I think he needs to at least top 8 and potentially make it even further than that too. So after a decent start, upper game at 1-0, hoping to make a run here with the Humans deck. And I think his sideboard has a little more going for it here. So the 4 wedding announcements are a pretty clean spot for Brutal Cathars, and then you can maybe shave copies of stuff like Brave the Elements for more creatures if you want to go that route.
Right. No, that all sounds good to me. Yeah, wedding announcements is a super nice card. Adding to your board presence, putting more cards in your hand, depending on the scenario. Maybe you want... I don't know that you would bring in Destroy Evil just to kill Temporary Lockdown, but I suppose it's an option. If Harrison chooses to go for it. There are other cards that potentially you could want, but likely wedding announcements is the all-star here. Anyway, let's go ahead and see how game 2 plays out. See if Justin Brickman can come back here. Well, ideal way to start the comeback is not on the mulligan, but these 80 card decks do require a good bit of shuffling, trying not to tire yourself out throughout the day. I mean, is that a cost to playing a double-sleeved Yorion deck? Physical fatigue through the afternoon?
It sure is. Well, in Modern, when Yorion was ruling the skies there, you kind of felt obliged to double sleeve your deck, especially if not all of those were your cards. But then that would make it even harder to actually shuffle effectively. And you were shuffling at least once a turn, thanks to Fetch Lands and Ren and Six and so on. Little less of that going on in Pioneer. Luckily, these Yorion decks are a bit more manageable. But hey, I played a Yorion deck for 14 rounds at the RC, and my hands were pretty tired by the end of that.
Yeah, I believe it. All right, Justin Brickman, can we find a capable 6-card hand here? Yes, we can. And we're underway. Hopeful Initiative again for Harrison Fang. So again, doesn't push the maximum damage through on turn 2, but got the job done last game, as they did eventually grow to be 3 power attackers. Is there an all-important Thalia?
It looks like there is. Maybe thinking if that's actually the move here, though.
Yeah, so Harrison leads on Luminarch Aspirant. instead. So not wanting to play by the book is he. This does push through more damage this turn. And an Omen in the sea for Justin. Trying to put that hand, sculpt that hand together, set up the right land drops followed by removal. And then really a lot of these control decks in Pioneer intend on winning just with Planeswalkers. I mean, maybe Yorion shows up once in a while, but really this is a deck. Well, I believe we're maxed out on Planeswalkers in Justin's list. 4 of Teferi, Narset, and Wandering Emperor.
Yeah.
Yeah.
4 Narset, 4 Emperor. Yeah. So that's 12 total in the deck. And all of those, I mean, Teferi less so, but both Narset and Wandering Emperor actually work pretty nicely with Yorion, where with Emperor, you flicker it, it comes back on the end step, you can activate it immediately. And then with Narset, you'll often try and get 1 or maybe even 2 impulses out of it, and then you can reset it to go again the following turn.
Right. And it's tough for Harrison Fang to choose to send damage to Narset, which, especially when it's on 1 loyalty and you know it's not going to do anything else. But sometimes you do need to do that to pick things off. All right, so Thalia's Lieutenant here to increase the damage output.
Justin does have that 1 cheeky copy of Days Undoing in the deck to pair with an asset. So not an angle that you can expect to see, given it's a single turn in 80 cards. But when it comes up, that is a potential game changer. This is really not the matchup for either of those cards, though.
No, it is not. All right, but like you were saying, they might still be in the deck, as there may just not have been enough cards to justify swapping them out. And another Omen in the Sea here. So Justin continues to set things up while eating damage.
Although, if Justin does have a lockdown or Supreme Verdict on this turn, Harrison, decent damage output so far, but something a little bit. This would be a good way to really seize control of the game.
Yes, indeed. So we'll see if Harrison has a post-combat land. It seems somewhat unlikely, but perhaps he is sandbagging it for the turn.
Nope, would you need to draw a card of that Omen? Yeah, there we go.
Yeah. Okay. So Justin probably sitting at 12 right now. And a Castle, Ardenvale, comes into play. Can't make a token just yet. Useful for chump blocking later in games, but we're totally for that now. And here's a Fateful Absence.
And that has to be a fantastic sign for Harrison. You have to think if there was a sweeper there, definitely would have been deployed and deployed very quickly. So the fact that we're just picking off 1 creature and even giving Harrison a little something back, that's a fantastic sign for him.
Right. And Harrison stumbling on land, unlikely to be able to cash in that clue for probably quite a while. All right, there is land. Some options in hand here for Harrison. There is another Thalia's Lieutenant. There is a Thalia Guardian of Thraben, which is now the choice.
We are hearing, too, that even though we saw Will Krueger getting run over on camera by that mono red deck, the results of the other round do, in fact, lock him now for a spot at the championships early next year. So would love to obviously convert in this tournament today and shrug it off and make a run, but got to be feeling pretty pleased about how things are going.
Yeah, congratulations to him. That didn't take much work. Well, it took a year of work, I guess. It just culminated a few rounds before the end of the season. So
yeah.
So he will make a return appearance. All right, Field of Ruin for Justin.
And there are a few routes you can get there, right? Like we saw Derek Davis, won. I don't know how many of these NRG events he's even played, but showed up yesterday, won the whole thing, and he'll be there. Don't have to grind for 6 or 8 months to.
Right. Yeah, he was a contender, but not in prime position on the season 3 leaderboard. But now he doesn't have to worry about that at all anymore. Justin Burke, meanwhile, needs to find some action here. The first clue is now sacrificed here for Harrison Fang. Finds another land, which is probably what he was hoping for.
I imagine somewhat conscious now of cards like Wandering Emperor, Shark Typhoon. So Choppy Waters in combat potentially.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, we're going to see him trying to make a 3/3 Shark and ambush the Thalia's Lieutenant or the Thalia.
Yeah, either one useful to get rid of.
Also holding up Castle Ardenvale too. So yeah, you don't really expect this combat step to work out the way you want it to, but you can't not attack because there are so many other things it could be. And as the game goes along, that favors the control deck. So just got to send it in and hope for the best. We do have post-combat, the other lieutenant, bumping up the other one as well. That second one should not have a counter on itself. There we go.
Yeah. Okay. That playing that Fellows Lieutenant post-combat dramatically impacted Justin's ability to block that turn, as that shark would have actually not traded with either creature if the Fellows Lieutenant was already on the board. But Harrison trying to pace his development here, and now Wandering Emperor comes down.
Yeah, this is the bind that these control decks put you in. Is you try and play around one thing, and as a result, you end up getting punished by the other thing that open mana could represent. So Harrison, thanks for those clues, somehow still has a full hand of cards here. But the position on the board is getting more and more drastic.
Yeah, okay. Another hopeful initiate. Unlikely to pick off Omen of the Sea, even if there were a plethora of counters in play. But here's an Adeline. This does a great job of pumping up Thali's Lieutenant, as you can pick up more than one counter a turn.
Yeah, it's going to be a 4/4 now.
Which is enough to get through the shark. So how Harrison chooses to divvy up his attackers here. Looks like Thali's Lieutenant is going at Justin, and the token is blocked, so Wandering Emperor does survive. Justin drops 6. Somewhat comfortable life total.
And the big difference between a white aggro deck and a red aggro deck is you don't have reach in the form of burn or anything like that. So if you stabilize on the board, then you can be on 2 to 3 life and still feel pretty safe here.
Mm-hmm. So this is, I believe, an upkeep sacrifice of Omen of the Sea for Justin Brickman. Scries 2 to the bottom. So
maybe a sign of desperation. I don't know.
Mm-hmm. So that shuts off the ability to make a castle token for the turn.
Head in the hand so as well. Maybe just doesn't have much left.
A third Fateful Absence. Okay, going to pick up Adeline.
Maybe a little conscious of something like Breathe the Elements, but luckily Harrison cannot protect Adeline here.
And pump up the shark, which likely staying on defense for quite some time here. The 2 different dice, I guess, differentiating one +1/+1 counter as well as a base 3/3. Not entirely sure how that would end up being relevant, but okay. Harrison here trying to figure out how to proceed, probably in a better position than he expected to be in, given how many turns this game has lasted and the mana Justin has access to. What do you think we'll see here? Are we going to see an attack on Wandering Emperor? Are we going to see Harrison go towards Justin's life total, or maybe split up his attackers? Hopeful initiate with potential to grow here, but it decides to stay home.
So now a choice of do we just chump with our shark, or do we fall to 1 and be living on the edge?
All right. Well, there is a block, and then Skyclave Apparition to take out Wandering Emperor.
Yeah, so Justin's suddenly left with nothing and really has to come up with a sweeper or some other relevant play this turn. Doesn't sacrifice the Omen, so maybe Farewell on the docket, or Elspeth, or something. Could buy Yorion and cast it, maybe?
Yeah, the mana is available for that. Although,
But then
why-
we'll just
yeah.
be dead on board. So no,
Yeah, buy Yorion, cast
that's
it.
not going to do it.
No, that is not going to work. Farewell would be good. Supreme Verdict isn't. Supreme Verdict would be interesting. Astrology's Lieutenant could live, but so could Justin would receive a 4/4 token from the Wandering Emperor. Instead, it is another Wandering Emperor.
So we're just about hanging on.
Mm-hmm.
Justin will go up to 8 and then take 6, which was his life total coming into the turn, fall back down to 2. And if there's another lieutenant, or I guess Adeline would put him to 1. So that clue goes away, and now what?
Well, let's see. It's close. The players are straightening out the graveyard for which cards are supposed to be exiled and which are not. Another hopeful initiate in hand. Maybe a recruitment officer. So now, if this is a non-lethal attack, you go ahead and pick off Wandering Emperor, right? I mean, that's worth a point, I would think. Or actually, it's 2 points, I guess. Maybe it's not. We'll see what Harrison chooses. Oh, okay. Well, there we go. It is another Skyclave apparition to wipe out the Wandering Emperor. Yeah, you don't want to leave it on the board for Yorion to reset. As you were saying, it's kind of cute how Wandering Emperor can come into play during end step and be able to immediately activate. So Justin faced with
Justin, really, this is a valiant effort in a game where no sweeper has materialized.
Yeah.
So we're having to deal with every single threat one by one. And it's much easier said than done.
Mm-hmm. So upkeep scry.
Both of these at the bottom.
Yeah.
So a big draw step.
Ooh, Dovin's Veto is not going to cut it. And
Dovin's Veto.
Yeah.
That's not going to do it.
Harrison Fang picks up the win here.
And Dovin's Veto, one of those cards which, like, you really would want to be able to sideboard out of your deck if possible, I think. And yet, just 80 cards, a lot that you want to sideboard out, and not many things to replace them with. And that's one of the issues with building your control deck through a format where you have these really fast aggro decks, you have other control decks, you have Rakdos Midrange is maybe the best deck, and then Lotus Field as a big spoiler where, those damping spheres in the sideboard, they're for that matchup and that matchup alone. And this is the kind of pairing where you wish there were anything else.
Yeah, absolutely. But Harrison Fang will continue the quest to qualify for the championship. Got some work to do, but it is possible that he can make it in on the overall leaderboard. So we'll be back in a few minutes for round 3 and see how this progresses. We've got 5 slots left to qualify for the end of the championship through this end of this NRG Pioneer 5K. Stick around.
Hey, everybody. Welcome back to Louisville, Kentucky. I'm Mapamonte on the NRG series. We're hanging out here. Let's take a look at our players to watch leaderboard here. And we've got, so check it out. Everyone's kind of in the middle of the pack, 1-1, except for Jesse Robkin, holding strong at 2-0. Again, Mac Endress, Connor Mullaly, Zoe, Will, Raj, Adam, and Zach all at 1-1. So they're vying for those ever important points on our end of the year leaderboard. But let's talk about the player who is 2-0 currently, Jesse Robkin. Now, she's been a mainstay on our series for quite some time now. She's 26, a playwright. She has 6 NRG Series top 8s with 2 wins. It's a pretty decent conversion rate, not the worst. Let's see. So the hot take, quesadilla with salsa is the same thing as a grilled cheese and tomato soup. I don't know how I feel about that. I'll let the experts get into that. But yeah, that's awesome seeing Jesse moving up on that leaderboard, which we will talk about too. Again, this is updated as of the end of the event this morning. So Connor Mullaly at 173, Zach Allen at 172. Now, Jesse is kind of, the dark horse, as they would say, in this race. Now, she is, again, 2-0. Those other players that are ahead of her are 1-1. So there's a shot that she could lock up the player of the year. Now, if she gets there, maybe with a win today, would be pretty impressive stuff. So a lot of drama still to unfold here as we continue through our Swiss rounds. It sounds like the players are getting ready to get started. So I'm going to send you back down to Joe and Dom for round number 3 here in Louisville.
Okay, we are back. We got Nathan with Mono Green Devotion and Jesse with Mono White Humans. So a departure for Jesse, who has been playing Arclight Phoenix for months, I would say, right? And switching teams here. Mono White Humans.
Yeah, Jesse is someone who is perfectly willing to jump around. She thinks that a particular deck is going to be well positioned for a weekend, and I know that she has been pretty high on this Humans deck over the past few weeks and months, so not really shocking to see her make that switch. Also, I think Phoenix was right. It was at the top of the format for a little bit, and then I think the opinions of it have kind of cooled a bit, have come back down, and so it's just one of the many good decks you can play at this point, and not the default frontrunner.
Mm-hmm. Sure, yeah, and I mean, Lotus becoming slightly more common is an abysmal matchup for Phoenix, so that's maybe enough right there. Certainly, I know in her group of Magic and Patriots are several that have picked up Lotus lately, so that may have made an influence also.
That's the other thing too, right? Is if your friends who you think are some of the better players in the room, you're going to have to beat some of them to win the tournament. If they're playing maybe your worst matchup in the format, well, that doesn't bode well. And so now we get to Kibler your friends, as the kids used to say, and play a deck which seems to be well positioned against Lotus, but I think maybe that matchup is closer than people give it credit for as well.
Yeah, I think White is solidly favored there. Okay, we have a pause here, and I think Chat picked up on this before I did, but I do think I visually agree with them that Jesse Robkin actually accidentally drew 8 cards in the opening hand there. So a judge has already been notified, and we'll get this straightened out. So Nathan, I'm going to look at the opening 7 while we wait a minute here for a minor penalty to be assigned. And so while we wait that, we'll be back here in the booth. So Dominic Harvey, Joe Lissette, my last round for the moment, and then Mason Clark will be in starting in round number 4. But good day so far. We started off with the modern semis and finals. I think that was probably as exciting as we could have hoped for, honestly.
Yeah, really thrilling conclusion to that. We saw someone with really kind of blazing their own path with their deck, which they have put faith in over many months at this stage, and deliver on that once again. And we'll be seeing Derek Davis in our 2022 championship coming up in January.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, so Jesse is shuffling and representing here, so we can go back down to the table and pick up the beginning of round number 3 here. Jesse in a battle for the Player of the Year. Currently a little bit adrift of the leaders, but a deficit that is easily able to be made up with a strong performance if Connor and Zach Allen do not finish well this weekend. So here is an actual 7-card hand for Jesse, which looks like only one land there. Now, I don't know what the penalty actually would be for calling a judge on yourself for drawing an extra card opening hand. I assume it's probably a forced mulligan, but I don't know that for sure. Okay, we are.
Yeah, we'll try and get a confirmation from our table spotter as to exactly what happened there.
Mm-hmm.
So it looks like Jesse is. See when the shuffling slows down. Is starting on 6 cards.
Yeah.
And waiting for Nathan to confirm
so
his choice as well.
Okay, and here we go. We are your other choice for 21, and Nathan with my chosen forest artwork. So good job. We're in agreement on that. Kindred Spirits, leading into, well, it only goes so far though, because that's not the elf I would have chosen. But what are you gonna do?
No.
Here we go at second bodyguard.
Well, what Elvish Mystic floats your boat?
Well, to start with, I mean, well, okay, that's a Mystic. Sure, I was thinking Llanowar. So yeah, never mind. Maybe that's the only option. I don't know the alternate arts.
Yeah,
I just saw
probably the most flashy Elvish Mystic you can get your hands on. Yeah.
Okay. All right. So we got Elf into Kiora into Oath Nissa here. And because Oath of Nissa starts with such an extreme loyalty count, it actually is going to survive these bodyguards unless Land plus Dolly's Lieutenant comes down. And okay, second forest, not only does it not match the first, that's not even a good looking forest.
Yeah, otherwise an excellent start for Nathan, and Jesse missing that all-important second land. And this is a matchup where speed is of the essence. You really cannot afford to stumble. And so I think we're going to see Jesse falling behind pretty quickly here if Nathan has any reasonable follow-up.
Yeah, most of the green creatures are going to be tough to tangle with for these bodyguards. Nathan does have a Karn in hand, as well as that land. And actually, I think the full set, he has Old Growth Troll and Cavalier of Thorns. Jesse determining, are these creatures going to attack Kiora, or are they going at Nathan?
This is a really tricky dilemma that the green deck puts you in, because, as you said, Kiora has so much loyalty that if you spend your time attacking it down, that's often 6, 7 or more damage you could have dealt to your opponent instead, which, if you're playing an aggro deck against what is effectively like a combo deck, a ramp deck, that damage is very important.
All right, so Nathan here with options. Both green creatures castable here. Casting the Cavalier would require the tapping of the Elf. Yep, there we go. That's what we're going to see, plus the Kiora loyalty leading into the Cavalier of Thorns. Card drawn from Kiora, and then we see the trigger go off here. So Jesse will be able to kill the Kiora at the cost of a bodyguard this turn, but I mean, it's a rough spot to be in, even though Nathan misses.
It's like a full whiff on the Cavalier, but yeah. I don't think Nathan has the right to complain in this scenario, though.
No, probably not. It's probably just fine with the way things have developed so far. And Jesse will trade off a bodyguard for the Kiora. But a very, very minor victory, to be sure, as she is struggling to develop here. And Nathan loses Kiora, but Cavalier plus Nykthos. Okay, here's the second land for Jesse. All right. And Athalia. So something to be encouraged about.
Yeah, I expect too little too late. It seems like Nathan kind of has everything in order here. We're going to see a slightly more expensive Come the Great Creator, or maybe just the Old Growth Troll actually as well, if he wants to kind of fortify his board a little bit more.
All right, so there's Nykthos activation for what looks like 5 mana. Which is conveniently the cost of Karn Great Creator. Well, without much left over to be able to wish and then play something as a follow-up.
Yeah, so we could kind of stagger that over 2 turns, or we could play the Troll now, which that's a nice investment for your devotion on the following turn, adding 3 to that count there. So could see that instead. Nathan going to check the sideboard just to see what options we're working with, and we can do that ourselves.
Yeah, so the
mono green sideboard at this point has been pretty optimized. You see maybe 1 or 2 slots that are up for debate, but the core 12 to 13 cards you can pretty safely pencil in there.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm sure Jesse is fully aware of what those cards are as well. All right, so here is an Oath, which costs 2 mana, leaving Nathan with 3 available. So that is still, that does line up with your play of the Old Growth Troll for the turn. And an Elf, which can be cast off the Elf, so Nathan can still deploy both creatures. And yeah, set up for quite a bit of mana available for the next turn.
Yeah, there we go. So a pretty impregnable position, I think. And then we have the Khan as a mana sink, so I think we'll finally slam the door shot here.
All right. right, Jesse counting up the devotion. We can do the same. Looks like 2 for the elves, 3 each for the Cavalier and Old Growth Troll, and 1 for the Oath of Nissa. That's 9 plus extra land and the elf mana. So Nathan able to do almost anything he wants next turn, even despite the Thalia attacks. Never one to give up, though. Jesse will add Thalia's Lieutenant to the board, grow the creatures a little bit, but they still can't rumble with the significant green creatures. And now it's just up to Nathan to choose the correct way to proceed here.
So leading off with yet another Cavalier, and then if we hit nick those off this, then, which it looks like we did, then we just get to get another even bigger burst of mana, culminating in Khan for really whatever takes your fancy at this point.
Right. I mean, options certainly would include Sky Sovereign, maybe Cityscape Leveler if Nathan's playing that. When your opponent is stuck on 2 land, I guess Godfire Statue is an option, even though it wouldn't necessarily normally be the ideal play against a white deck. All right, here is the Karn.
And I think any of Sky Sovereign, Cityscape Leveler, which it looks like it's a choice, is going to seal the deal. Yeah. I'm impressed that Jesse is still kind of sticking around to see what's going on here. I would have probably packed it in quite some time ago at this point, but Jesse is built different, as the kids say.
Yeah, I'm in agreement there. I would have given up already, but for every game for every couple dozen games you stay in that look hopeless like this, maybe you win 1, and that's still worthwhile.
You have a Power Stone now. It's all coming together.
Yeah, I mean, maybe that's the key to unlocking her victory here, but it doesn't actually look that way.
No. And I think Nathan also going into these sideboarded games, with the mono green deck, you have 2 or 3 flex slots in the main deck that you can do with as you see fit, and that's really the extent to which you can customize it. And Nathan going with probably the best use of those slots against mono white in Lovestruck Beast. Mm-hmm. So this is a card which, if you're trying to outrace the mono green mirror, maybe is not up to snuff. But if you just want to keep pace with the aggro decks, present this big blocker, which also the Adventure Half creates a white token, which is crucial for surviving Brave the Elements, then that's a card that, especially on the draw, can maybe let Nathan break serve and keep out there.
Yeah. All right, let's go ahead and bring up the deck list now. We can start with Nathan's green deck. All the green decks are fairly stock, except for, as Alan was explaining, the 2 kind of main deck option cards, which are Lovestruck Beast in this case. You can see the sideboard, which consists solely of artifacts to wish for with Karn. Now, looking over at Jesse's mono white deck, we see probably pretty much the same thing we saw from Harrison Fang last round. And what do we like in the sideboard here? Well, Declaration in Stone,
I think we like,
can play a role, picking off a couple of these big creatures at once.
Yeah, we like removal.
Right.
We like Skyclave Apparition, Declaration in Stone. The Maul of the Skyclave is actually pretty interesting too. Mm-hmm. Cavalier of Thorns does have reach, so it can soak up one of those attacks. But otherwise, if you have an Adeline to pair with that, is ideal. But even just a big Hopeful Initiate or something like that, you can load up counters on something with Luminarch Aspirant. The Maul can break open an otherwise stalled board state.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, certainly it can. Do you reach for Portable Hull here? I mean, it wipes out the mana generators, but nothing else. Also, to deploy it, you're giving up your own mana of being able to deploy creatures. So I'm not sure you're netting a whole lot there.
It's tricky. You kind of feel obliged to, but then when you do, you don't even feel that good about it for the most part. So that one I'm less sure about. And the question then becomes, well, what are we cutting to make room? Because this deck really relies on having that critical mass of creatures. You want these additional removal spells. And then this is one of the matchups where Brave the Elements really shines. So unclear exactly what is going to make room for that.
All right, Jesse once again finding the opening hand actually not up to par, and so does Nathan after some thought. So both players are going to mull to 6 here, which is, I believe, actually where we started off game 1 as well.
Yeah, hopefully this game will be a little more competitive. Get to see what the matchup usually looks like.
So while they're shuffling up here, we'll go ahead and bring up the schedule for No Rage Gaming for early next year. We have the championship that we've mentioned a number of times that players are trying to qualify for. By the end of the day, we'll have the 16 known. That is January 14th, 15th. It is Pioneer and Modern. That is invite only. The 3 open enrollment events that are scheduled for the first half of next year so far are March and June in Chicagoland, Mundelein, Illinois. And then May in Minneapolis. So that is on tap. If you are interested in receiving notifications when the broadcasts go live, hit the follow button. If you plan on watching, if you plan on showing up in person to play, well, excellent. We will see you there. But yeah, we are going to wrap up the 2022 qualifying season today, and then we'll start all over again next year. So if you yourself want to see if you can contest in the next year's championship, well, those 3 events are where you start. Jesse looking at 6 here, 2 land. I mean, that's a good place to start. And Nathan with a mix of mana and accelerators, and we're underway. No 1-drop, though. Oh, there's my good-looking elf. That's the one I remember from when I was a kid.
It's whiteboarded. How do you feel about that?
I feel like it's perfect. I mean, when I started playing, all the cards were all the revised cards we started playing with were whiteboarded. So yeah, whiteboarded feels like home to me. All right, so Oath of Nissa will give Nathan some selection. We see another point of customization of the deck. We see Nicol Bolas, but not going to be the selection.
Yeah, a slow start for Jesse, and you would love to have that troll on turn 2 naturally instead, but this is an acceptable buyout.
Yeah, indeed. All right, so Thalia slowed down Nathan's development maybe last game, but didn't have a huge impact. He was still able to deploy pretty much everything he wanted. Now we're 4, 5, 6, 7. An issue here, unclear what it is. Jesse appears to have 4 cards in hand plus 3 permanents. That's 7. That should be the right number since she was on the play.
Yeah, so if we start with 6, that's 5 up to 6, 5, 4, and then...
Okay, so now we're receiving word that potentially Jesse may have actually mulliganed to 5, but accidentally started the game with 6. That's what we're hearing from the spotter. Unclear. Clearly something is wrong, and it does seem to involve the total number of cards that Jesse has access to. All right, so this might take a moment. So we'll come back here and get that sorted out. In the meantime, all right. So we have this championship coming up next month that these players are casting for, and it consists of Pioneer and Modern. In the past, the event has also included Legacy or Limited. So Dominic, if you're playing in a championship event, how many events do you want to have? We talked earlier about how many events do you want to keep track of, just in general, as far as playing. But if you're preparing for a specific weekend, what do you think is the ideal? Do you want Limited in the field? Do you want Legacy? Do you want Pauper? Like what do you want to play?
I don't want Pauper. I can tell you that much right now. Limited, I'm not naturally a limited gamer. I think it would be fun to have some kind of like high stakes competitive limited in the rotation somewhere. And I think the the nice thing about having that at a smaller tournament is you can, well, first of all, you can draft, and then you can really follow the drafts and cover someone's draft in depth, and it's easier to focus on what happened in this pod versus that pod and some of the individual decks. And so I think limited, certainly covering limited, I think presents its own challenges. But I think that's the ideal setting for it, as opposed to, you know, like day one of a sealed Grand Prix, for example, where you kind of have no idea what's going on or what the storylines are. And then even on day two, you're kind of jumping between different players and different pods, and it can be hard to follow sometimes.
Yeah, no, I agree with you there. Covering limited in a large event is very different than covering limited where you can track, where you basically are playing all the matches within maybe the players that you watched draft. So I know there were some advocates for having limited in the championship like we did last year, but in the end, it kind of came down to, at least for this year, is that the feeling was that a lot of the players don't really want it. Some of them do. Some of them want legacy. There's probably some vintage fans out there. You know, if there's any in the Midwest, well,
let's get some vintage in there. Let's go.
Yeah, sure. I mean, why not? But no, Pioneer and Modern is part of the feeling was that most of the work done to qualify for the championship was in Pioneer and Modern. So it seemed a little bit of a curveball to throw out other formats for these players to have to navigate right at the end. So that's what we ended up with, Pioneer and Modern. And here we are back at the table, and we'll see. Okay, it's a hidden card error. So what happened is Jesse's going to have to reveal her hand. Nathan will be able to choose one that goes back. This is what happens when you end up with an extra card in your hand accidentally. The opponent basically, to avoid any potential advantage gained by Jesse, Nathan is the one that chooses which card goes back. And so can we get where is this actually the result of what was in effect a mulligan to 5 that was accidentally drawn as 6? So okay, so that's where we're at right now. So Jesse's hand being corrected mid-game back to its what was supposed to be a 5-card opener, and then we'll proceed from there. So when this shuffling is complete, I believe we're untapping on Jesse's third turn. And you can see, as can Nathan as well, everything that she has access to here. And okay, we're good to go.
It would be sad if, after all of that, we just get another kind of anticlimactic turn 3 Cavalier into God knows what else. But let's go for something a little more competitive here.
Mm-hmm. Okay, Luminarch Aspirant, Thalia gets buffed, and Thalia gets in there. So Jesse, third in line right now for the Player of the Year race, but I believe we said in Matt's intro, the two players ahead of her both lost once already in this event. So we'll see how this plays out over the course of the day, but she is certainly still in the running. Got her spot in the championship locked up, but can she take home Player of the Year?
Yeah, she needs them to not have a good day at the opposite and for her to make a run herself. So it's always one of these weird situations, right, where you're rooting almost for the failure of these people who you've been playing with and against the entire year. But I mean, that's the essence of competition, right?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, and that depends on your personality. For me personally, I have no problem rooting against people, even the ones that, you know, that I well know. If it's frantic, yes, sure, they can fall. But if they got hit by a truck outside the venue, you know, or well, that's a little bit much. Maybe they just got, you know, bushwhacked on the way there, and they lost their deck or something. Oh, that's a shame. But all right, so yeah, and some people are, you know, just as happy if their friends do well as if they are, and good for them too.
I'm watching my back if we're ever competing for any kind of accolade at the same time. I'm just getting that on the record right now.
Okay, here we go. Nathan continues to develop Kiora into play. Jesse says, "Yeah, that costs more." And all right, maybe not the most rapid regression here for Nathan. Just a cycled oath here. Well, Nicholas has a habit of they get things rolling though.
I gotta say, I'm now starting to look at your Players Championship win in a whole different light. Like I don't know what kind of shady shit was going on there, but
it was all the way above board. I mean, did you see those matchups? I had good matchups. I didn't need any help. that particular weekend.
Okay.
But yeah,
Anyway.
sometimes. All right. So
Meanwhile,
Cavaliers in, looking at 5, finds a forest. And just the general accumulation of resources here for Nathan is good. Going to be untapping next turn with boatloads of mana.
do we know that one card left in Nathan's hand? Is it a useful payoff for 10 trillion green mana?
I believe it's a Karn, so the answer is yes.
So yes, okay.
All right, Cavalier road blocking for at least one more turn, unless there's Lieutenant, as this Aspirant can pump Thalia up to a 5 power. And Cavalier of Thorns, in addition to its awesome come into play trigger, it's pretty useful death trigger, it's also just huge.
Yeah, this is the card that really makes this version of the deck possible. We've seen, even going back to the first days of Pioneer, Mono Green Devotion was the default best deck to kick off that new format. And it's really taken a lot of different forms over time. And now this version with Cavalier and Storm the Festival has become the go-to, and Cavalier is a central reason for that.
Yeah. So there's a lot of talk about, while Jesse tries to think about how to proceed here, about how, should a card in green be banned? Now, let's leave that aside. But if you were to ban a card in green, if you had to, I feel like there's even a number of choices you could make that would dramatically slow the power of the deck down. I mean, for example, you could get Cavalier out of here. I mean, that would not maybe totally disable the deck, but it would weaken it by a significant margin.
Yeah, you would force it to take on a different form, and so you could really take it out at the knees and ban Nykthos and say, well, okay, this has been a problem in so many forms, so many times. Let's just get it over with. Let's get it done, because maybe we're going to have to at some point. You could also say, Khan is the thing that enables these weird combo lines to go over the top of everything and give the deck that flexibility as well as that combo potential. So you force it to play more of a fair game on the board instead. Lots of ways you could slice that up if you wanted to. It seems like that conversation has really receded in the past few weeks, where, a few months ago, that was all the talk, is do we need to ban something from mono green, maybe even something from black red, cut them both down to size. Now, mono green has really fallen off the map. I mean, it looks like it's going to be 3-0 in this tournament.
Yeah.
But I think back to Fort Wayne, where I played 3 or 4 green mirrors, and it was easily the most popular deck. The format has learned and evolved a lot since then, and that's great to see.
Yeah, no, I am of the opinion, and I feel pretty strongly about this, that Pioneer does not need a ban. I agree with you that we see less talk about that now than we did a month ago. But I feel like the format evolving at its own rate, we're still going to see some changes, and we don't necessarily need to make any dramatic changes. All right, Brave the Elements here to push through an attack. Kiora gets wiped out after bodyguards are to the board, and okay, Jesse's still fighting here.
So that elf is effectively free when we're going to be making mana with Nicholas here, and we're going to be making a lot. So that's 3, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and that's not even counting whatever may or may not be off screen as well. So we're going to be able to play Khan and fetch maybe the leveler again. I assume would be the default, but I guess we'll see.
Okay, here we go. So Old Growth Troll attached to a forest still counts for devotion, plus everything else that's there. And yeah, Nathan's gonna think about this too. I'm sure Jesse's just like, oh, I hope your card in hand sucks. Maybe you're just bluffing. Can't it be Lair of the Hydra animate, even if it's tapped, and just waste your turn? But no. Nathan picks up the sideboard.
And really, it's an embarrassment of riches here. I think there are 5 or 6 cards in the mono green sideboard, all of which would essentially lock this game out from this position.
Yeah. So Nathan hasn't actually revealed the Karn yet. I'm not sure if Jesse knows this was in hand or not.
Yeah, I wonder if is there any chance the leveler was shuffled in or something?
I mean, that's not impossible. You're right about that.
Okay,
If it
maybe
was-
we're just double checking before we actually commit to this.
Mhm. All right, see that green die there? That probably represents floating mana. Is that Woodcolor Automaton? I don't even know the artwork on that card, but that would fit what just happened.
Yes,
Yeah,
it is.
It's Woodcolor Automaton too. Maybe we can pop that one up on screen. So this will animate the Nykthos and untap it or a burst of additional mana. And I don't believe there's any more cards in hand, but they're okay. There's a Storm of the Festival in the graveyard.
Yeah, this card is very strange. You cannot actually get it in Brothers War boosters. This is part of the Jumpstart expansion that was kind of released alongside that. And yeah, this lets Khan find a way to untap your Nykthos essentially and continue the chain going, make more mana, use that for something like a Storm of the Festival, which here is going to find looks like another Cavalier and an Orgoth Troll.
Yeah, so it's looking increasingly unlikely Jesse's going to be able to attack in for damage without additional copies of Brave the Elements. And as long as this Karn is protected, then next turn, Nykthos. I don't know if there's any reason to count the mana anymore. Okay. So is there enough of board presence here that Nathan feels good on attacking here? It looks like that is the case, and Cavalier comes across for 5. So the first dent in Jesse's life total this game. Okay, Hopeful Initiate can actually activate as there are 3 counters on Thalia. And more to come from Luminarch Aspirant. All right, and this is an attack here? What am I saying? I didn't see it. There's not another Brave the Element, so this is just
Maybe Iganjo?
okay, that makes sense.
Or maybe this is just the last hurrah, you know. We're charging over the top, and then we know that not many of us are making it back alive.
Okay. Looks like it was a trade. Dauntless Bodyguard for Woodcolor Automaton. And Thalia got jumped by an elf, I think. All right. Well, we still have another Nykthos was drawn, just in case Nathan needed more mana. And so this Karn, Jesse's almost dead on the board just from combat. I'm not quite, but see what comes up here from Karn, the great creator this time. Karn, I mean, kind of plays the same way in every format. If you have a bunch of mana available, you have this toolbox of cards. It does take up a good chunk of your sideboard, whether it's half or all of it in this case. But access to a lot of stuff. And the fact that you don't sideboard, in some cases, makes things simpler. So you can spend more mental energy on other aspects of the game.
The most offensive thing about Khan to me is sometimes you don't even need to activate it for him to win the game by itself. You know, that static ability, if you
Sure, that's true.
if you rely on artifacts in any way, is going to be a body blow.
Mm-hmm. All right. Seascape Leveler is the choice this time around. And as it often is, this will just wipe out the most powerful card on Jesse's board, which looks currently to be the Thalia. And while Hopeful Initiate can effectively disenchant the Leveler, that's... Oh, okay, it's actually the Luminarch Aspirant. So perhaps willing to leave the legendary creature on the board in case Jesse has another copy. Compared to the size of Nathan's creatures, it really doesn't make a difference anyway. This Thalia is going to get ground under the Seascape Leveler when it attacks next turn. Okay, and there's the Iganjo that you suggested might be there, and Old Growth Troll will join the forests at the bottom of Nathan's board, but Jesse falls to 5, needing... Well, I mean, is there a card that even is relevant here? She's facing out an awful lot from Nathan here.
The officer. We summon the cavalry, but I don't think they can. Don't think they can rescue us from this position.
Yeah, all right. Karn animates the Power Stone to knock it out of here. Here comes the attack. Jesse burns off some counters.
I guess technically cavalry come on horses, and there were no horses in this deck. I'm sad to report. It's Mutavolt as a horse. I'm sorry, I take that back.
Yeah, Mutavault always catches us in all the creature types on everything. All right, so most of the board gets eradicated here. It looks like Thalia is going to survive. Jesse drops to 3, empty-handed. Draws another copy of Iganjo. Attacks, kills Karn. Nathan's like, I'll block with Nixos. Which gets Iganjo. All right, well, certainly Jesse used all of her cards, but comes up well shy of beating Nathan Kainste Mono Green Devotion, who really, it was more, could we say it was more a matter of the white deck just not functioning ideally in that match? I mean, no one dropped that game. I thought he did come down, but Nathan, did his thing, chose his card targets wisely, and just leveled the board basically.
Yeah, and that's why, I think one of why the numbers say is favored against green, but then sometimes you look at the games and the green deck just does its thing, and you wonder how anything is favored against it, let alone let alone mono white.
Yeah, but again, when the green deck wins, that's what it's going to look like a lot of time. All right, let's get the backup match going here. That was a fairly long first match, so we're going to run through this. This is game 1. We got Nathaniel Chandler on Simic Ramp versus Travis Williams on Izzy. So we wanted to get this one in because this is a bit of a fringe deck.
This is not just Simic Ramp. This is Crush of Tentacles. This is Sylvan Advocate and Tatiova with Awaken the Wood. There's a lot of cool stuff going on here. So I was very keen to get this one in front of the lights.
I don't know when the last time I've seen Sylvan Advocate was. And was that the Nissa Planeswalker creature that just got found?
We got a few different Nissas in here.
Yeah, I suppose we do.
We got Flip Nissa. We've got Nissa Who Shakes the World, which that used to be a mainstay in Mono Green, and that one has really fallen by the wayside. But glad to see that one finding another home.
Yeah, I love Flip Nissa. All right, here we go. Here's Travis Williams with Is It Phoenix, the more standard deck out of this pairing, which is an understatement. You sit down. I mean, Sylvan Advocate, there's probably a fair number of people in this tournament that would have to read Sylvan Advocate. In fact, that probably stands for a number of the cards in Nathan's deck. Gets attacked here. What do you have to play around here if you're Travis as far as choosing to block with Ledger Shredder? I mean, you have no idea what's going to come out of this deck.
I mean, your opponent has Sylvan Advocate. They could have anything, right?
Yeah.
So, yeah, if you're Chandler, send that thing in confidently and put Travis to the test.
All right, here is Connive, Pitch, Arclight Phoenix.
So yeah, is a Phoenix deck really humming along and doing its thing here after a very nice start? I mean, this is a third 1-mana spell in this turn.
Ooh,
Oh
it
god, are we
is, and
returning
there's
both
two Phoenix.
Phoenixes?
Wow.
Okay,
All
so
right.
we it looks like we are going to watch a bloodbath instead of the cool Civic Crush deck doing its thing, but you know,
Isn't that
that's how it goes sometimes.
Yeah, you get the cool deck on camera, and then it just gets squashed. We'll see. Nathaniel Chandler, what do you got for us? All right. There's Nissa Vastwood Ranger. Vastwood Seer. Nissa something or other. Does turn over into a Planeswalker once you reach 7 land. So maybe we can pop that up for people that aren't familiar. When it comes into play, it finds a forest. On the backside, it makes a 4/4 legendary token, although I can't remember the name of the token. And then also can plus to just basically draw a card, draw a land into play, or a card into hand. There you go. It is Vastwood Seer. Okay, well that's exciting and that's great and everything, but Nathaniel Chandler needs an answer to this Air Force of Travis Williams that is beating down here. Came out early on turn 3, attacking again on turn 4 for a not
8
insignificant.
power?
Yeah, 8 damage coming across. All right, Crush of Tentacles is drawn.
Are we awakening the world anytime soon? Any Ashayas in chat? No? Doesn't look like it. Seven lands is a lot to ask for at this stage.
Yeah. All right, and that is it. Travis Williams picks up game 1. All right, so
I'm so mad, Joe. I'm so mad.
Hey, hold on. The match isn't over yet. The match isn't over. We can still see it. We can still see this deck do a lot of work. Let's put the deck list up on the screen so people can see what's going on in this Midrange.
Feast your eyes upon this.
Yeah. Boy, ole. All right, so we get Sylvan Advocate, Vastwood Seer, which wants 6 and 7 land to play. Tatiova, which wants 7, I believe, to start animating and sending lands into the air. We have Awaken the Woods, which is a mythic from Brothers War, right? That's a new card that
this is
Dryad
spell
Arbors.
that makes Dryad Arbors. Yeah, so these are lands and creatures. So they get buffed by Advocate. They trigger your Tatiova, your Nissa, their forests, right? So Nissa is going to double their mana generation. So that is the card that is kind of tying the whole room together. And then Crush of Tentacles, in conjunction with Oath of Nissa, Growth Spiral, and so on. You can search that thing and just reset the entire board. And then because it doesn't bounce lands, if you have all of your awakened lands or your land creatures and so on, those things are going to stick around and do their job.
Yeah, all right. Let's take a look at the Phoenix deck of Travis Williams. Probably a lot more recognizable for almost every player. If you're just coming in new to Pioneer, this deck is normal. The other deck, not so much. We do see the standard package of Delve cards in the deck. And a new card, Brotherhood's End, as a 3 of in the sideboard, as a sweeper for small creatures or artifacts, maybe planeswalkers, whatever I guess you're worried about dealing with. And then we're going to go ahead and roll game 2. No time to waste here. And we see Narcissus Reversal in this Phoenix sideboard. That's another card that's going to be probably more present now that Lotus has shown its teeth in the metagame.
Yeah, let's take a look at this this sideboard of the Simic deck, see what they have going on. So there are some Aethergust, Negate, Solguide Lantern, Mystical Dispute, and Shifting Ceratop. So actually, all 15 cards have some kind of relevance in the Phoenix matchup. I imagine we're just looking at the Mystical Disputes and perhaps the Solguide Lanterns as well here.
All right, we'll see how Nathaniel chooses to run it here as Sylvan Advocate is into play again. And there's a Legistrator, which can effectively block it for 3 more turns for the first 3 attacks.
Attack. Put him to the test.
Travis Williams giving this a thought here. And really, I mean, you're in round 3 of a tournament that, it has meaningful stakes. And you're playing against a deck where, I mean, maybe Nathaniel and Travis are friends and Travis knows everything that's going on in Nathaniel's deck. Or maybe he has to read 20 cards in the deck and is somewhat taken aback by what he's facing here. Is it Growth Spiral gets cast?
It does look like Nathaniel beat the Celestia Angels deck last round, which kind of makes sense if you think about it, right? Like that's a deck where you have enough time to build your own big board, and then Crush can just reset everything on theirs, and you can go way over the top. So maybe that all makes sense.
All right. Nissa finds an Ether Gust and goes to the bottom. Oh, this was okay. So
Yeah.
Travis let the Nissa resolve because he would rather Nathaniel have the forest than just redraw the Nissa next turn.
Yeah, heads up move by Travis
Right.
there.
Right. A similar move that's sometimes done with Cavalier of Thorns. So the forest is picked up. So card disadvantages trade for Travis there, but it does get rid of the Nissa permanently. And Lightning Axe will allow Connive there, clean up the hand a little bit, get his team vents out of there. No Arc Lights to discard this time.
Oh, and there is Temporal Trespass to pair with Galvanic Iteration in a few turns. We can keep the cards flowing. So here's here's Treasure Cruise instead.
Well, that also keeps the cards
And
flowing.
take the chance. Yeah, we'll take the chance to do that. And now Opt will let us connive. I imagine Phoenix heading away here. There it is. Resolving the Opt now.
All right, and across for 2. Travis being at 16. Let's see how many. Okay, we did have 2 Steam vents. All right. All right. Well, 6 land in play. We're in progress. Okay. There's Nissa. So now lots
Here's
of
Nissa.
mana available. Yeah.
Yeah, a card we really haven't seen as a centerpiece of a deck in quite some time at this point. But I don't know if this is Stockholm Syndrome or something, but I almost miss it despite having it, ruin me in Standard for like 4 months back to back.
So all the usual tools in hand for Travis Williams here. Pieces of the puzzle. Temporal Trespass, although that's a mana commitment that's going to require quite a bit. Doesn't look like that's likely to be able to come off this turn, but Travis checking out how many of those lands are actually forests for Nathaniel. All right, pieces on the stack. Not too bad there. Reveals an Arclight and several desirable spells. So Travis will actually have to make decisions here on what he wants.
And so ideally we would either with 2 Phoenixes, so those I think returning those is just the absolute top priority at this point. If we can get those back, they can take down Nissa, Shredder can start applying pressure upstairs, and then we're basically back in the same position we were in game 1. So yeah, it looks like we've assembled that chain here.
It sure
Lightning
does.
Axe.
Yeah. And here
taking
we
down
go.
the forest. And
well, things looked promising there for Nathaniel, but a solid turn from Travis Williams clears the board entirely.
Yeah, this seems like a really rough matchup for Nathaniel, where the removal's pretty good against you. They have a bunch of big flies that are tough to deal with, and also the Galvanic Trespass engine just kind of goes way over the top of a lot of what you're trying to do yourself.
Okay, is it Nissa's renewal?
Yeah.
All right.
So
ramp 3.
Yeah, gain 7 life, get 3 basics. So you curve that into a Wake in the Woods for 8 or what have you, like that. That's a pretty impressive sequence, but there is not much time left to do something like that.
No, there surely is not. So gain 7 life, but facing down 8 damage on the board, and if the Temporal Trespass finds its way onto the stack, then it could be a lot more. Oh, wow. Phoenix number 3. And I think was that a second trespass?
Yeah, it looks like it. And yeah, so we think of this big, flashy galvanic iteration trespass sequence. Sometimes you just draw 2 of them and cast 2 of them, and that gets the job done itself.
Yeah, that's an attack for 12. I don't know if that 7 gain last turn got added to the tally or not. So either way, Nathaniel is vanquished, and Travis Williams will pick up the win and advance to 3-0 with the Phoenix deck. Congratulations to him. Moving along through the event here, and yeah, well, that's kind of what happens. Fringe decks. There's a reason why the tier decks are the tier decks, is because they're just strong overall against a wide variety of opponents. All right, that is going to do it for my portion of the morning. Dom will be back for round 4 in a few moments with Mason Harvey, so stick around. Mason Clark.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back to Louisville, Kentucky. I am Matt Bamonte here on the NRG Series. We are getting ready to kick off round number 4 of our coverage here. So let's take a peek at our players to watch leaderboard and check this out. 2-1 all the way down the line. Well, that makes that easy, I guess. So all these players shooting for those end of the year invites and the season 3 invites kind of log jammed now. Jesse Robkin was the lone 2-0 starting off last round. Picks up a loss. Everyone else picks up a win. So here we are at 2-1 for everybody. So kind of, I took a photo last round, and it was Adam Wasburn-Moses, Connor Mullaly, and Zach Allen were 1, 2, 3 right in a row on the table. So they're all kind of checking each other out, seeing where they're at as far as the points go, maybe sweating a little bit to see where they finish up for the day. So let's take a peek at our season 3 leaderboard here. And as I mentioned, so if you're joining us for the first time today, you can see Raja Suleiman's name is in blue. That means he is qualified. So Raja is going to pick up a season 3 at-large bid. Now, the rest of the players that are in white are vying for those slots. So that includes Mac Endress. Dom Plercio actually having a pretty rough day. I think he was 0-2 to start, maybe 1-2. So going to be out of the running. But Mac Endress, Adam Wasburn-Moses, and Zach Allen all kind of vying for that same spot in the season 3 leaderboard. And then after that, we're going to have a bunch more invites to give out as well for our overall leaderboard, which you'll see here in just a second. And you can kind of see where all the players are at. Maybe in a second here, it's coming up for the overall leaderboard. Looks like it's coming. We're having a small technical issue here. So that pulls up right here. You can see Zach Allen again at 172 on there. The next highest player that is not qualified, Zoe Redeerman and Adam Wasburn-Moses. Again, all these players checking in at 2-1. So kind of funny as we get to like the close to the halfway point of the tournament here. As we are in the halfway point, I want to go ahead and welcome in. So Joe's going to take a break. I'm going to bring in Mason Clark and Dom here. So, hey, Mason, how are you?
I'm good. I just got back in the house from playing the showdown yesterday. I missed my shot to be at the Players' Championship. So, you know what? I'm here to watch some Pioneer and see some awesome magic.
That's cool. I was going to say, long time no see. It was about not even 24 hours ago I saw you. So, very cool to have you on coverage with us. We kind of teleported him from the event back home. So welcome. We're getting ready to kick off round number 4. So I'm going to send it down to you guys. Looks like the players are all set to roll. So Mason and Dom, take us away.
Dom, I'm excited to see this round. We have Don DeLozier on Gruul vehicles versus Donnie Wise on Rakdos midrange. This is one of the cooler matchups, in my opinion, in Pioneer. You just have like kind of a Gruul midrange deck versus a Rakdos midrange deck.
Yeah, Rakdos really is the default deck, the deck to beat of Pioneer at the moment. A deck that a lot of players gravitate towards, gives you agency for whatever that might be worth. Then on the other side, we have the Gruul deck, which I think popped up in large part as a response to Rakdos. So we're going to see if Dawn can follow through on that promise here.
Yeah, and we just see Dawn here start on a Linor Elf into an Elvish Mystic, old into the new. It's a lot of mana, but nothing to do besides that as we pass back to Donnie, who just had nothing but a Hive of the Eye Tyrant for the turn 1. It looks to be eyeing up what the turn 2 will be from him.
Yeah, this is not your conventional Gruul aggro deck with the 8 elves alongside usually 23 to 24 lands. This is kind of this weird ramp deck of sorts. We're kind of skipping the 2-drop slot in the curve. We have some Werewolf Pack Leaders, stuff like that, but we're jumping up to Bone Grotto Giant, Lovestruck Beast, Reckless Stormseeker, this kind of marquee 3-drop, and then even higher up the curve, Sky Sovereign, a Seeker's Chariot, a Chronal, these really big, heavy hitters, which if you can get there, can really dominate the game. But if your elves die, or easy to stumble and not get there as soon as you would like.
Yeah, we see Don here play a Blood Tithe Harvester as Don picked up this Reckless Stormseeker, like you talked about. That haste-giving creature is one of the pivotal things that works with those big vehicles you were just talking about there, Dom. And it looks like Dawn, she's trying to figure out what exactly she wants to do because she's got 5 mana and she has both a Seeker Chariot and the Reckless Stormseeker in hand, so she's figuring out how she wants to play the turn. It looks like a Obliterating Bolt here, a new addition from Brothers. We're kind of a Lava Coil with some upside, getting cast, taking care of that Blood Tithe Harvester, and then Reckless Stormseeker coming in for 3.
Yeah, Obliterating Bolt hitting Planeswalkers as well, so a big difference maker against Mono Green Devotion, something like that. In this matchup, those are functionally the same card, but hey, Lava Coil was good in the matchup. This card's great in the matchup too. We're going to see that take out the Blood Tithe Harvester, clear the way for the Stormseeker, and this is a pretty formidable board presence for Dawn as early as turn 3 here.
Yeah, it's also now daytime, so we're going to talk about day and night. That's always fun. I love doing that.
Oh, hell yeah.
Donnie here figuring out what to do. I think Donnie does have the 3rd land, but he has a lot of powerful 3-drops. And this is one of the great part of the Rakdos midrange deck is you have things like Fable the Mirror Breaker and Graveyard Trespasser. How do you sort of figure these spots out, Dom?
Yeah, this was the joke, right? The Rakdos deck is a 3-drop tribal, or this is like the actual theme of the deck, and that can create these interesting decision points sometimes. Usually, hard to go wrong just casting Fable, right? But you think about how good is that 2/2 Goblin token on this battlefield? Not great, especially if there's any creature getting granted haste here, and it looks like a pretty good creature about to enter the fray.
Yeah, Dawn casting that Seeker's Chariot last turn, getting the cat's going to crew it up and get to activate Reckless Stormseeker's haste ability so the Chariot can attack right away. And now Donnie is on the back foot in a big, big way. As we're going to see Dawn here immediately crew up. She knows what's it about. She smells blood and is going in for an attack for 7 and gets another cat for her troubles.
Yeah, so dealing 6 damage this turn. We're going to end the turn with, let's do a quick count here, 14, 15 power of creatures in play on Dawn's side. So really difficult for the Rakdos deck to break serve and come back from these positions. There's no main deck sweeper or anything like that. So you're really hoping to just answer things one by one, maybe play a big creature like a Shielded or something for yourself. But there are not enough removal spells in the world and not enough big creatures, I think, to get out of this situation.
Yeah, we see Donnie here checking up the chapter 2, going to get some rummaging going on. I think Donnie does have the Shielded in hand, but like you mentioned, I don't even know if that's enough now because there are just so many creatures, and we have that Den of the Bugbear hiding out in the land section as we see just a Graveyard Trespasser and a 1 redraw here from Donnie.
Crucially as well, the Stormseeker gives an extra point of power to the creature that it's teaming up with, and so that Chariot can get to 5 power enough to trade with the Shieldred rather than just getting chewed up by it. And so yeah, we have several close lethal threats and not enough resources to deal with one of them, let alone all of them here.
Yeah, and we're seeing part of why this matchup's so hard, right? If you can't answer the elf, the Dawn's deck has a lot of powerful cards like Chariot that can grind and put pressure on, and some of the removal from the Rakdos deck just doesn't line up super well. We've seen Donnie have a Dreadbore in hand since turn 2, but didn't really matter with double elves, doesn't matter against the Chariot. The Stormseeker had already done damage. We had to get the Fable going. It just a very awkward matchup here for the Rakdos players.
And the other side of that coin is if you do spend the removal spell on the turn 1 elf, well, that's a removal spell you don't have for the pack leader or the Stormseeker or whatever is coming down the pipeline after that. So we do see a very substantial board from Dawn, including that cat token there from Inkling Customs, who are very often in attendance at our events here. I always love to see those getting a chance on camera.
Yeah, some of my favorite token series here. And, just shows how prepared Dawn is for the event, right? Had the cool tokens ready to go. She knows she's going to bring the heat with the Chariot, so she got the style points. I love that. As it does look like her last card's Werewolf Pack Leader, and looks like we're doing some math, which I believe is Donnie's job as the blocker. Am I mistaken there, Dom?
I'm told that math is of blockers. Ideally, the attacker would help them out a little bit. This is a collaborative effort, but if it comes down to it, I'm sure Donnie can figure it out.
All right, and it does look like Dawn here is figuring out, do I animate the Den? Do I play the Werewolf Pack Leader? How am I going to crew the Chariot? What's the maximum damage output I can do? Because it looks like Dawn can get Donnie to, I think, 1 from my quick math here, but Dawn's executing the turn now, casting the Werewolf Pack Leader. And just making sure we're tapping the right mana.
If we start doing math, does that make us blockers? Like, well, how does that work?
I'm not ready for the moral implications of that, but I would say yes. I think we are now blockers. And
Don't mean to spring a philosophical quandary on you at 1 p.m. on a Sunday, but
I can't handle that, man. I just woke up. I was at this event 2.5 hours ago. I drove straight home. It's 2.5 hours. I got here just in time. My brain can't handle the philosophical implications that you're bringing up to me. Much like I'm unsure if Donnie can handle the swarm of cats coming his way in just a second here. I'm trying to do a little math here. If we like block the chariot and we pump up the werewolf pack leader, we get to draw a card, which is very nice. And then I think we block those two biggest things, and then we get 8 points across. Donnie goes to 1, 3 from a Shieldred trigger. That seems to be right.
that sounds about right. I'm sure Dawn is rapidly trying to calculate this because it feels like there could be lethal here or there should be lethal here, but either way, it's going to be very close.
Oh, I wonder if werewolf pack leader's activate ability matters in the spot. I guess we don't quite have the mana for it, is the problem. We're just a little bit short.
So we would if we use the elves towards it, right? So if we give that haste with the Stormseeker, and then we can get that to 5/3 base power, another point of power in there. We crew the chariot, or maybe we don't crew the chariot. Maybe that's the
maybe that's the sauce that we're missing. Because if you don't crew the chariot, the Shieldred blocks a similar amount of damage still because everything's 2, and then you get 1 more attacker through. But maybe I'm mistaken because you block pack leader 2, then you have 2, 4, 6, 7, 8. So now I guess it's the same damage. All right. Well, an awkward spot to be in for sure is, like you mentioned, it does feel like there should be lethal here. As Dawn is going to get to draw a card from Werewolf Pack Leader's Pack Tactic ability. And we got another cat.
And the question for Donnie isn't how do I win this game, is how do I not die right now? And then we can focus on that next question when we get to it.
Yeah, Donnie has not had lofty ambitions like winning the game on the next turn. Donnie's trying to play the game on the next turn. And I think he is going to get a chance if he lines up the blocks as we think we laid out here with Reckless Stormseeker. But it's going to be pretty hard. Does Donnie have anything like Extinction Event in the main deck that can maybe clear this battlefield up? I don't think so. I don't know if players have sort of moved away from that card in the main decks.
Yeah, we're taking a look here. It's just spot removal. We've got our usual fatal pushes and dreadballs and so on. Actually, go for the throat over power would kill. That's one of those back and forth choices that you see each Rakdos player have to make. And go for the throat for the most part. There are things it does or doesn't hit. Crucially, doesn't hit vehicles. So a Seeker's Chariot and Sky Sovereign both gonna dodge the main instant speed removal spell in this Rakdos build.
This is the case, yeah. And it looks like Donnie did do the blocks that we talked about. It's going down to 1 life here, chopping the attack leader, taking down the Seeker's Chariot, and Dawn just passing the turn here. Yeah, it looks like he picked up another Shieldred. Maybe I'm mistaken on that was there. I couldn't quite tell from Donnie there. But we are flipping our Fable the Mirror Breaker and a reflection of Kiki Jiki. So we get another blocker for our troubles. And a couple of life. We got the blood token. Can we stabilize here, Dom?
It's going to need several pieces coming together on this turn. So yeah, if we have, let's say, another land, we fatal push something, we play a 3-drop, we cycle through the blood token, gain 2 more life. Maybe there's a shot. But
I think he has another Blood Tithe Harvester, which is 2 more life as well. So
sure.
Maybe we're close. I guess the problem is Den of the Bugbear's just hanging out, just big chilling. Rough spot to be. And I mean, this sort of shows the matchup, right? Where it's like, yeah, I can grind a little better than the Gruul's Vehicles deck, but when their elf draws are unimpeded, they're just so much faster than me and have so many resilient cards. And I just don't quite have the time to unload. And even if I do, I still have to fight off cards like a Seeker's Chariot, Sky Sovereign in the late game. Dom, do you think Dawn is asking if the stack's clear right now? Maybe that's what's happening.
just every single turn, like a chess clock. Yeah.
That would explain why they just weren't sure about the stack before we're making our attacks. We're figuring out. Dawn here quickly looking at the lands. Maybe doing some quick math like we were talking about with the blood tokens. Because the blood does represent 4 life at minimum. I guess you could even draw into a fatal push off the the first blood token, and then you have a little revolt, kill a Stormseeker, save some more life. But definitely a tough spot to be from Donnie here. But both these players 3-0 in our tournaments. They're really doing well. And it looks like Dawn actually has a Love Struck Beast for the turn. Just gonna hard cast it.
Okay, so that one's gonna get haste from the Stormseeker, and then all of these calculations about how can Donnie stay alive and maybe claw his way back in. This is assuming Dawn has nothing, that the board is as we see it right here. And so any additional threat, I think, potentially including that Love Struck piece, might be enough to actually get across the finish line here.
Yeah, and it looks like Dawn targeted the Love Struck Beast, moved to combat, draws a card for pack leader, and Donnie's going to double check, make sure there's no way that he, like we talked about, there's some blood, gaining life trigger with Shield Dreads that are pretty sneaky. So we might see Donnie here sneak out another turn, but it will be a very hard position to get back from. Luckily, Shield Dread does have Death Touch, so that Love Struck Beast will be taken down with the Shield Dread. And looks like we still have Blood Tithe Harvester to line up for a block, but I think we're 1 point over on lethal for Dawn still.
Yeah, so to me, this suggests that if we're putting Shield in front of Blood Struck Beast, suggests maybe no Fatal Push that could take that down instead, let Shield Dread tangle something else and live to tell the tale. So we could go up to 7, it looks like, with the blood. Yeah, I mean, Donnie running the numbers and realizing nothing actually is enough to rescue this position. So we will be going to game 2 between Dawn DeLozier and Donnie Wise. I think that first game showing off why consensus is the Gruul deck is meant to prey on the Rakdos deck, right? Like this is the Apex Predator stage up in the food chain.
Yeah, and you play the Gruul deck so you can play against these matchups and hit the fail rates of other decks, right? Dawn's deck isn't just some hyper-specific metagame call just to beat Rakdos. It's also like pretty proactive, and that's pretty good against mono green. And against decks like mono white, you still have like very large creatures. Lovestruck Beast, as we've seen the mono green player splash, does a good job protecting. And instead of having like big kind of clunky spells that don't do much, instead we have an actual creatures that can get in the tussle with those other mono white creatures. Let's check out the sideboard though and see how these players are prepared. Because like you mentioned, the Rakdos player here has Go for the Throat, so maybe there's some sideboard stuff that can help. We have 3 Extraction Event, 2 Duress, 2 Rending Volley, 2 Go Blank, 2 Unlicensed Hearse, 1 Abrade, 1 Reckoner Bankbuster, 1 Sky Sovereign of their own, and 1 Kolaghan's Command. So Dom, what do you like for Donnie here?
So I like the Sky Sovereign of his own that Donnie has. I imagine that one is coming in to fight 5 with 5 there. Abrade, Kolaghan's Command, good in general, but also necessary answers to these vehicles, especially Sky Sovereign. And then beyond that, Extinction Event is a little hit or miss. So, as we mentioned, this Gruul deck trying to curve 1 into 3 for the most part. Llanowar Elves into Stormseeker, Love Struck Beast, Bonecrusher Giant. You can clean up all of that in one go. At the same time, the Gruul deck does have ways to diversify its mana values on the board. So Werewolf Pack Leader at 2, a Seeker's Chariot as just a host of even creatures at 4. So the Extinction Event can do something, but it might not do everything that you want it to do. And you really need your sweeper to be more specific than that, I think.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense to me. It's just hard to line up cleanly and neatly. You can't have that happen, dude. We saw in that last game how awkward things can be, even with powerful cards like Dreadbore. They're a little awkward. It's hard to go in. Let's see what Dawn has in her sideboard. Check it out over here. She has 3 Vending Volley, 3 Unlicensed Hearse, 2 Hazoret the Fervent, 2 Embercleave, 2 Damping Sphere, 1 Fry, 1 the Acrone Warren, 1 Arlen, the Pack's Hope.
Yeah, we just have more heavy hitters here. So Acrone War, Arlen, and the 2 Hazarets, all I think really strong in this matchup. And Hazoret specifically, I think, is one reason why Donnie probably does want some Extinction Events anyway. You can cycle them away with Fable or Blood Tokens if they are bad, but you just need a way to kill Hazoret, and those are in very short supply. Extinction Event, really the only thing that actually does that. So I don't know if Hazoret is on Donnie's radar at this point, but if it is, then you're reaching for those Extinction Events and praying that you draw one if you're facing down Hazoret.
Yeah, such a powerful card. Remember from its time in Standard, how it absolutely just dominated there and was impossible to kill. And it's basically the same situation in Pioneer. Only 4-mana black spells can really kill a Hazoret these days. And that's a hard place to be. And so we see it here in the sideboard. It's just this sort of a good threat in these sort of matchups that allows you to keep that proactive game plan.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder, do you bring in Embercleave anything outside of mono green?
I could see if it's just a linear matchup where you just want to race. So against a deck like Lotus Field, for example, Embercleave is a card that might let you chase that turn 4 Goldfish if all goes to plan. But against an interaction heavy deck where you're already boarding in all of these additional 4-drops on top of the ones you already have, I think that it's just clunking up your draw too much for too little gain.
Well, looks like both of these players are going to have good draws. They kept 7 and start the game off. Donnie with a Blood Crypt tapped, and then Dawn playing a Llanowar Elf off the red-green Pain land.
Yeah, so the use of the Pain land there suggests maybe Dawn does have a land light hand, or this is maybe the only green source. I don't want to be taking unnecessary pain if you can avoid it. So, yeah, Donnie is going to be very pleased to snap off that stomp on the Llanowar Elf and hope that Dawn doesn't really get to participate much in the early game here.
Yeah, it looks like Dawn does have a Den of the Bugbear, so the lands were just kind of awkward before. Picked up the Arlen for turn, and does seem to have another elf heavy draw as Elvish Mystic comes down now and passes the turn back. And, you know, Donnie, at least this time, it shows the difference. The play and the draw isn't so far behind the elves where the 2-mana spells couldn't interact and matter. As it does look like we're lining up a Fatal Push on that Elvish Mystic, just trying to make sure, you know, nothing like a Secret Chariot comes down as we pass the turn back. Foregoing Fable the Mirror Breaker on that turn, Dom. It's a big sign of respect.
Yeah, that is a big trade-off, right? Do you use your mana efficiently, develop your board, get that Fable into play, which is going to be relevant now, relevant next turn, or do you just kill that elf? Do you bolt the bird, so to speak? This is the dilemma going back, 20, 30 years at this point.
Yep. Speaking of dilemma, here's one of the modern day. That's Bone Crusher Giant cast from Dawn here on turn 3. It looked like her mana was a little shaky at first there. You know, had a Beseju. She maybe wanted to hold something like the opposing Sky Soften, but drew the Stomping Ground, and things are looking pretty nice here as the Arlen is getting lined up. And Donnie casting Fable of the Mirror Breaker, getting that powerful 3-mana enchantment in play. Missing on the land drop, but maybe Fable can help with that on the next turn. Dom, is there any world where you think about Besejuing when they miss the land drop, or you're just
and then if Dawn has the 4th mana source here,
yeah, it looks like Arlen getting slammed there. Yeah, disregard if we're gonna Beseju.
I just want to slam my 4-drop, and then ideally slam another 4-drop, and another 4-drop. Yeah.
Now I know Arlen, and you know Arlen, but maybe we should
pull as many 4-drops as they let me play until this game concludes.
No, I feel that we should pull Arlen up on stream because obviously I know all its abilities by heart, and I could tell you right now from the booth without thinking about it. But, you know, we can also pull up Arlen the Pack's Hope. That way Dom knows, you know. But, you know, Arlen here, she can make 2 green wolf creature tokens. And also, until the next turn, creatures you can control have flash and enter with +1/+1 counters of the +1. And has the backside, which is just this huge wolf that attacks for 5 damage every turn. So, a really, really powerful planeswalker that we haven't seen quite have the time and sun for standard, but a great one of in these sort of decks.
Yeah, I really assumed this card would be a mainstay of standard, and it didn't live up to that potential. But as just a little sprinkle on top for these mid-range decks, it's doing some good work. And another way to force both players to track daybound and nightbound, which you always love to see that.
I love when day is day and night is night, and when day turns to day. I also love that Dawn's deck is 4-drops. They make 2 2/2s. That's what my deck does. They all do it. We don't worry about it. That's what we do. As we see, Donnie here resolving a Fable, discarding a Thoughtseize and a Graveyard Trespasser, I think. Let's go for the throat, actually. It's not lining up here well against all these tokens. And this is what we talked about, too. Even if Donnie had, you know, the power word kill, which would at least allow him to kill the vehicles when they're animated, it's very hard with this wide board presence to just answer every little thing. And it's not like you need a whole army, right? Like sometimes you just need enough to get across the finish line.
The Goblin token bravely marching to a possible death here.
Yep. Looks so. Getting a treasure token for the cause. So maybe Donnie missed on the land drop. Didn't quite see what was drawn off the Fable. It looks like we did pick up an Urborg. So got that going for us. So we can maybe double spell in this turn. It looks like we do have Shieldred and a Fatal Push. So not the worst place to be. And I think Dawn has Skyboat in hand. So we might be seeing a Shieldred accidentally fall over here.
Oh no. Are we do we have the 5th land to slam the Skyboat, or are we hoping to peel that one off the top?
I think we have a Lair of the Hydra and a Beseju in hand. So we'd have to lose the Beseju, but in exchange, we gain the boat. And then I get to make the boat noise when it's cast, which is my favorite part of coverage. As Donnie here...
Have you been practicing?
Oh, I always practice. Whenever I cast Skyboat, I make the noise. I was actually going to ask you if you have a noise. I asked Joe last time and he wouldn't do it, but brrr, Skyboat coming down, blowing up Shieldred, huge play. This is one of the cards we saw the Rakdos players play for the mirror. And Donnie had that Bone Crusher Giant over there on an adventure that he's one day going to cast, and it's just going to die to this Skyboat. What a haymaker. Dom, what's your best boat noise?
Which
That's
I don't
so
know if that's
good.
Yeah, is that a barge? What I don't know what that is necessarily, but yeah, this Bone Crusher Giant, it went off on a noble quest, and it's come back to find its entire kingdom in ruins. It's having to pick up the pieces now.
The hero's journey is sometimes a sad one, as we do see Fable the Mirrorbreaker turn into Reflection of Kiki Jiki, and that is normally a powerful card. And if we hadn't had the Skyboat and we just had a Seeker's Chariot or even another Arland or anything, Bone Crusher Giant, this game would be so much different with Fable in play. But now the Skyboat is looking to just dominate the battlefield for the remainder of the game and force Donnie to find something like Kolaghan's Command. And Donnie obliges, finds Kolaghan's Command and kills Arland and the Skyboat, Dom.
Okay, Donnie is really doing an impressive job of staying in this game with these well-timed removal spells.
Yeah, and I believe Don here casting the Bone Crusher Giant, when he watches his match back, he was like, "What's that about my Bone Crusher Giant? My kingdom's in what? Looks like I'm sitting pretty as I pass the turn to Don."
Yeah, none of these pretenders to the throne are still around to tell the tale. So, Bone Crusher Giant on top for now. We don't want to count it out too soon. But
Lovestruck Beast, the draw from Dawn. Eldraine cards just can't not handle not one upping another, as the 5/5 adventure creature is picked up, and it looks like Dawn is just going to cast it and maybe make the adventure as well to get the 1/1. It's a little unclear here. She might have other uses for the mana. Also, just making sure we do have the requisite green mana where we don't have to pay any life. Yeah, so it looks like Dawn is going to make the 1/1 Citizen and get the Lovestruck Beast in play.
And between your 8 Llanowar Elves and Elvish Mystics, and then also Lair of the Hydra, which can become a 1/1 if that's what you need it to be, you have a lot of ways to reactivate or re-energize this Lovestruck Beast, even if your Citizen token dies.
And Dawn just had another Lovestruck Beast, had the different art, so it tricked me. So we see another Citizen coming down here, and I believe she has her land drop for turn with Lair. So Dawn just had her board wiped, but is presenting a very good rebuild and putting Donnie back on the, hey, you need to kind of have something, otherwise it's going to get real quick.
Yeah, Dawn began the turn with a handful of 3 or 4 cards, and we just managed to use all of them in the most mana efficient way. It's just very clean, very nice, good honest magic there.
Yeah. I'm being told from chat, Dom, that they're human tokens, but they're part of the kingdom that Lovestruck Beast is a part of, which makes me think they're citizens. So is
I mean, they could be serfs. They could be. We don't know exactly
what
this.
True. Yeah, I guess that's on me. I'll do better. I will learn from this experience, as it is slipping to nighttime. As Donnie is like, I got nothing. Den of the Bugbear, pass the turn.
Yeah, we are going back to Eldraine for more adventures in feudalism before too long. So we'll see how all of that transpires. But for now, I think the humans need to know their place.
That's a good point. That's a very good point. And it looks like Dawn did pick up Llanowar Elf. And this is sort of the problem, right, with these sort of mid-range decks compared to something like Rakdos, Dom?
Yeah, I mean, you take a look at this Gruul list, you count it up, 32 mana sources, 8 elves, 24 lands. To be fair, so many of those lands do things. We've got the 7 creature lands in total, 2 Boseiju, Soken's Land. So you have ways to avoid flood. But yeah, sometimes you get into spots like this, you want to draw any spell, and then the monkey's paw curls because you weren't specific enough, and you draw an elf instead of something relevant.
Yeah, as we see Don here just copy his Bone Crusher Giant, get the double block to clear out that Lovestruck Beast, just trying to minimize the board here. And I think Donnie has a Fatal Push lined up. So Dawn's backup Lovestruck Beast might just get immediately answered. And then it's going to really be just a Lair of the Hydra versus whatever Donnie has as the big threats here. As we do see, the Fatal Push taking out that Lovestruck Beast right away.
And Reflection of Kiki Jiki is online now. So if we find, Graveyard Trespass or Bloodtithe Harvester would for that 2-card combo to start kind of locking Dawn out of playing any more creatures, that is a potential danger too.
Oh, and Donnie's lining up 2 mana. That could be Bloodtithe Harvester. I did not see what he drew for the turn, but he is looking over at the life total. Looks like he's just going to pass back. It's still nighttime here. Dawn only has 1 Arland, the Pax Hope. But does have 4 Reckless Stormseekers, which get huge on the backside.
Yeah, Graveyard Trespasser from Donnie's side as well, very relevant for Daybound versus Nightbound. And yeah, just another land here from Dawn. So thinking about exactly which side to play this pathway on, an eternal dilemma for Pioneer players at this point.
It's true. Also, if you're Donnie, your heart sinks because you're thinking of Reckless Stormseeker and Dawn goes to de-sleeve a card. Luckily, it was the pathway, so you go, oh, thank God. Okay, I'm alive. We're still playing. But speaking of alive, I think this Lair of the Hydra or Den the Bugbear is about to get queued up.
Yeah, I mean, one nice thing to have if you're flooding out is just a Lair of the Hydra that's suddenly a 6/6 or whatever out of nowhere. So we still got some game actions we can take here. But now the question is, do we go for the Den? Do we go for the Lair? Like, which one do we want to expose to a potential removal spell or a potential trade if if there was another removal spell waiting in the wings?
Yeah, it looks like Dawn is going to animate the Lair of the Hydra for 6 and attack for 8 in addition with the bear here. Looking to cut Donnie's life total in half. Donnie now does have a Den of the Bugbear, so we could see an animate and block of the wolf if you wanted to trade, maybe chump block the Lair if you're trying to gain a little life, buy a little time. Donnie's going to take a minute to think about it here. Does have 2 cards in hand. He's kept them pretty close to the chest, so I can't see what he has. But it looks like he's just going to start off with an animate of Den of the Bugbear, then try and move to blocks. Yep, and it looks like from the nonverbal, it looks like we just traded with the wolf there.
Yeah. Worth noting, if we copy the Den with the reflection, we just get the land. So there's no, making a temporary chomp blocker to save off the attack for a turn. We got to actually present some real cardboard here.
Yeah. You can't just have infinity Den of the Bugbears, as nice as it would be. And it would be nice. We would see Phoenix players animate their Hall of the Storm Giants with Fable a lot. We would be getting some big boys in the team.
That just sounds like a good time to me.
I agree. As speaking of a good time, Bone Crusher Giant back here taking a little of the Llanowar Elf, getting cast on the battlefield, and we have the follow-up land so Fable can copy it. Donnie's in a great spot here, just like all of you viewers here today hanging out. Make sure to click that follow button if you're enjoying the stream, enjoying this great spot of Magic. This is our last event for the calendar year, but we have so much more coming up, and we'll get to that later. As Dawn's drawn for the turn, and from the way she's thinking, I didn't get to see it. Oh, it looks like it's the Llanowar Elf. Okay, I was going to say, I think it's a spell because we didn't just slam a land and animate. As here comes Den of the Bugbear animated, and it looks like Dawn might be making some attacks in just to push damage. What do you think about this here, Dom?
Yeah, part of me is surprised we're not seeing just the Lair animated to threaten a bigger attack at the same time. Because this feels kind of forced at this point, right? We make a fake Bone Crusher that eats the Den, the real Bone Crusher eats the Goblin, and we haven't really made any headway on the board. So I would rather try to trade for a real card if possible, but
yeah, I wonder if Dawn meant to maybe attack with the humans as well and just sort of, forgot in the moment. A little unclear, but Donnie drew Thoughtseize. Looks like Donnie's decided to keep that card in here in the post-board games. And unfortunately for Donnie right now, a little bit of an awkward spot as we do see Donnie getting in the red zone with this Bone Crusher Giant.
And I do think that's right. I think there are so many haymakers in Dawn's deck, whether it's the Arlen that we saw, a Seeker's Chariot, a Crowan War. There are so many cards that trade off for at least one of your cards if they come into play. That you want to Thoughtseize those preemptively if you can, but in a spot like this, you can get punished for it. Luckily, Donnie had enough going on that was going to be fine that game. It looks like.
Yeah, 100%. And it is one of those things where it's like, it's not exactly like a traditional mid-range deck in the past where we've seen the logic be like, hey, in Jund Mirrors, we take out our Thoughtseizes. That's not really what the games are about. There are a lot of really strong cards from Dawn, like we talked about. And then we mentioned Dawn has like 32 mana sources, and some of those are elves and stuff like that. So breaking that off early or taking that one Skyboat can sometimes be the difference, since there's no real card selection or card advantage from Dawn's deck outside of the one Werewolf Pack Leader in the deck. So it's going to be a little bit hard there. But what's not hard to do, Dom? Enjoying Magic coverage. And I'd love to pull up. We have next year's events lined up for the first 3 that we can talk about doing. We have our Players Championship, which I'm super excited to watch. That's January 14th and the 15th. That's an event you can watch from home super well. So you want to click that follow button right now if you haven't seen that. We're going to have people like Jesse Robkin, Roger Suleiman, Zach Allen, everyone in between who's you've seen watching this weekend. All those players are going to be battling in that. Yeah, we haven't pulled up here. Andrew Ellenbogen, a Pro Tour champion. We have Zach Dubin, Piper Powell, Ivan Esperino from last year, Theo, Max, so many great players up on the screen here today. We have our newly crowned champion from earlier today. So just a totally awesome group of players. You're going to want to check that. So click the follow here. But there are other ways to play. We have Mullaly at the start of the year for March 25th. You can see that one's on screen here, early in the spring. It's so exciting. You're going to want to play these events. So come out and see us do those here. Yeah, in May, we have Minneapolis. So a lot of awesome events. Our players are shuffling up. And if we take a check here back to the booth, you get to see our beautiful faces. And I get to tell you, Dom, that it was great playing this weekend. I just got back. I played the Showdown event. I keep it a buck, even though I'm here on the coverage. If I didn't like it, I didn't like it. But I had an awesome time. Dom, we played 8 rounds of Magic yesterday. Started at 10. I was on my way to get dinner after the round timer ended at 6:40. Only 40 minutes of turnover. God bless the NRG people.
They run a very tight ship. Elliot Raff as head judge, just keeping things moving. Great turnaround time. So yeah, and especially, it's so nice after a long day of Magic. It's exhausting just playing the games, but it's nice to at least feel like, okay, you have time to relax and get some food and get some drinks and not think like, okay, I should be in bed 2 hours ago at this point.
Oh yeah, how many times have you finished the last round of Swiss? You get food and you're like, oh, I've got 30 minutes before I go to bed. Yesterday, I had 3 hours before I need to get to bed. Speaking of getting things done, Dawn, Lovestruck Beast, is on an adventure on turn 1 with a Lair of the Hydras. We're back in the feature match area here. A Blood Crypt? Shocked? Are we going to see a little Thoughtseize maybe? Yeah, and let's see what Dawn has working for us. Give us a little caster vision to the extreme, as it looks like Hazoret, Skyboat, and some lands, I believe. Oh, there's a Werewolf Pack Leader in there as well. So Dawn, kind of a top-heavy hand here. Anything that you would like to take?
Yeah,
here,
this
Dom?
hand is a sock full of pennies. It's just heavy hitters everywhere. And yeah, Donnie going straight for that Hazoret, knowing that, it's hard to answer the Sky Sovereign, basically impossible to answer the Hazoret. And so Donnie's thinking, okay, I'm going to have to stock through the rest of the contents of this hand, and that Lovestruck Beast, going to be playing a longer game. Can't beat the Hazoret in that longer game. So got to deal with that now.
Yeah, I love that. Also, Hazoret doesn't line up well when you leave it around with Thoughtseize. I have less resources. Hazoret likes this. It's a real 1-2 buckaroo moment, as we do see Dawn, I think, picked up a Soken'Zon for turn and is going to cast the Werewolf Pack Leader here and get in for 1. So, we might be getting to draw some cards.
The Werewolf Pack Leader, the Pack Leader is one of the interesting choices in this deck, because the kind of classic build until a few weeks ago had Gigantha as a companion, had stuff like Scavenging Ooze in that 2-drop slot. And part of that was, if you have a mana base that's got Den of the Bugbear and Soken'Zon and 4 Mutavault was the stock in that list, pretty hard to cast a double green 2-drop, especially if your elf dies. But Dawn making the judgment that just this is such a powerful card to have in that slot on the curve that it's worth making those sacrifices.
Yeah, and even gave up Gigantha to do it, which was the thing these decks would do despite having Embercleave in the board. A big sign of strength right here for Pack Leader, as I think Dawn actually picked up maybe Reckless Stormseeker last turn. I was mistaken on the card, but it does look like we have only Lair and Den of the Bugbear as our backup lands here. So we can't deploy it this turn, but we will have the ability to give some haste to our creatures here later in the game. As Dawn just plays the Den of the Bugbear and pass the turn back to Donnie. If you're Donnie, you've got to love that.
Yeah, this is what could let Donnie come back into this game, especially on the draw, is if every one of Dawn's big threats is now a turn behind schedule to where she would want it to be.
Mm-hmm. And Donnie here has got the 3rd land, and looks like he has the Fable of the Mirrorbreaker. Again, that super powerful 3-drop we saw, but has a couple other options, weighing them out, and does land on. You know what? Don was right in the booth. Fable of the Mirrorbreaker is really good. Can it really be that wrong to play it on turn 2 or turn 3?
Ooh, a Crone Ball off the top for Dawn as well. So yeah, another incredibly powerful 4-drop, which our mana-based situation is stopping us from casting this quickly.
Yeah, it does look like Dawn had the showcase version of Reckless Stormseeker here. A little bit like Chandra when you look at the art, to be honest, but looks like Dawn is going to get into the red zone here, activating that and triggering Pack Tactics to draw a card from the Werewolf Pack Leader here, trying to, undo that Thoughtseize she had and find some more lands, and picks up a Lair of the Hydra. So not bad, as this game is probably going to go a little bit longer.
And for people who love playing along at home, you will be thrilled to hear that it is in fact day, and so we will be keeping track of that for the rest of the game as well.
Day is night, night is day. I'll figure out a new joke one day, as we do see Dawn here playing Lair of the Hydra and just,
Mason, did you just rhyme day with day?
Who's to say on this day?
Nice. Good say.
Yeah. I wouldn't say that I'm the smartest person in the booth, nor would I say I'm the most articulate, but I would say I'm the most Mason, as we do see Donnie here discarding Thoughtseize in a land, drawing 2 new cards off Fable Mirror Breaker, sculpting the hand, seeing that power, and oh my goodness, Donnie picked up a Braid. And Colligan's Command. That Sky Sovereign that we knew about.
Okay.
Oh, this game is getting real spicy now.
I mean, that Sky Sovereign's still going to gobble something up on the way in there, so that Goblin token, maybe not long for this world, but we are starting to at least be able to go toe-to-toe with all of these big threats.
Yeah, and for the first time all match, Donnie gets to attack with the Goblin Shaman without having to sacrifice it to the cause. Just gets 2 points in and hopes to get another treasure here later in the game. And I do think Donnie is maybe choked on mana this game and not so much on card advantage. So going to see what Donnie's wanting to do here. Looks like he is sizing up the turn. And looks like we've got a little Fatal Push. Yeah, just taking down the Werewolf Pack Leader. I kind of like it. Passing of the turn. Dawn, big draw step if we hit untapped land. Looks like we drew an Elf. It is an untapped mana thingy. Does that count?
It is an untapped mana thingy. And it's an untapped mana thingy that turns on this Love Struck piece. So that now is a legitimate threat as well.
Yeah, and that is a great point. You know, Dawn here does have this Love Struck Beast, so even though we're developing another tap land this turn, we're going to play this Love Struck Beast, get it out on the board, be pretty happy, play the other land, and be kind of good to go for playing spells for the rest of the game. And our cards like a Crone War, we don't even really want to play this turn, right? Like taking the Goblin Shaman is not, it's not really a threatened, you know? It's more like Wrath of God if you just have to squint a little bit.
Yeah, that Crone War earmarked for something like a Shield Druid, ideally, you know, Graveyard Trespass or something like that. The Bone Crusher Giant that might trade with your Bone Crusher Giant, but it's almost a good problem to have that your opponent doesn't have any creatures worth stealing at this stage.
Yeah, a real, oh no, I can't cast my Crone War. I am so sad. No, it's not sad though. Donnie flipping that Fatal Mirror Breaker into Reflection of the Kiki Jiki here, and looked like he picked up another Fatal Push. Sort of huge. You combine treasure tokens here, so maybe you can actually answer this Love Struck Beast if that's what we want to do. And it looks like Donnie is attacking right away. Dawn's going to take the block, and Donnie obliges, and
okay, 5.
This is Sky Sovereign? Brr, come on the battlefield, taking out the Love Struck Beast. The harbor full of boats today, and yeah, that makes so much sense as to what's going on here. Donnie just knows that the Sky Sovereign from Dawn's side is going to come down and kill his token. Might as well just get this trade in for value while he can.
Now, see, the thing about vehicles is they're not self-driving. You know, technology has not advanced that far just yet. We do actually need to have some pilots, and Donnie's deck not so good at supplying those. So that Sky Sovereign kind of stranded for now until Donnie can find something to create with, at which point the Crone War can steal that pilot and let Dawn swing that back in her favor.
Yeah, going to be a huge thing there, as Donnie, I think, picked up a Thoughtseize for turn. Little does he know that if you were to cast it, he'd be greatly rewarded with a premium card to take, even though Dawn just has one card left in play. Dom, speaking back to your autopilot thing, you think when we get Universes Beyond Tesla, they'll give us some autopiloting vehicles? Looks like we're going to pass it back tonight, though. No time to think about that question, I guess. We're just going to have to untap and draw for turn.
Look, I enjoy Magic Twitter too much. I don't want to jeopardize that in any way, okay?
I don't know what you're talking about. As we're shuffling up, I think a Love Struck Beast that we picked up the top. Oh, it's Arlen. Sorry, I knew it was a showcase, a nice frame, but Arlen Pack Leader here in hand.
And Mason, lest we forget, no spells were cast this turn, so it is night. Ah, woo.
Oh yeah, so this is the Werewolf Arlen. That's a 5/5 with haste, or it can make 2 mana. Weirdly convenient with a Crone War if there was a creature take, but on this side, it is just going to be a big girl, and she is not messing around. And Donnie, had the a Braid and the Kolaghan's Command lined up for things. If Dawn had just activated Den the Bugbear.
Around. There we go.
Yeah, Arlen the Moon's Fury. Yeah, so it's a 4 loyalty Planeswalker +2 to add some mana, or 0 to make a 5/5 with Trample, Indestructible, and haste. Importantly, since it did just get tasked this turn, Arlen is threatening to really mess Donnie up here.
It is also indestructible, so we're not fatal pushing that thing. That also a very limited range of cards that actually deal with that.
Yeah, this is going to be a problem. You're going to need some double spells here, as we do see Dawn just being like, you know what? And with this, we attack for 7, trying to put Donnie 2 here. And we might see Donnie, just looks like he's going to try and use the Kolaghan's Command to maximize mana. Makes sense to answer the Skyboat for later and clear up one of the 1/1s. But still dropping down to 3. So now that Den of the Bugbear is going to present a lethal attack for the remainder of the game here for Donnie. So Donnie has got to figure out a way to answer this Arlen in some accord. Get it? Because she's Arlen Cord, Dom. And you know what, though? If we make it daytime, we don't have to worry about that. Looks like Dom disconnected for a second.
Yeah. I see.
Yes. Yeah. Thank you, Dom. I'm glad I got such a real and genuine reaction from you. You know what, Donnie? Mana problems, but not spell problems. So we can pretty easily get to daytime. I guess the problem less becomes about that and more about how do we answer these creature lands after making it day. And
yeah, those, what is it, 3 copies of Lair of the Hydra just chilling and vibing alongside their good friend, the Den of the Bugbear.
Yeah, I think Donnie has drawn a bunch of discard spells, like a Duress. So if Donnie goes like discard spell, it will become daytime and then has push. So
I think if Dawn had the epic ability, if she were unable to cast any more spells this game, I think she would still be heavily favored from this ball position.
Yeah, I have to agree. It's going to be really hard for Dawn to pull this one out. Really, Dawn is going to need to get cosmically unlucky to not be in a great position for at least 3 or 4 turn cycles. And Donnie does have a Graveyard Trespass, which I guess is some of the thought here, because you know what? We play that, we gain 2 life. That puts us up to 5. We could then animate the boat and kill the 1/1 and the Arlen. But I think the problem is Lair the Hydra is then an exactly lethal attacker. So Donnie really needed to draw a land on that turn. Yes, he's conceding to Dawn here, and Dawn moves on to be 4-0. So congratulations to Dawn, in great position to top 8 the event here today at NRG Louisville. And that's awesome. She didn't even need the Acroan War. She just, I still had this. No
don't need it. Don't want it. I was thinking if the Trespasser is the Glutton because it's night, and then we gain 2, and then we crew and we attack, and then I think if Dawn didn't have another mana source, it might actually be 1 short of lethal.
Maybe, yeah. It was a little hard to tell. The lands were all bunched together. It was going to be close no matter what. But I think decide there, like, I am dead. So probably did the math. I believe in him. You know, Donnie was 3-0. Yeah.
I'm not a blocker. No one's paying me to block over here, so I'm just going to let people figure that out. But in the meantime, we do have an interview with our winner there, who's now 4-0, Don DeLozier, joining us in the booth before too long.
Yeah, and Dawn's sitting with the interviewer. I can't wait to talk to her. She's someone who we've seen finals, one of our NRGs, and Mundaline playing Legacy. Really, she's kind of like an Izzet expert. You know, she's someone you can see do really well in a bunch of events with Murktide Regent, put up a solid finish yesterday, and we see her in Legacy as well, always playing those sort of decks. And so I can't wait to hear what her sort of philosophy and what drew her to this deck over something like Arclight Phoenix, which is sort of the Izzet strategy of Vogue and kind of good in the format.
That's been one of the funny arcs over the past week or two, is that it seems like the Seam Vents mains, the Seam Vents enjoyers, have moved off of Phoenix in Pioneer. So a lot of them moving towards this Gruul deck that Dawn is piloting, some of them going to Rakdos, their kind of bitter enemy. And Phoenix itself has kind of dropped off pretty substantially compared to where it was a week or so ago.
100%, yeah. And we've seen players even do things like play 8 PZ now as maybe a solution to, like, I love Steam Vents, but I can't play Phoenix. But nothing about that. We can talk about that later. We can go down to Dawn. Dawn's ready to talk to us. Dawn, congratulations on being 4-0 and winning that round. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling pretty good. A lot of people said that this deck isn't amazing, but I've just been playing it a lot and having a lot of success with that, so I'm really happy.
Yeah, how long can they say it isn't amazing if you just keep winning games? Like, at what point does it sort of be like, what is amazing to you?
Well, and maybe in this case, I'm just like I'm an amazing player, and my deck's actually, I'm just winning in spite of my deck. But I'm gonna keep playing it because it's fun.
Sure, no arguments here for me.
I'm completely joking.
I mean, so my big question about this deck is, it's called Gruul Vehicles. That's a name for it. It's what it's listed at on Melee. It does, however, have only 7 vehicles, but it does have 8 elves and also 8 werewolves. So is this just false advertising here? Like, what's going on?
So no, I really like the name Gruul Vehicles, mostly because that's like, I think you need a good high power level, like a nut draw, to be able to play a deck in Pioneer. And that nut draw for vehicles is centered around those vehicles. So like the absolute perfect start is turn 1 Elf, turn 2 Stormseeker, turn 3 Esseka's Chariot, because then you get to crew it up and just make a large amount of value. The other nut draw includes like turn 3 Boat. The other cards are able to fulfill like supporting roles and be able to help the other cards do their things. But the important thing is the vehicles. It's what the deck is built around. It's why Reckless Stormseeker is good, and if you're playing less than 4 of it, you're wrong. I've been saying this.
That's fair. I mean, haste is a really powerful mechanic, and we saw in
Mhm.
that game just how much in game 1 it just sort of won you that game by always being a turn ahead of where you should have been.
Yeah, it's an amazing tempo advantage. I really like Stormseeker.
Tell us about the other werewolf here in Werewolf Pack Leader, because I think this is maybe the most contentious card in the main deck at this point. You had the list from a week or two ago with Gigantha, with other 2-drops like Scavenging Ooze in that spot, more Mutavaults, and a lot of that has to be kind of reconfigured in order to make room for the Pack Leader. So that seems like it's worth the trade-off for you.
I absolutely think that it is. It's really important for the deck. One important thing is like a play pattern in a lot of interactive matchups is you're going to go turn 1 elf, and then they're going to kill it because they're going to know that you're an 8 elf deck and they're going to play removal for it. And if you just play like a land and pass or stomp them or do something else that isn't useful, you're going to lose the game. So being able to play, or like likely you're going to lose the game, you've lost a lot of tempo. So being able to play a 2-drop when your plan doesn't go to fruition is really great. But more importantly, this scales throughout the late game in a way that isn't dictated by how much mana you pump into it. It doesn't even need to be pumped. Like you can just attack with your creatures and it's going to draw you cards. This is amazing versus Rakdos, Phoenix, Blue-White, any fair matchup. I'm really happy with the card. Obviously, it's not included in your really powerful draws, and it's not necessarily what the deck is built around, but it's able to carry the deck when it isn't performing at its absolute best.
You mentioned Phoenix there, and we were talking in the booth before. You're sort of an Izzet expert. You know, we see you play Murktide and dominate in Modern. You have a finals appearance in Legacy playing Blue-Red Delver. What's pushed you away from those sort of Izzet strategies in Pioneer, which we have seen be very popular over the RC season here?
So basically, I really like Murktide. The reason I like the play patterns of decks like Delver and Murktide is that the entirety of the deck is you're playing these like kind of bad threats, and you need to leverage the fact that you're able to interact very efficiently and always be able to play threats to be able to squeeze through threats, while also interacting with your opponent. I like to say less that I'm like a big Izzet fan and more that I really like aggressive but also interactive red decks. So this actually is more of my style, where you look at like Phoenix. This is a combo control deck. You're trying to stop your opponent from doing what they're doing just long enough to fork a turns and then kill them with Arclight Phoenixes. Sometimes it goes a little bit different, but that is ostensibly plan A. It just doesn't play like Murktide, where you're like playing these like tinier threats. Like of course Murktide's like an 8/8, but this is smaller than a lot of the other like power level things in Modern. But you're able to just like squeeze in your more efficient, cheaper threats and then interact with your opponent. And I would actually argue Gruul Vehicles is closer to what this is in Pioneer, where you're playing these like they don't look efficient because they're expensive, but they are more efficient than they look because you have 8 elves. You get to play these threats, and then you're also constantly interacting with your opponent with stomps, the boats, Beseju, and obliterating bolts.
Awesome. Well, that makes sense to me. Dawn, good luck in your next round. Hopefully, we'll see you here in the booth later on in the day. But I think we are going to head back here, and I think we have some more Magic to play. So good luck, Dawn, and we'll see you later. We're going to actually go to break here because I think we're getting pretty close to the next round. So take a minute, click that follow button if you haven't already. Go get some water, and we'll be back here in just a couple minutes with some more Magic for you.
Good evening, everybody. Welcome back to Louisville, Kentucky. I am Mapamonte on the NRG Series. Hope everyone had a nice time to get some lunch, maybe hang out as we're watching some Magic today. So we're getting ready to check out one of our players to watch here. And again, as we mentioned in the beginning of the morning, it is quite the race here for Player of the Year, as well as some of those Season 3 and overall leaderboard points races heating up. 3-1. We got Adam Wasburn-Moses, Connor Mullaly, Jesse Robkin, and Zach Allen. So our top 3 players on our overall leaderboard checking in at 3-1. So getting tight as we have 3 more rounds here left in the Swiss. You see Mac Endres, Raja Suleiman, Will Krueger, and Zoe Riederman at 2-2. So battling it out for those last few points they can earn in today's event for our overall leaderboard, as we're going to take a peek at that here. And you can see there, Connor Mullaly at 173, Zach Allen 172. So they are battling it out. Jesse Robkin at 161 it's quite the race going on here. You can see down there Raja Suleiman at 127 in the blue, qualified as well with a Season 3 at-large bid. And the players in the orange already qualified as well. But important for those players, kind of Mac Endress, Will Krueger, to stack up as many points as they can at the end of the day today to make sure they secure themselves a spot in our championship. I wanted to talk briefly about what the players are playing for today, as I've mentioned those points a little bit, but it also comes with a little bit of cash. So we'll bring that up here. $1,200 for first place and 20 points. Second place, $600 and 18 points. A lot of those players trying to at least secure 12 points as they make it into our top 8 here. And, we're starting to get into the thick of it. We'll see what happens across the next couple rounds here. It looks like we actually have Zach Allen and Harrison Fang down in our feature match area. So with that, I'm going to send you back down to Dom and Mason for round number 5 here in Louisville.
Hello and welcome back to the feature match area. Looks like we have Zach Allen starting off the Castle Lockdown playing Rakdos Control. Zach Allen can't get away from control decks here, as we do see Harrison Fang playing the tried and true mono white humans. And it looks
he's
like
got to justify this betrayal to himself somehow,
Yeah, it's so true. I can't stay away from it too much. And maybe it looks like a mid-range deck, but it's a control deck in Zach Allen's heart. We do see a Hive of the Eye Tyrant and pass the turn. Fortunately for Zach, did have Bone Crusher Giant in hand, as we do see another unfortunate thing for Zach, Luminarch Aspirant get cast. And it does look like Zach maybe has a Fatal Push or a Power Word kill. He wants to use something to answer that Luminarch Aspirant before it starts getting out of control and growing that Dauntless Bodyguard. If you're
Zach very well accustomed to, playing this kind of slower game, lining up his removal spells against open threats, just with a different color palette a lot of the time.
Yeah. Sometimes you see black from Zach, but most of the time we got some blue and white for sure in here. But just couldn't bring it to do himself here at Pioneer in that format, as we do see once again, Dom, it's turn 3 from the Rakdos side, and we see Fable the Mirror Breaker resolved. Sort of a crazy
we will see. We will see if Zach is going back after this, but for now, casting Fable is a hell of a drug.
It really is. We do see Zach Allen here using our last showdown winner with Connor Mullaly, Theo, and Max here. That token that they got for winning the showdown. The showdown gets you the champs and everything, Dom, but also gets you a really cool token. So really excited to see that here in play. As Harrison untaps with a bunch of mana, it looks like, and a couple spells he can maybe play. What sort of thing he's looking to slam here?
So the marquee 3-drop for humans is Adeline. That is the card which, uncontested, will just run away with the game. Brutal Cathar tagging the token is nice as well. It means even if the Cathar dies, then nothing gets brought back. And then if it does become Night Mason, then the Cathar gets upgraded there too. Looks like it's just the same copy of Aspirant. So loading up cannons on one of them. Maybe we have another Dauntless Bodyguard to protect this one too. We'll see what Harrison has left in the tank, and nothing. It seems like is the answer there.
Yeah, maybe is hiding a Brave the Elements in hand. Harrison's keeping them close to the chest here. Harrison, known for these wide aggressive decks, we see him crush with Hammer here on the NRG circuit. Was one of our players who's very close for the leaderboard race here and just fell a couple points short. Looks like this season, but still could have a great finish today as we see Zach Allen resolving the looting here off Fable the Mirror Breaker. And it's one of the harder things to do is to rummage.
Yeah, I wonder what Zach thinks his priority in the game right now is. Like, does he prioritize removal? Does he prioritize having a big block like Shield, which can really muck up combat and help him to stabilize? So you kind of need to have a sense of what your plan is before just rummaging cards into the void.
Yeah, and it looks like Zach is going to get an attack in here with the Goblin Shaman, get that treasure token, sort of see what he can do. No blocks from Harrison. He decided not to throw away his Luminarch Gasp, but I gotta say, heads up play for Harrison on that one.
Good choice. That's why he's had such success on the NRG series, not throwing away his good creatures for no reason.
Write that one down. As we do see Zach here looking to line up maybe a Bone Crusher Giant stomp here, sort of saying, hey, if you have something like Brave the Elements. Oh, it has a Dreadbore, actually. Okay, going to use the Sorcery Speed one. Try and bait that Brave from Harrison.
Yeah, one interesting aspect of Zach's list is only 2 copies of Bone Crusher Giant. That's one of the staple cards of the deck. Zach saying, there are other 3-drops competing with it. I think that as a removal spell, it's a little clunky, a little conditional. So DM is setting that card, but it's one of the better ones in this specific matchup.
Yeah, and Zach saying, whoa. I have another spell. I'm going to use it real quick. And looks to line up the Stomp on the Luminarch Aspirant, using the removal spell maybe he can use. And yeah, Harrison's left over with a big Luminarch Aspirant. It's only going to get larger if he wants it to, but, things could be worse. Looks like Harrison has a Thalia's Lieutenant in hand, so maybe he can go a little wide there, something like Mutavault as well. How big is Mutavault in these sort of matchups, Dom? We've seen how great it is against traditional control, but what about Rakdos?
Well, it starts as a 2/2 like it does in every matchup, but no, it's important. It especially post board against sweepers like Extinction Event, being able to immediately apply pressure again. We saw with Dawn's Gruul Vehicles deck last round, where we think we had a total of 7 creature lands, including Mutavault. That is what gives you the ability to just power through spot removal against a deck like this or against the various control decks.
100%, yeah. And the Luminarch Aspirant is a great target for the Mutavault here, even if we forego playing Thalia's Lieutenant turn. Looks like Harrison's not going to do that, though. Going to get Thalia's Lieutenant in play right away, grow the team up here. And we see Harrison might be also thinking like, okay, Zach was thinking about stuff in response to Brave. There might be more removal spells. I'm just going to make sure this Mutavault's big so we can avoid all of that. As we slam in for 8, and Zach's down to 9 already, Dom. This is so fast.
Yeah, a lot of white aggro decks, you're relying on kind of swarming and going wide with the smaller creatures. But this version of humans, we can stack up some power. We can make some big boys, basically. So yeah, that 4/4 Aspirant, the 4/4 Mutavault, those are growing turn by turn, the Thalia's Lieutenant buffing everything else and then getting big itself. So you have to respect the sizing of these creatures and not just the sheer quantity of them.
For sure. As we see Zach smack in again with a Goblin Shaman, getting his treasure again, his 2 points. As it looks like we are maybe going to fire off a power word kill right now, just while there's no chance for anything to happen to Brave the Elements to shrink the board size a little bit, get that Luminarch Aspirant out of the way, and then deploy the Bone Crusher Giant back home from his adventures. And the best creature hate spell in Pioneer has entered play. Bone Crusher Giant's just so big.
I don't know if you were aware of this, but Mutavault is both a dragon, a demon, an angel, and whatever the fourth one is that I'm forgetting as I'm doing this bit. Because having all creature types means now that one of the default instant speed removal spells is Power Word Kill, Mutavault actually bobs and weaves around that. So you're putting them on just Fatal Push as a consistent answer to that.
Yeah, and Harrison is going to be aware of that, as is Zach. And this creates this awkward spot where, maybe before we would be down to trade this Mutavault to push through this Bone Crusher Giant, but Harrison might be wanting to prioritize that Mutavault a little more. And is there any way I can make it bigger, try and get through there? But Zach has done a good job of getting in the point to the Goblin Shaman, and Fable the Mirror Breaker plus Bone Crusher Giant, that's looking like a 2-turn clock for Zach if he can afford to go for that. And he does have Hive as well, so things are getting hairy.
Yeah, that reflection means any other creature now can tangle in combat as a good blocker and also as a good attacker. So good offense, good defense. Going to be pretty hard for Harrison to crack through this, I think.
Yeah, Harrison does seem to have an Adelaine, so that's a powerful card that we've seen. Really helps grow the Thalia's Lieutenant here. We might see that be the joke here, where our Thalia's Lieutenant's a 1/1, it grows to 2 with Adelaine, it attacks, we make a human token, we get another trigger. Suddenly, boom, Adelaine is growing our Thalia's Lieutenant to actually trades with the Bone Crusher Giant. We can try and force some lethal here and not just get run over. But it looks like we're actually just going to hold back and try and slow the game down just a little bit. As Zach picks up, I believe, a Blood Crypt for the turn. Zach loves his expeditions.
Yeah, as much as I want to watch Zach on coverage and want to see him succeed, his mana base is not the most coverage friendly a lot of the time. And, worse in Modern, where it's Expedition Fetches, Expedition Shocklands, and God knows what else. In Pioneer, that places some constraints on how mischievous he can be. And so, we have some of these showcase Haunted Ridges or what have you, but that's about as bad as it gets.
Yeah, speaking of bad as it gets, a power kill coming down for Adelaine is not what you want when you're Harrison Fang. Gonna get that maybe answered here. Looks like Harrison at least wanting to represent a Brave the Elements, even if we don't have one. Might be a little Hollywood, might actually be just thinking about it, trying to figure out what exactly we want. As we see Zach here just sort of put the power kill in the graveyard, like, listen, man, regardless of what happens, this goes here. Also,
yeah. Nice bluff. I don't buy it. Let's get her in the graveyard and let's move on with her. Oh, okay. I take it back.
Harrison's like, listen, I'm from Chicago. We have a strong theater scene. I know what's up. I'm gonna name pro black here.
Yeah, Jesse's gonna cost me some plays. We got it all going on.
100%. We do see Harrison Fang untapping here. Zach just plays the lane of passes. Does have Castle Lockthwain activation available. And, Harrison's in the tank figuring out, okay, Reflection of Kiki Jiki's threatening to make a 4-3 that can block here. Can also attack me on the next turn. How do I beat this board state? Because right now I'm not pressuring Zach Allen's life total in a real way. And my normal way of pushing through that with Brave the Elements to get pro red and go through is gone.
Yeah, if Harrison has a second copy of Brave, that is close to lights out. We'll be able to get an attack through all of these red blockers here. But this is interesting too. So another Thalius Lieutenant. Now Adeline has 5 touches now. Got to shove 2 things in front of that. Going to trade off with 2 things. We're going to have another token from the Adeline in combat, pumping both lieutenants. Now the first one is a 5/5, so got to put 2 things in front of that. So this is, the sizing is becoming a real problem here all of a sudden.
Yeah, you mentioned how Brave the Elements just liked out. What if Harrison's creatures were just really big, and so by default they are brave, and then they can just attack? Lots to think about. As we do see Zach here lose a life, draw a card using the treasure and Castle Lockthwain, trying to find something like Fatal Push here to maybe, answer one of these huge creatures and sort of get the board more under control. As we do see the Adeline put a human token to play, that's going to grow the Thalius Lieutenant again and the fresh one. So even if Zach tries to get a double block situation, another Thalius Lieutenant is going to be coming in pretty quick. And Adeline does have Vigilance, which is great for getting all the creatures on camera. Zach Allen taking the Mathis for blockers statement to its extreme, trying to figure out how in the world am I going to stabilize this board state. And this is a big game for Zach, by the way. We talked about it before. Zach is playing for Player of the Year. Zach locked up Players Championship. Congratulations to Zach on that. But Player of the Year is so big, Dom, and it's so cool.
Yeah, we covered earlier this heartbreaker in the last round yesterday. Zach thought he could draw into top 8, ended up having to play last, which meant that coming into today, Connor still 1 point ahead of him. So Zach now needs to make something happen in order to jump over Connor and claim that title for himself. After a very good start, and we'll check back in on how Connor is doing as well. But yeah, the onus is on Zach to make something happen, and ideally wants to make it happen here to stay in top 8 contention now as well.
Yeah, so doing some math here, looks like if Zach wants to, we can kill the Mutavault, and then we can kill one of the 5 power things in exchange for losing the Bone Crusher Giant for forever. Or we can kill the Mutavault with a token copy, block the 1/1 with our real Bone Crusher Giant to keep that around, and then use the Goblin Shaman as a chump blocker to not die. So Zach's really just trying to figure out, okay, am I supposed to minimize the board? What happens if I don't have Reflection of Kiki Jiki to actually copy something? Going through those ramifications, and it's hard to figure this out, especially with, Zach drew a card, I believe it was a land. So Zach has no mana problems, except for the part where he has mana problems.
Yeah, so this turn we get to trade for 1 big thing, and we then have to trump another big thing. And then we still take a bunch of damage, still in pretty dire straits. So thinking exactly what that big thing should be, and if there's any way we can get ourselves out of the situation.
Yeah, it looks like Zach's maybe opting to just make sure the Adeline's dead and then chump the Thalius Lieutenant and just not worry about the Mutavault and hope that the mana constraint on that comes back to haunt Harrison. And it looks like, yeah, Zach said, all right, this is what's happening. Harrison says, I shall wisely kill your real Bone Crusher Giant and then end my turn after putting you down to just 4 life. So that Mutavault that we talked about being hard to kill with our Power Word kills, etc., is going to be in the land. Sorry, it's 2 life. My bad on the math there. That's huge.
Yeah, the Adeline is the biggest creature, and making the tokens every turn makes the other lieutenants big. So makes sense to double up on that one. But still leaving 3 pretty meaningful threats behind. And even that 2/2 lieutenant now, but Zach on 2, that's a lethal threat right there. And yeah, Zach can't contain everything. So we are moving on to a game 2 here. Harrison on the pair down, looking to move up to 5-0 and maybe put together this improbable run at one of those leaderboard slots. So we kind of counted Harrison out. It was basically, okay, you're going to have to win this tournament. Might win this tournament. We don't know yet.
Yeah, he has to win the tournament, and Mac and Krueger need to, I think they need to not top 32, but they're both X and 2 right now. So, they might be in a spot where it's not so improbable. You play Lotus Field and Pioneer. Sometimes you're going to win. Sometimes you're going to go, X and 4. That could be the case here. And Harrison's going to need to have that happen. And like you mentioned, this is a pair down for Harrison. And it's a winning in potentially spot for him with double drawing for their event. But we're getting a little ahead of ourselves. I want to see what Zach Allen has in the sideboard because Zach always brings the heat for these sort of creature matchups. As Zach has brought 3 Go Blank, 3 Extinction Event, 2 Invoke Despair, 2 Duress, 2 Rending Volley, 2 Abrade, and 1 Noxious Grasp. Dom, what do you like in this matchup?
So Rending Volley, obvious call there, Noxious Grasp as well. Extinction Event, we mentioned, not always the most reliable sweeper, but you'll bring it in. You're going to be happy to have it. And then Zach has change his main deck up in a way to make it better in these Rakdos mirrors. So 2 Invoke Despair main deck, 2 more on the sideboard, right? And then we have the 2 Croaksters and some other stuff. So we have some cards that we're happy to cut, and we also have a lot of decent cards to bring in as well.
Yeah, 100%. And, when I had the deck here up on screen, and we mentioned a little bit before, Zach has chosen to cut down on Bonecrusher Giant. That is the best creature removal spell in Pioneer. Just so often, especially against the mono white deck. Just kill something and then kill something again in blocks like we saw in that game. Having less of those in your main deck means he is better in some of the mid-range mirrors by having that Invoke Despair. But in this matchup, he's really missing those. Let's see what Harrison's going to have to fight off this Rakdos deck here. It looks like Harrison has 4 Wedding Announcements, 3 Portable Hole, 2 Destroy Evil, 2 Rest in Peace, 1 Skyclad Apparition, 1 Declaration Stone, and 1 Tomic, the Distinguished Advocate. Dom, what do you like from Harrison's side?
So for Wedding Announcement, that's an easy one. This is how every mono white sideboard in Pioneer starts. This is the card you want in this matchup against the control deck. So going to start there. And then beyond that, don't need to change up too much. You could look at the Declaration Stone, for example. We want to swap something like a Shielded out the way. Something like that deals with your Fable tokens, other tokens pretty easily. And then your Apparition kind of on the same basis. Maybe Apparition is an upgrade to Brutal Cathar if you want to deal with something permanently. Don't want to get that thing stomped. Although maybe, less stomps means less chance of that happening. I don't know. And then I would almost, against a 4 stomp version, behind the Tomic too, just because it's a 2-drop that flies, doesn't get blocked, and also doesn't die to stomp. But that one is pretty marginal as well.
Yeah, sometimes you just take the small upgrade. It's not 2-3 for flying. How bad can it really ever be? Is sort of a great spot here, as it does look like our players are resolving mulligans, so we can head back down there as we talk to them. And yeah, this is the thing too. Harrison and Zach friendly, they talk and stuff like that, but Harrison might not know there's only 2 Bone Crushers in Zach's deck. Harrison might just be like, oh yeah, you got some Invoke Despairs in your main deck, cool. Maybe you cut that Graveyard Trespasser. People are always making fun of that card. Not Zach. He's decided Bone Crusher Giant is the cut here, as Harrison is going to 6 as Zach decides whether he wants to keep this hand or not. Looks like Zach has Invoke Despair still in the deck, which was something I wasn't expecting.
So that is an answer, maybe the answer to Wedding Announcement, which is the crucial card in the matchup. So yeah, it's 5 mana, and it's honestly pretty bad if they don't have a Wedding Announcement. Sometimes even if they do, but you just got to answer that card. It's so important.
Yeah, sometimes things look awkward and they look kind of weird, but like you mentioned, it's like, well, guess what? I got to do something. So I guess I'll do this. And, it kills a couple things, draws a couple cards. Totally reasonable. We saw Zach, mana wasn't the problem last game. I'll tell you what's not a problem for you, the viewers at home, though, enjoying Magic. So make sure to click that follow button if you haven't already. As a Haunted Ridge and a passing turn from Zach, as Harrison plays a Hopeful Initiate and passes back. And it looks like Zach has Misery Shadow, one of the big upgrades from Brothers War for this deck. Looks like...
Yeah, this is the card that really turned around the mono green matchup, I would say. And also just in general, in a matchup like this that's going long, this is going to be the biggest creature on the battlefield. Going to force, bad blocks, bad trades, what have you. And it's a 2-drop. You can easily work it into your curve.
100%. As we do see, this is one of the great things about this card too, right? Like, yes, it exiles things. Yes, it grows or whatever, so it can attack for lethal. But also, sometimes you just keep a hand that's a little heavy on lands. Maybe you have Invoke Despair in your hand. You got to keep a land heavier hand. And now, what's Harrison supposed to do? Even if he grows his creature something like Thalia's Lieutenant with Luminarch Aspirant, this shadow just gets bigger than that. It could even block an Old Growth Troll here. This thing is so huge. It's just such a great card for this deck. And we do see, Dom, we have a wedding happening as Harrison's announcing it to the world. casting it in time to decide, are we going to attack and get a card or get a token? It looks like Harrison just wants the token. Zach here with Rending Volley in hand, looking to maybe use it at end of turn in order to clean up the token. I kind of like this because Zach has Extinction Event, so it might look kind of weird to trade off for a token when there's some real creatures, but if he rips a land, which he does have the Takenuma in the back of his hand, we can Extinction Event for odd if we want to here and get on in with our Shadow. But looks like Zach's double checking, making sure like, yeah, I can do this, but is this what I want to do?
Yeah, it sounds like it is. There's some temptation to wait on that Extinction Event. If Harrison tries to deploy like an additional Adeline, draws another 1-drop, something like that. But, Zach wants to use his mana now, take that chance while he can, and just get a nice attack in as well.
Yeah, it's really easy to wait on a 4-mana spell if you had something like just a couple, Bone Crusher Giants in hand. But Zach has 2 Invoke Despairs now. So there's 2 wedding announcements. So we're going to need those Invokes to actually answer that wedding announcement. But we need that land first, as it looks like we rip Shieldred. So not a land, but not a card you can be too upset about here as Harrison falls to 16 from the Shieldred trigger. And Zach looking to be in a pretty okay position right now. Uh-oh, never mind. Harrison has Destroy Evil lined up to kill Shieldred right away. So Zach losing his big 4-drop play. Harrison not going to attack, not going to do anything. Just going to trigger his wedding announcements, get 2 more tokens, and then now has the wedding itself to Anthem up the team. It looks like Zach's taking a think. Didn't draw the land, but does have Fatal Push and Stomp. Dom, if you're Zach, do you just play the Bone Crusher as a hardcore blocker, or do you try and get the value now?
I would be pretty tempted. I guess you can stomp a token, but then you're committing 3 mana the following turn. Like it's a lot to ask for, especially when the Misery Shadow is the mana sink that you're craving alongside that.
Well, looks like Harrison has an Adeline coming down here. And that's when we can't stomp, and we're going to need to do a little bit of work if we're going to Fatal Push that one, as Harrison is just moving to the end step and, moving to combat step, sorry.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
Yeah. We're attacking. We're attacking right here.
The way he shrugged, I thought he was saying, like, yeah, end step or whatever. I didn't think he was moving to combat. I would be much more dejected than Zach has been if my opponent was attacking me for 10 here and is going to get to draw a card. Harrison hasn't had to commit many cards to this board, so still has 3 or 4 cards in hand pretty easily.
And you're seeing here why Wedding Announcement is the go-to ace in the hole against Rakdos. I mean, it's carrying this game single-handedly by itself, which I guess is what single-handedly means, but bear with me. You know what I mean.
Who's to say what words mean when we could say them again in a slightly different way? As we do see Zach. Exactly. Yes, and Zach here, reading the wedding announcement, making sure, like, okay, you're going to have to draw a card now, right? Yeah, all right. So do I want to just buff once and trade and then Fatal Push the Adeline and just make sure that's off the board, or do I want to pump twice, make sure to keep my Misery Shadow for a later turn, even though it might be hard to block now that both the wedding announcements have flipped and are going to be giving +2/+2 here at the wedding festivities. So Zach in a really tough spot here. I gotta say, I think it's weird, but my inclination is just pump once, trade with the token, then Fatal Push the Adeline.
Yeah, I don't hate that. I think you're going to need to kill the Adeline. I mean, that much is non-negotiable. So,
sorry, I guess you don't need to pump yet.
That
yeah,
and then can't clean. Yeah.
Oh,
yeah. Cleaning out these tokens is going to be very difficult. We're going to need another Extinction Event, I think, to just contain what's on board, and then we'll see if Harrison can reload from there.
Yep. Harrison ticking up to 3. We have another wedding festivity. So now these are 3/3s. Excuse me there for a second about the Misery Shadow pump line, but yeah. Looks like Zach did not draw the 5th land again and hit Fable the Mirror Breaker. So that card might solve the problem in a different way. As we do see the token come down, but Harrison's got 9 power in play and still has a fully stocked hand because these wedding announcements were just doing their thing.
I think he also has another Adeline.
Oh, no. That is
gross.
There's going to be some festivities involved for Harrison at this rate. It looks like he is en route to top 8 this Pioneer 5K here, the NRG circuit in Louisville, as he's attacking in for 12 now with a land up for Brave the Elements or anything along those lines. And we know Zach Allen just has a bunch of Invoke Despairs that Had he ripped that 5th land on turn 5, might have actually looked amazing in this matchup. However, he didn't, and we're seeing some of the problem with this chalking up on big mana cards against these aggressive decks. Looks like he's double checking. Yep, still both Invoke Despair. Hate my life. Puts them back down. Look at the board. These aren't fatal pushes. Okay. Figure out what am I going to do?
No extinction event on the backside of one of these. No, okay.
Yeah, I think
there we are.
Even if he could extinction event, he would be in such a bad spot still, and that has to be a bad sign. As we do just see a chump block here to save some life, as Zach is going to fall to 5 now. And looks like he ripped extinction event, gets to activate his Fable the Mirror Breaker. Probably going to see at least one of these Invoke Despairs get discarded, maybe the second.
I think even with the event, he is dead on board, right? I think there's no way out.
I believe so. I think because he doesn't have any 1-mana creatures. The event costs 4, obviously. We decided to use the Goblin Shaman to block and save a little bit of life. So I think we might be out of it here. That the decision to save a little life in case we drew it maybe was. Well, yeah, you see Zach there starting to pick up his graveyard and decides, well, now I'm in the point race. I got to make sure to double check everything. I might as well. Also, Dom and Mason are talking about me. They're pretty cool. Discards both Invoke Despairs and draws 2 here.
Want to get my nice foils on camera, pay good money for these. Lots of factors at work here.
Yeah, Harrison picking up Invoke Despair. Like, okay, what's do you have a 4th one of these? Does this matter? Yeah, it does look like a Wrath too. So it looks like it would just destroy the battlefield. Invoke Despair, the Black Sphinx's revelation, kill everything, draw some cards. Dom's face in complete shock as I said that there. As we just see extinction event. Take care of the tokens, and Harrison, I still think has a handful of creatures, and he has a Thalia to make sure, like, hey, you don't have Fatal Push, right? And Zach is like, I do not have Fatal Push, and we're gonna see Harrison. Just make sure, I'll play this recruitment officer in case of some weird card I forgot about. I'll attack, make the token lethal. And Zach's like, that's lethal, buddy, as Harrison Fang locks it up, going to 5-0 and looking pretty when it comes to top 8ing this eventy. So congratulations, Harrison Fang. And like we mentioned, there is this long shot chance that Harrison makes our Players Championship. He needs to win, and Mac and Krueger need to not do very well. And Harrison's like, listen, all I can do is play Magic. All I'm going to do is win. Let's just hope those guys don't.
Meanwhile, at the top of that leaderboard, Zach now falling to X and 2 and lost round 1. So out of top 8 contention, but just scrambling for those last few points. And it might come down to, Zach versus Connor somewhere in top 16, top 32 to see how that race actually gets decided here.
Yeah, I love talking with the player race. We have another match though, so let's talk about some more Magic, and let's get that backup feature match pulled up here so we can watch this here. Looks like we have Adam, who is one of our players here when it comes to the feature match, the Players of the Year race on Lotus Field Combo, and Kenneth Oswald on Is It Phoenix here. As we see Adam have turn 1 our Boil Grazer, put in a Temple of Mystery, and Scry. Dom, how would you describe this matchup for the Phoenix player?
Oh, it's real bad. This is one reason I think why a lot of players have moved away from Phoenix is that the black-red matchup isn't great, but you can try and fix that, and it's kind of clear how you would. This matchup is game 1 is absolutely miserable, and then with sideboarding, there's this question of, okay, well, do I just rely on the same spell pierces and disdainful strokes and stuff I have against everyone else? Do I want more targeted stuff like Alpine Moon, which is already eating up this valuable sideboard space? I think for this tournament, honestly, if you're playing Phoenix, something like Alpine Moon may have been the move because a lot of the best players in the room are playing Lotus Field, and that is a horrible matchup unless you're really willing to put the work in.
Yeah, we see a piece of puzzle here. It's just going to hit a Lava Axe and Temporal Trespass. At the RC, actually, I was playing Is It Phoenix, and Joe Lissette, who'll be joining me back in the booth in just a little bit, was playing Lotus Field. And Joe was literally next to me for like 4 rounds in a row as we're playing, we have to win 4 in a row to make the Pro Tour. And it was like, no, Joe, stay right there. I don't want to play this matchup. I can't win. I have no cards for you. You have a bunch of cards from me, as Kenneth here untaps. And looks like we are missing a land, but luckily we do have cards like Opt and Treasure Cruise and Charter Course here. So Kenneth is trying to figure out exactly what is the most optimal way to sculpt the draw.
Yeah, you look at the average Is It Phoenix list, very high on stuff like Fiery Impulse, Lightning Axe, the kind of conventional interaction and creature removal, and maybe 2 Spell Pierces, something like that, as cards that actually have text against the Lotus Field deck. So with that in mind, if you can't interact, you need a fast clock, but Phoenix doesn't really have a fast clock. It has a resilient clock, and you can go over the top with this Galvanic Iteration, Temporal Trespass, Endgame. But what you can't do outside of your very best draws is just get the game over with fast. And so all of that adds up to game one is very, very difficult. And if Adam has any kind of functional hand, I'd expect him to take this first game at least.
Yeah, Kenneth is getting to resolve Treasure Cruise here. Just, double checking that we had the 7. We did that. We had some mana left over too. And it looks like Kenneth is going to resolve, or maybe Charter Course, maybe thinking about Fiery Impulsing the Sloth, get that out of the way. We might see that get saved for, the turn when a Phoenix tries to come back. So we draw 2, still no threats found yet. And this is what you're talking about, right? Like this matchup, you don't really have the tools. And if you don't have that clock, like an early Ledger Shredder, you're in a terrible spot. As it does look like Adam is thinking about what he's going to do. Looks like he is pulling out the old dice here as he made 4 blue floating after, a hidden stringsing the lands here. And this one is copied to the Lotus if you're at home. So that Thespian stage is a Lotus field. Just put on your imagination goggles as we play Lear to untap these lands. And Dom, it's time to start doing the thing where we ciphered on to the Lear with the hidden strings.
Hell yeah. So now, not even any threat of interaction from Kenneth's side. Kenneth is fully tapped out. And the nice thing about hidden strings is if you have a string to spare, or even just one of those tap or untap to spare, you can often force the issue by tapping their land and really making them hold up even more mana just to represent that threat.
Yeah, Adam here, it looks like he drew Dark Petition as well. With Lear in play, you just get to cast all of your spells twice. Yeah, we see Adam here grabbing a swamp to indicate the black mana. And it's actually just going to go with Ultimatum, was picked up somewhere along the way. And so now this is one of those spells that lets Adam go through and sort of pick 3 spells, and then Kenneth gets to pick one that Adam does not get. So, Adam's going to be really nice about it, I'm sure, and pick 3 reasonable spells, nothing broken at all. No Omniscience, which I guess Adam pulled out. Okay, a little pour over the pages and a Hidden Strings. It's going to be a little hard here.
Yeah, so regardless of what Kenneth chooses, even putting the Omniscience back into the deck, now Adam has as much mana as he could possibly ask for. We'll get to cut Hidden Strings for free, pour over the pages for free, and then both of those again manually from the graveyard with Lear. And then with the Dark Petition, we have this endgame line of petition for your Faith Riches or Mastermind Petition. Use those to find Approach of the Second Sun, cast it once, and then use the second copy via Lear to find it again, cast it again. And then Emotional Ultimatum can effectively shortcut that at a massive discount as well.
Yeah, and it's really hard with this sort of thing because it's not a deterministic kill. Adam is not 100% to win from here, but Adam is about 99.9%. And it's one of those things where if you're Kenneth, you're like, listen, I came over to play the NRG. I'm here to game. I'm in the feature match area. Mason and Dom are there. They're really cool. They're going to say some nice stuff about my cool hoodie. I'm going to make sure that Adam isn't on that 0.01% that they're probably talking about. And we all know that I'm probably dead, but I'm going to do what I can in the meantime as another pour of the pages gets cast here.
I think with that Dark Petition in hand, which obviously Kenneth doesn't know about just yet, I think it is deterministic, right? Again, math, usual caveats here, but I'm pretty sure, we can safely bet on black.
Yeah, and it does look like we're going to cast the Dark Petition, use all the black mana, whatever. We got enough blue as well. The black comes back thanks to Dark Petition, Spell Mastery. And like Dom said, we're going to start executing this combo. Dom, what do you think about Lotus Field in the metagame? Because this is a deck that players were just kind of off once the RCQ season started. But before the RCQ season, we saw it do kind of well in Pioneer Challenges. Wasn't dominating, not like Phoenix kind of was. But now, sort of post-RC and everything, it's backing away. And players know now. It's not like when it was week 1 and it was a surprise to everyone who wasn't really grinding. This is a thing where players know. As we have Omniscience in their play, all the spells don't cost mana as long as they're cast. Adam's going to have a lot of cake here, so I'm going to keep talking to Dom about this Lotus Field. What do you think about this deck abstractly in the metagame? Because it is something that you can beat if you bring the hate.
Yeah, I mean, this deck has been on the fringes and then on the inside of Pioneer for years at this point, and it's always had this quite narrow following. It's never more than 5%, if that, of any given Pioneer tournament. But the people who do play this deck seem to always succeed with this deck. And actually, Connor Mullaly, who potentially our player of the year here, and Adam's close friend, who they go together to all of these events, he was one of the original Lotus Field grinders and innovators on Magic Online. And so it felt like the deck was always poised to have one of these amazing weekends it has every 3 months, 6 months or so. But then when it came to the RC, well, okay, it has the highest win rate at this RC and also at this one. But surely next week people will show up with the hate and respect it more. And then it seemed to have an even higher win rate the following week. So at this point, I think a lot of people just have the mindset of, I'm going to keep playing this deck until people actually do show up with the narrow hate card and start respecting me. I think the other part of that too is when the narrative of the format was, oh, it's mono green versus Rakdos. Mono green is the boogeyman. That's for cards like the Stone Brain join the mix. But now mono green is kind of on the decline, and the Lotus players have figured out some ways to bring that matchup closer to even. And so at that point, you have to kind of look far and wide to see where those bad matchups actually are. And like Rakdos is a good matchup, Phoenix is a good matchup. It's pretty smooth sailing from there.
100%. Yeah. I think we are going to be able to check out the post-board games from this match. I think we're doing good on time around. Let's go. Let's just go. Can we jump right into those games here? The sideboard options I'm looking at is in Phoenix. I sort of looked real quick here. We can throw up Kenneth if we want to. None of the hate, Dom. Kenneth didn't bring it. 3 Disdainful Stroke, 2 Brotherhoods in, 2 Mystical Dispute, 2 Abrade, 2 Running Valley, 2 Crackling Drake, an Aether Gust, and a Thing in the Ice here for Kenneth. Do you have anything that you can at least hope to bring in to get lucky?
The 3 strokes are legitimately good. I mean, you're happy to have those, happy to draw those. 2 Mystical Dispute, same, although as the game goes along, sometimes you can pay for those as well. The Aether Gust, likewise, against cards like Emergent Ultimatum as well. So you get a little bit more interaction, get some of these dead removal spells out of the way. I guess you can board in the Thing in the Eyes. It's another like somewhat faster clock, but yeah, nothing that I would be too scared about or too surprised to see from Adam's side.
Yeah, and then meanwhile, Adam's sideboard, it is basically just the wish board. We have 2 Fading Hope, 2 Thought Distortion, 2 Pithy Needle, 2 Zakama, 2 Mystical Dispute, 2 Supreme Verdict, Approach to the Second Sun, Elder Gargoth, and Terra Cinder. This seems to be the exact list that we saw Kane Reinhardt win the Mox qualifier with last weekend. Anything that you want to bring in here just to shore up this good matchup here, Dom?
Yeah, the disputes make a lot of sense to me, and then also potentially the Thought Distortions, where that one's a little slower, a little clunkier, but again, if the opponent's sitting back on a handful of Disdainful Strokes and Spell Pierces and Disputes, well, Thought Distortion wipes out all of those and their graveyard, so no delving for you, and then gives you free reign to combo off at your leisure the following turn.
Yeah, let's go down back to the Future Bunch area and see what happens in game number 2 here. Because I think the recipe for success here is Kenneth's going to need like Letter Shredder on 1, Letter Shredder on 2, and then have those Mystical Disputes Gust Strokes line up perfectly and just sort of barely cross the finish line here, which is a reasonable thing. It sounds sort of wild to have happen, but with Opting considering your deck, you can make that sort of play happen.
Yeah, I think one kind of structural issue with this matchup from the Phoenix side is these reactive cards that are the only things that matter in the matchup don't really play well with your main threats and your main proactive cards. So, Spell Pierce and Disable Stroke not really helping you return Arclight Phoenix. Or if you're trying to transform that Thing in the Ice quickly, we are throwing cards away and maybe you could Spell Pierce your own spell or something, but that's not the battle you want to fight. So this is a deck that's set up to be proactive and doesn't do a great job of pivoting into a more reactive role after sideboarding.
Yeah, we do see Kenneth here had a land already lined up. I was looking for maybe Sunken Spire Bluff Canal. Adam is going to play the Balaged's Recovery on the backside here. Speaking of the backside, I hope y'all are enjoying laying on your back watching this coverage. Not my best segue I've ever done. I realized it as I said it, but you know what? If you feel bad for me, click that follow button. That way Norm's happy with me as we have a passing of the turn here back to Adam. As Adam is just in the sort of like, well, if you don't have pressure, I don't have to do anything spot.
Yeah, we are very glad to have so many of you joining us today. As a wise man once said, bigger number, better person. So great to have so many great people joining us here in the Twitch chat.
Wow, Dom, you did great. And you used the phrase that I stole too. I love it. That's so good. As we see, Kenneth here has drawn a couple lands, got that lined up. We're going to shock into Steam Events, and we might see, I think we have a pieces of the puzzle in hand. So maybe we can piece something together. As Adam has Mystical Dispute, and Kenneth's like, yeah, nah, this Spell Pierce has got to line up for something bigger. I'd love to draw some cards, but I can't really afford to have this card trade here.
And that's kind of the same decision that Adam's facing from his side too, is, well, do I use this dispute on this juicy target in the pieces of the puzzle that could find other things that I might want to dispute later? Or do I think that mana is going to be a bottleneck for Kenneth this game? Do I save the dispute for a combo turn where that could let me win this fight on the stack?
Yep. And, Adam develops the Lotus field here just the whole turn. Doesn't do anything we saw the last game where we tried to get like, hidden strings or a Sylvan Scrying. Just going to go right away. And we see considering to opt here, trying to find a Phoenix. Just please, my family needs a Phoenix. As we put opt to the bottom here, and just another Spire Bluff Canal got picked up. And it is a really awkward place to be because Kenneth has the cards, just sort of has to find them. And Adam has given Kenneth the time this game so far in the match, as we see. Adam here finally maybe starting to use the mana. I got a lid on the Besieger here, decided doesn't look like Kenneth has, anything along those lines. I'm just going to have this mana up first.
Yeah, so this is Hidden Strings, 2 mana floating, so you can pay for spell paste if it comes to that. And there is Thought Distortion. So those cards, just pick them up, put them in the dumpster.
Yeah, can't be countered. If you'd like to cast your Spell Pierce for life equity,
Yeah, I don't need to see those, Kenneth. Just put them away. Take it out. In the garbage.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what, the good part about this is we get to see Kenneth's cool NRG hoodie, but, from the lean in of showing all these cards. But yeah, Kenneth left with just a Spire Bluff Canal, and Adam passing the turn, and Kenneth picked up an island. So Kenneth really needs to draw Hall of the Storm Giants if it's going to be a land, not island. As it looks like Adam has, the Thespian Stage is just going to copy Lotus Field just in case Kenneth has maybe a random Field of Ruin or something wild. Adam would hate to lose to that in a spot where doesn't really need to leave the mana up. As we do see a pour of the pages to start the turn. Adam had one floating so he could beat Mystical Dispute. Knew Kenneth only had 2 turns here. Kenneth is holding some lands in hand, trying to represent. Those lands probably can't matter too much. We have a Lightning Axe, so maybe we can catch a Leer off guard. But it is going to be pretty rough here. And you can see Adam sort of moving with intent. Like, okay, I've done a lot of things to clear the way. I have a lot of mana. I have this Mastermind. I have this Dark Petition. What can I do? I can, pour over the pages and just get a little bit more mana. Picks up an Omniscience as well. So we're really close to hard casting that right now. Could be it over as Lotus Field gets discarded. Yeah, chat's bringing up, if Kenneth had Narset's Reversal, maybe we could have poured over the pages and got something back going here. And I love that. Narset Reversal is a very sweet card as we see Hidden Strings coming up. And this is part of the thing, too, for Adam. Adam probably knows there's some amount of Disdainful Strokes. Mono Green is on the downswing, but still very popular. Knows he has to respect that card. And if he can just, get to enough mana to beat Spell Pierces and Mystical Disputes, there can only be so many of those. And he already grabbed one of the Disdainful Strokes off the Thought Distortion. How many can there really be over these last 2 turns?
The other nice thing, too, is Adam has a handful of cards. He has a lot of resources here, 2 Lotus Fields. And so even if he goes for something big and Kenneth threw the stroke, not the end of the world. We can rebuild next turn and go for something else. And yeah, now we just get to go for literally everything.
Yeah, green means go, but blue Omniscience means do whatever you want. As we see, play this land. Who cares? Dark Petition. I got 3 mana. Don't mind me. Gonna pull back out the swamp because I do have 3 mana floating if for some reason something like that matters. As we are going to see, I believe the Behold the Beyond kill like we saw before. It looks like Adam thumbed Leer to the front. Funny enough, if Adam doesn't have anything to protect the Leer in hand, Kenneth does have the Lightning Axe. So if Adam just tries to run that line, we might see Adam's, plans fall apart if he can't recover from the Leer dying. But, he actually has the Behold already in hand.
Yeah, and he can also just play the Leer, immediately recast the Dark Petition, and effectively, just get the Leer in there for free. So I think all roads lead to Rome here for Adam Osborne Moses, who not in the points race at this stage like that. His role in that has been settled. We will see him at the championship, but hey, would love to top 8 yet another tournament, and well on his way to doing that at this stage.
Yep. And we see Kenneth extending here as Adam moves on to 4-1. So congratulations to Adam there. Pretty convincing fashion. This is sort of the reason to play stuff like Lotus Field, right? Like you mentioned, there's not enough hate. And also you just have some of the popular matchups that are super, super prevalent and big. And you just kind of get to crush those. So we saw that from there. And unfortunately, Dom, that was our last round with you. We've loved having you on this weekend. I loved watching the stuff with you from yesterday and today. And it was great to get to commentate a few rounds with you. And hopefully we'll see you here again soon.
Well, it's a pleasure as always, my friend. It's been great joining the NRG team for the first time here. Hope to be there for a lot of the shows here in 2023 and beyond. But yeah, that's going to do it for now. I will bow out. I will let Joe come back in, and you guys can close out the show. Take care.
Yeah, we're going to go to an ad break. So sit right back. We'll be back in about 3 or 4 minutes with some more NRG coverage.
Good evening, everybody. Welcome back to Louisville, Kentucky. I am Matt Monty on the NRG Series. Getting ready to kick off round number 6 here. Let's talk a little bit about our players to watch as we start to shake out the last couple of rounds of Swiss here. Got Adam Wasburn-Moses, Jesse Robkin, and Connor all at 4-1 on the day. You just watched Zach Allen at 3-2. And then down there towards the bottom, Raja Suleiman, Mac Endress, Will Krueger, and Zoe Riedemann all checking in at 2-3. So not exactly the Sunday that they wanted as they're chasing down some points here in our season 22 leaderboard, but about as good as it's going to get there for Connor. He is one match ahead of Zach Allen, and you'll see just a moment why that matters on our leaderboard. And there it is. So Connors was leading going into this morning at 173 points, 1 point lead over Zach Allen for our player of the year. Now, you might be asking, what's so important about player of the year? So just a couple of things here. So they are going to receive, whoever that player is at the end of the day, receives free entry into all of our events next year, all of our main events next year. So those Saturday, those big showdowns that are going to auto qualify someone to our championship every weekend. They're going to get free entry to those. And they also get a player swap in our championship. So if you want more details kind of about how that works, make sure to head over to nerdragegaming.com. You can check out the articles tab. And MaxCon does a great job of breaking that down. Even someone like me can understand how the championship format structure works, as well as an announcement about next year's events. If you're looking to attend one, you can see our awesome slide here. So the player of the year race, like we said, comes down to this today. So Connor looking to solidify himself as our player of the year. And with that, we're about ready to kick off round number 6. So I'm going to send you down to Mason. It looks like Joe's for joining us back. So you guys have a great time. And it is round number 6 out of 7 here in Louisville.
All right, thanks, Matt. And we are back for round number 6 of Pioneer. Now, we've got Michael Belfatto and Connor Mullaly. Connor in contention for the player of the year. And we decided, what's the ideal viewing experience for a Pioneer format, Mason? And we came up with the mono green mirror.
Yeah, it's really just the pinnacle of interactive and exciting gameplay of the back and forth. And honestly, jokes aside, something you have to get good at and you have to sort of understand the intricacies of if you're going to succeed in Pioneer. It's really easy to joke around and be like, yeah, Nixon is what matters. But there is more to it than that. And Connor has been dominant this year on our circuit playing mono green. Had a great finish at the RC as well, coming up 1 match point shy of the Pro Tour playing this deck, and has shown a mastery for it. And you don't win as much as Connor is just by always having Nixon. You've got to understand the intricacies of the ins and outs.
Sure. And so the deployment of this deck, I mean, really building up, we know the sideboarding doesn't really exist. So everything that would apply to game 1 to game 2, it all is the same here. We're playing the same game basically 3 times in a row, trying to build up an edge and win 2 out of 3 here, as we always are. And Michael Belfatto fighting from the draw, which is not ideal, but I mean, something you have to have experience with. Like you're saying, you have to make it happen.
Yeah, it's going to happen to you about half the time, regardless of what people say. And, you're just it's going to happen. If you play a deck like this, sometimes you're going to draw and your deck's still strong enough to break ahead. Now, Connor does have Cityscape Leveler lined up for the next turn off his Karn the Great Creator, along with a bunch of elves to play it. So it's going to be hard for Michael to get out from this spot unless he has something crazy like a Karn of his own. But, also, maybe Connor's, using his best draws while he's on the play. You got to see if your best draws are on the draw sometimes, as Michael is sort of pondering over, okay, what exactly can I do? Sequencing in this turn is so important, especially with Connor having the Cityscape level over it. And Michael's decided, what the best thing I can do is, Joe, is let us talk about their sideboards.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes that's the case. Sometimes your opponent just has the nuts and you just accept your loss and move on. And it's important to stay, within yourself and say, like, hey, you know what? I was likely disadvantaged game 1 anyway. So the fact that Connor has the nuts, just ignore that and go on. So, okay, we can look at the deck list. We can look at the sideboards. There are a couple slots in the green list that are kind of, up there for customization. And Michael Belfatto has chosen to go back in time a little bit. We have the green splash for Vraska.
Yeah, this is a big difference. So by having the Vraskas in the main deck, Michael's a little bit better against aggro decks. He has a little bit of removal. That's kind of nice. And being on the play in this matchup can blow up something like an elf that could matter. But more importantly, we have the Ugin's Nexus, which with Karn gives us infinite turns. So we actually can combo much cleaner and quicker than Connor can. And we can beat things like the Stone Brain in different ways as well. So we actually have a couple different ways to actually win a game here. And, if we just get ahead on board, we might be able to actually, cross the finish line, even if we couldn't full combo. So this deck, a little bit different, not as like streamlined as the normal mono green, but in the head-to-head, slightly favored in some draws. And we're going to see that happen as we also see Michael has Teferi, who slows the sunset. That is sort of the card for going fast in the mirror. We've seen players adopt Nico Bolas Dragon God as a way to, hey, if you the Stone Brain me, I then have access to your Karn's ability, so I can still access my sideboard. Michael's like, I'm not really interested in doing that. I would like to vroom go fast. And he's sort of doing that, and combine that with Vraska. He's had, a great start here today and has a very potent mono green deck. His Storm of the Festivals are much stronger than Connor's.
All right, so go ahead and take a look at Connor's list. So no extra Planeswalkers here. Connor does have Nicol Bolas, and let's see, do we see a couple copies of Lovestruck Beast? It looks like one. Yeah, okay, one. And then the main deck Sky Sovereign. Okay, so that's the way Connor chose to go with kind of the flex spots in the deck, which is it feels like a lot of lists have 2 Lovestruck Beasts, so you want to say 2, maybe 3 or 4 in Michael's case, as far as cards that are just not exactly stock. And so the advantage in Michael's deck, you're talking about speed, easier of comboing. So what advantages is Connor picking up with Lovestruck Beast on the other side?
So Connor is deciding to be a little bit worse in the mirror match and the sort of matches where speed matters, and is saying, hey, Mono White's one of the best performing decks from the RC circuit. Players love to play aggressive decks. I'd like to have this card in my deck. It's still something that triggers my Kiora and can be kind of good in the mirror matches if I get ahead on board. But for the most part, between that and the Sky Sovereign, Connor's chosen for 2 of his 3 flex spots to be more targeted towards the mono white deck specifically and creature decks on the whole. So Connor, a little bit stronger versus the field at large there. And looking over Connor's matches from today, he beat an Abzan Greasefang player already, and he beat some mono blue spirits players, and having things like that, those cards actually allow that to happen. Where going heavier on the combo is not going to be helpful there.
Okay, so Michael looking at opening hands. So we're looking for, well, I guess we're always looking for the same things. We're looking for an elf. We're looking for something like Kiora or Old Gold Troll, something that provides early devotion. And Connor didn't find it, so he's going back to 6. And so maybe we should just pass along to Connor after having watched some of the air matches today. 6 is the number of cards we're looking for here.
Yeah, 6 is what you're going for. 6 is what you get. And this is a huge part of the mono green deck, Joe. Just as I'm sure you can speak from Lotus Field, if you don't mulligan aggressively and correctly with this deck, you might as well just not play the deck.
No, you're right. And sometimes it's evident where a player keeps their hand and you just see them, play maybe in this case a bunch of elves or no elves. And neither one of those options is really where you want to be at. And you have to be disciplined in order to ensure those hands. Because it's not hard to imagine. In fact, last game we saw Connor just having an overwhelming win and probably had 2 or 3 cards in hand that were completely unused.
Oh,
so
100%.
You don't need 7. All right, so here's an elf to start off with Michael. And Connor will match.
Now, Michael's elf much prettier than Connor herself.
Absolutely. I mean, granted, it's black border. When you have that, the original artwork, the preferred option is the white border. But okay, Michael, you don't lose too many points for that. And Old Growth Troll to join up.
And it does look like Connor's going to have a turn 3 play, just figuring out which one he prefers to go with here when behind on board to the Old Growth Troll. Yeah. I noticed the art. By the way, I went back and watched my feature match from yesterday. There was a lot of Joe Lissette doesn't like Mason's art choices conversation going on.
I mean, that's not specific to you. That's a lot of those.
Okay, well, as long as it's not specific to me, that's understandable. I had some white border cards and I felt attacked. But you know what? That's all fair stuff. That's all fair stuff as Michael here has more mana to deploy.
All right, so attack over here. And all right, elves attacking. I mean, that's fine, but that's not really the ideal scenario here in the early game for the green devotion decks.
Yeah, if you're Connor, you are really happy with that. Now, you're not super happy your Krueger only has 1 loyalty, but even still just having it allows you to play things like an Old Growth Troll and get that redraw, which I think we're going to see Connor do right now.
Mm-hmm. All right, so there's the pickup there. Ooh, 2 Lair of the Hydras. That's not exciting.
I think it's 2 layers Nykthos. Oh, it's layer Boseiju Nykthos.
Okay. So lots of mana available, but not much to do. Okay, turn back to Michael here. And you kind of glossed over this in the moment, but Michael short a 3rd land drop last turn.
Mm-hmm. And also, his black source with the Vraska in hand, he had to make it the pathway for the Old Growth Troll. So having a little bit of awkwardness there, as both players, just like, okay, Old Growth Trolls are coming down. This is what happens. Oh, Storm.
All right. Storm Festival. Looking for chunky plays, and do we find...
Yeah, Teferi Kiora.
All right.
That's good. This is what I was talking about, by the way, when we were sideboarding, where Michael's Storms are just much stronger. Having things like Teferi on this board state, even, you can just, uptick your stuff, get to replay a little bit. Like, for example, we can untap the Elf, untap the Old Growth Troll land, and we could make the token if we wanted to, and then suddenly draw another card. So a lot of options available for Michael here, as it looks like he's maybe wanting to do that. He could even minus the Kiora to untap the token so it's not tapped. So kind of got a lot of plays available to him.
All right, yeah, just going to be Kiora to untap, and another 5 mana and a Cavalier. Okay, well, this is playing fair, but it's playing fair really, really well.
Yeah, this is some big I'm playing fair, Joe, in like big air quotes as we see the pathway get taken off here.
Well, it's more fair than the Cityscape Leveler that came out real quick last game from Connor.
That's you know what? Good point. Touche.
We're playing on a curve here. The standards have been established in this matchup.
That's fair. Also, worth noting, Connor pointed out, hey, that pathway does need to come in on the front side. It being black, maybe not great for this turn, but does unlock the Vraska here for Michael on the next turn as Connor picks up the Oath Anissa.
All right, Oath. This needs to hit something good here.
What if I told you a forest?
I would be unexcited.
Understandable. Have a nice day. As I think that might be what Connor's saying here as he thinks about, well, do I keep playing? I should probably keep playing. Crazier stuff has happened. He also does have, I am joking a little bit, but he has Nykthos activation, pop the troll, make the token, draw a card. So Connor is not without plays here. As he will be going down to 5 mana in order to get it. And ripped a Cavalier of Thorns. So, hey, we have, just exactly 5 left. Might as well use it on something important.
Yeah, all right. Let's see it. From Connor with, he's going to need a lot because while Michael is sitting on just one big creature, but he's sitting on 2 big planeswalkers with more in hand. So Cavalier will continue on for Connor. Looks like 1 green floating. Is there another Nykthos? No.
Not another Nykthos. I think Connor picked up the second Boseiju in hand as well. So if Connor can stabilize, that will keep him safe from any sort of wild Nykthos turns. But he does sort of have to sweat it here for a little bit. You see him sort of just figuring out, do I want to, cash in the Cure to untap the troll? Maybe, maybe not. Don't know which land I want to play for turn. Because it matters too. Like having a second layer to play right now might seem like small potatoes, but later in the game, that sort of thing of developing now can really matter.
No, yeah, those Lair of the Hydras do tend to get, when they get powered up by Nykthos, they do swing for big chunks of damage, even, the size of Michael's life total with no difficulty.
Mm-hmm. And worth mentioning too, Michael does not have Nykthos yet, so that's one thing in Connor's camp. But we have these 2 untappers, so our Old Growth Troll land is going to go wild. And regardless of what's in Michael's hand, we still have Storm the Festival in the graveyard as some relooks at the combo. As we are going to see Boseiju go after the Old Growth Troll land in order to try and actually go for the Old Growth Troll itself, because Old Growth Troll is an enchantment when on the land. A very sneaky play.
Mm-hmm. All right, so that finds an Overgrown Tomb, and I believe Michael's last draw last turn was Nykthos. So even though Connor sees the coast being clear as far as Nykthos goes, I think it is there waiting.
Yeah, I think so too. Looks like Michael's just double checking his deck. Maybe thought he put some cards in the wrong way off a bottom with a Storm.
Yeah.
Happens to everyone. Just want to make sure our deck's presenting the correct way.
Yeah, I think he did. If you're right about Nixon, this is going to be a wild turn here from Michael.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Storm the Festival will have no trouble being flashback. And I wonder if Connor's play would have been different if he had, because I think he had 1 floating mana plus the forest, and if he had 2 land untapped, if he could have held the Boseiju through Michael's turn, I wonder if that would have been the play instead of shutting down that troll early. Perhaps not, but
Yeah.
here we go. Without having the option, it does just fire it off there, and
It's also awkward because Connor can't target basic lands. Those are basics from Connor, so he had to target the troll. So,
all right, here is Nixon following Elf, and all right, Michael, it's your turn to go for the glory here. All the mana in the world.
6 green. By my count, unless there's an Othanissa hiding out somewhere, looks like it's 7. All right, you got me. And it's gonna put us up to, I believe that's representing 12. Oh no, we're using it all. Oh, sorry. Okay. Yeah, and we're going down to 2 here as we flashback Storm the Festivals. That's what Michael was grabbing there. And
okay, what do we got? We have Karn and we have a land. All right,
Yeah.
that fits. I mean, you can't hit too many planeswalkers. They're already in play. And yeah, Connor's done. Okay.
Yeah, Michael has combo. He has Teferi. It looks like, yeah, Connor's like, I'm going to hold my lands. You just make sure that you have the Chain Veil real quick, and I'll concede if you do. Michael's like, I do. Connor's like, sounds good. Let's shuffle our cards back up.
All right. Yep. Connor Mullaly, experienced player with this deck, doesn't need to see the steps taken by Michael Belfatto, willing to admit that the game is in hand. So we go towards a game 3. No reason to look towards sideboards, I think, again, as the players know what's going on. And the players know what they're playing for. Or at least, I mean, Michael Belfatto playing for, I mean, this is a 5K for him. For Connor Mullaly, it means a lot more than that, as the player leader spot is his for the taking at the moment. And we'll see how the rest of the day finishes out, whether he can clinch that spot, clinch the free entries for next year, and also the swap in out of the pods. That'll be interesting to see too. Whoever does get that, you end up in a small field championship like that, and you have some minor advantage for yourself, but also you're friendly with most of the field, which means you're probably more informed to make your decisions, but also you're liable to maybe hurt somebody's feelings.
Yeah, it's all business here. And
Right.
speaking of hurting feelings of player of the year, this is also a big pride thing for Connor. So Connor last year, Joe, missed our players championship by 1 point. And I'm a friend with Connor's, and he walked outside and he was like, I'm going to just win player of the year next year and win the champs. That was his goal for this year. That's what he wanted. And to get player of the year, he is in his grasp. Connor has kept his eye focused on this above literally everything else except not dying and surviving. This is his number 1 priority, and this matters for him a bunch. So this is a huge pride point for him, and that regardless of what happens to champs, whether he gets player of the year or not, say if Jesse or Zach does, he is going to do his best to win that at minimum. And like you mentioned, that swap of the pod is huge. Just pretend, like if you test with one of your friends and you know that maybe they're better at the matchup than you, swap it with someone that tends to play a deck that's worse against your sort of thing. That's super big. A lot of little things that can go on there, So like you mentioned, it's a huge upgrade. And for Connor, it's a huge incentive and a huge pride thing. He is someone who takes a great play in his pride and has done a lot of work this year to crush our circuit and be potentially our number 1 player of the year.
All right, players shuffling up, getting ready to present for game number 3. Yeah, we feel like the swap is a nice little perk, but also not going to humiliate anybody too much. I know, for familiar with some players might be with the StarCraft GSL League in Korea. The way their playoff works is the number 1 overall seed. They play in pods of 4. Gets to choose their first. They pick an order of who's going to be in my pod. So basically, the number 1 player picks who they think is the worst player in the field, and that's who gets, and they do it on stage, and it's rough.
That's the prison yard NRG circuit where we have that one happen. So it looks like our match is started here. Could you imagine? You talk about hurting feelings, Joe. That's the one that hurts feelings.
No, I know. No, I know. That's why I brought it up, because it's rough.
Honestly, though, knowing Connor would choose whoever he thinks is the best to put as his opponent. That's just the kind of gamer Connor is. Connor's like, hey, whatever, Piper, you're the best. I'm playing you round 1. that's just the kind of gamer Connor is, as we see a Kiora slam down here.
All right. Yep. Both players, I think, keeping 7 for this game. And are we playing Overgrown? Wow.
Michael is attacking with Llanowar Elves more than I've ever seen anyone on turn 2, and it breaks my heart for him.
Yeah, and a tapped Overgrown Tomb. I mean, if the players weren't fully aware of what was going on, I mean, you could just shock that in just a bluff because you're not going to gain the life total is not going to make too much of a difference. And wow, no play there. And Connor, anything but no play as a Cavalier comes in here, pick up a card and hopefully a land.
Yeah, and 5 cards off the top here. Looks like we did hit a Nykthos, so looks like Connor is going to grab a Force. Probably already has a Nykthos in hand. Maybe wants to develop something like a Llanowar Elves this turn. Or just, if I already have a Nykthos, no reason to burn one. Don't have too much
Nykthos in play, yeah.
Oh, yeah, it's in play. That's the promo Nykthos. I know the old school. That's right when I started playing, Joe. So that's my Nykthos. That's where my boomer stuff starts,
Okay, well, keep that in mind. All right, for Michael, a Karn tapped out. So we know this Karn is not going to survive. I'm not even confident Michael's going to survive, but we'll see.
Yeah, and it looks like maybe this is why Michael kept his hand. He maybe had, not too much to do on turn 2, but had a Karn lined up, maybe even has another piece of the combo in hand. It was like, well, if I high roll a Kiora, I high roll a Kiora.
Mm-hmm. All right, so Connor going along here. So, okay, so Connor. Is that the Cityscape Leveler that's in the graveyard there?
It is. Connor did not put that in his sideboard from game 1. He just shuffled it into his deck. And then also, because game 2 lasted so shortly, Connor did that. I do not believe that's part of his sideboarding. It might be an homage to when he played against Jesse Robkin in the Showdown finals that he won, and Jesse left in her Meteor Golem on accident. So maybe it's just like, Jesse, when you go back and watch this, and you lost Player of the Year to me, this one was for you. As we see Old Gross Troll get played here.
All right, so perhaps sideboarding mishaps aside, Connor Mullaly looking quite strong here against Michael Belfatto's start, which was below par probably. And all right, Connor is not done yet.
Yeah, he might be unearthing the Cityscape Leveler after activating Nykthos here. As we do see 12 mana. Yeah. Oh, he has Dragon God and Store. Wow, Connor's got a lot of it right now.
All right, Storm here. So I don't believe there's an Oath of Nissus. So Dragon Nickel Ball is stuck in hand for the moment, but Storm the Festival can hit Oath of Nissus, which would enable that. Although it does not. Just casual 8 mana worth of green beaters that come with additional cards and land drops.
Yeah, it looks like Connor picked up Nykthos and something there and gets another look here to find more mana. Just why not? And like we mentioned before, it's not even like for Michael's side, this all interplay this turn. We get to untap with the Karn and have a shot. The Karn is dying.
Mm-hmm.
So Michael's going to need something to really sort of pop off here. And you see Connor here just double checking to make sure, like, what's the best thing I can do? Looks at his graveyard again, wonders how much is, the Unearth on the Cityscape Leveler.
Even if Leveler came out, I mean, what are we even, are we picking off the Elf? Which is just going to...
It's slightly better.
Yeah,
right?
It's better. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, no, we found the Oath. Oh, no.
All right. This is going to be tough. And there's a Karn as well. So let's see. We got Nicol Bolas now, castable, which can, be cast off the Oath. That can do whatever Connor would like.
Yeah, kill the Elf and kill the Karn. And Michael Belfatto is not having any of that. Connor Mullaly advances to 5-1, looks to be in prime position to draw in the next round and top 8 this event. If not, he is going to for sure have a winning situation. So congratulations to Connor there, putting himself in a great position. And you can see why going into this last event of the year, he is our #1 player on the year. Even if it's just by a margin, that margin do be mattering.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it looked impressive stuff, looked knowledgeable. And we're going to talk with Connor in a moment about his prospects, maybe for plans he has for the championship. But another thing, so we'll wait a few minutes while Connor makes his way over to the interview area. In small field here, and being, I mean, a lot of the players that do well in this series are friendly with each other. How big of a team do you want to work with when you're preparing for a small field event like this?
Yeah, I was talking about this with some of the players because I do know a bunch of the players qualified, and I think that 2 people is probably the optimal number. I think if you get to 3, maybe it's okay, but you're getting really close to, like, that's a large percentage of the field when you have 3 people on your team, and I
Right.
think 4 is illegal. Not to the extreme. It's just like if you're playing with 4 people, I don't know what's exactly going on there.
Yeah.
But
I
yeah,
mean,
I would guess too. But you've played, the SCG Players
Mhm.
Championships.
Yeah.
What was your testing team size?
Generally it was me working with someone who was not in the field.
Oh, so 0 in
yeah.
field.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, it was never. I mean, geographically, like I wasn't, I didn't have
Mm.
tight friendships with a lot of these people because I didn't live in the same part of the country as many of them did,
Mhm.
and so I went in basically solo, which was okay with me. And there was, going in with, trying to predict the fields, some change ups, some kind of off the wall choices by several people, including me, to try to throw off kind of the prevailing wisdom, but. Here, I mean, these players, yeah, if you grew up with 4, even 5 players, I mean, you're looking at 20% of the field or more. So certainly there are advantages to keeping things kind of close, because unless you want to play a bunch of mirrors all day long, it's maybe not in your best interest to grow up with everybody. Well, anyway, we'll see what Connor thinks about it
Mhm.
when he is right. I can see him sitting down in the chair, so we'll get him popped in here as soon as it's ready to go. Connor, can you hear us?
Oh, hey, Mason.
All right.
I can hear you.
Okay.
Congratulations, Connor.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right. 5-1 and looking strong. So
5-1.
Mason was talking about, for some people qualifying for the championship, like that's a great, that's a big achievement. He said you really have your eye on the MVP.
So for me, qualifying for the championship was a big achievement. I was the first one out last year to have the chance to compete there is awesome. To be MVP would just mean the world. And so I think I'm there. Obviously things can still go wrong, but we're going to see what happens in the last round.
You are certainly very much on your way, and you've done basically all you can to make that happen. So, and we're talking about, kind of the scope of the content changes a little bit with some players who are battling out to try and top 8 the 5K. Some players are trying to get in the championship. You're just looking to be on top. You're trying to cement your position. So, we were just talking about, as far as the championship itself goes, 16 players, small field.
Yep.
Have you put any thought into, maybe you have not yet at this point, but have you put any thought into like how many people you want to work with this event, kind of what kind of preparation you think you might do?
I'm going to be working with Piper Powell, who would have been the player of the year if she came to all of the events. Very, very good player. I'm really looking forward to working with her. I think she's excellent. And then I think we're just going to, try to have good decks, try to have good plans for everybody. I am far from the best player in the field, and so I usually try to win on the deck registration sheet.
Okay. All right. Well, it's somewhat modest there, and we've got 2 formats going in, Modern and Pioneer. Do you feel like one of those formats is likely that the 2 of you will have an edge in more than the other one over the field?
Personally, I'm a lot more comfortable in Pioneer. All of my top 8s on NRG this year have been with green. I've played a lot of Lotus in the past, and that's always a possibility going into a small field tournament like this. And it's also a lot easier to narrow down what you think the field is going to be, just because there's so many fewer playable decks, whereas Modern, there's just so many things that people could do. It's really hard to nail that down.
Connor, going, like you mentioned this in the field and everything, how excited are you? Because I can tell right now, I know you pretty well, bud. I can tell you're a little giddy. How does it feel? Because I mean, it's not 100% yet. I checked. Jessie's still playing her round. She's also still live. I was going to tell you what her status was here on stream, but we don't know yet. How are you feeling? Because it is not 100% locked up yet. She can still win it, and I believe you talked about last night. She wins it. You lose in top 8. You draw. Is that correct? So
that's not correct. So Jessie needs to happen is she needs me to not top 8, and then she needs to win the event. We will be tied on points if that happens. And then in that case, we believe that she has the tiebreaker of more top 8s.
Okay, interesting.
So if I top 8 the event, I am the player of the year. So I just need a handshake in the last round.
All right. Well, awesome. So you're probably not going to play for seeding this time then, huh?
I'll still try to win the event if I'm there, but the goal is to get a handshake.
All right. All right. Impressive stuff. Well, this is kind of the culmination of a year-long, stretch for you. Is there what's the emotion right now? Is it relief? Is it joy? Is it satisfaction? What's what's the primary
a lot
feeling?
of joy right now. I know earlier this year when I've like winning my first RCQ that the feeling was a lot of relief that I didn't have to drive home and just feeling like I lost. With something like this, Zach and Jesse are both, good friends of mine and just excellent competitors. And so if one of them does end up winning or did end up winning, it was an honor to compete with both of them. And I wouldn't be too disappointed about that. So all I'm feeling right now is joy.
All right. Well, congratulations to you.
Thank you.
We'll see probably in an hour, maybe
Yep.
less, on whether it is locked up or not. If it is, maybe we'll talk to you again. But for the moment, Connor Mullaly sitting strong potentially for a top 8 berth and also for the MVP. Connor Mullaly, thanks for talking with us. And
Thanks, you guys.
maybe we'll see you in a little bit. In the meantime, we've got our backup match from this round. We've got Junji Choi versus Logan Snyder, another match. Other players trying to make top 8 of the event. Okay, we're going to go in live instead. There was a long start to the match, a long game 1. So we're going to go in live. We're not going to bother with the replay and see how this match is looking right now.
100%. It's so exciting. I love this sort of thing here. And by the way, I just want to say it. Love that interview with Connor. I can tell how much he wanted it.
Yeah.
So sick. And speaking of wanting it, this game is in the midst of it with so many creature lands and stuff on the side from Junji that as a blue-white player, you got to be a little worried.
I mean, certainly your removal gets a little taxed when it can't target things during your own turn. Supreme Verdict not so effective against Den of the Bugbear. And we do have Graveyard Trespasser and what else we got? Bone Crusher Giant coming into play here, but lots of cards in Logan Snyder's hand end up a game. So let's see how this is going to progress here.
Yeah. Memory Day DeLozier from Logan. This is normally a big turning point for the Pioneer control decks. They are wanting to resolve this card after interacting a little bit in the early game, find that last perfect tool to solidify the board state, and then slam it to Fairy, Hero of Dominaria. And we're seeing Logan here just sort of, check out the tools, make sure they're getting the right tools for the job. And this could be the start of the turning point if something like Supreme Verdict was found, or maybe slow rolled here from Logan.
Mm-hmm. All right. Well, let's take a look. There is actually maybe 2 Teferis in hand.
Seems to be the case.
Yeah. All right. We are going to see one here. Well, presumably 5 mana being tapped. Yeah, there we go. Teferi, Hero of Dominaria into play here. So the ideal scenario would be to have an empty board or 1 opposing creature as opposed to 2, but it still does generate advantage. And we'll see what Logan's able to set up here.
Yeah, this might also be a spot from Logan where he's trying to get Junji to commit to the board.
Mm-hmm.
And then we have this backup to Fairy. So we don't even care that much. And, we just need to find something like Supreme Verdict. Any sort of thing we want to have happen, just slow the game down and make it about this Teferi that we only need 1 to win. We don't have to have this 2nd or even 3rd Teferi. So,
All right. Now, a pretty sizable attack in the waiting for Junji here with 2 4 power creatures in play, plus choice of creature lands.
Yeah,
Logan has to know all this is coming, so I'm sure there's a plan of some sorts.
Yeah. And Junji even has Dreadbore to kill even if we had some sort of fog effect, not going to work against Dreadbore as it kills the Teferi here. There is some card in the top of Logan's hand that I am just unable to figure out, even when looking at the deck list here.
I can't help you. I don't know what it is either.
I have it. Soul Partition. Okay, so it's an instant with exile target non-land permanent for as long as this card remains exiled. Its owner may play it. A spell cast by your opponent this way costs 2 more to cast. So it's a little O-ring that then they can replay the thing for 2 more mana. Kind of sick.
Yeah, kind of indeed. And actually, something did it. Was it cast on his own Teferi there?
I think it was. I think he used it to save the Teferi, which is that would explain why Teferi's on the side with a dice on it too. And that's pretty sick from Logan. We talked about, maybe this Teferi's a little bait. It was a little bait for the Dreadbore there. And that could be one of those things where, for Logan, the 2 more mana, not the end of the world. Teferi not only gets it back, I want to play a 30-turn game if you're Logan.
Yeah, certainly. Okay, so Junji does not want to play a 32 game. Junji probably wants to win the game next turn. It's not going to end this turn, even with a solid attack here. But yeah, come across, chew up some of the graveyard.
Yeah, Memory Deluge 100% out of there. Don't want that one. It's only going to lose a life from the Blood Tithe that Junji is exiling from his own graveyard, but pretty big here. And this is a matchup, Joe, that before the RC and before sort of the kind of churn that's happened with current Pioneer was a heavily favored Rakdos matchup. However, a lot of blue-white players have changed their boards and plans, and I know experts like Misplaced Ginger actually feel the matchup is not super great, and for his RC going on in Canada this weekend, he changed a lot of cards to respect this matchup. So this might be one where, if you're a veteran of Pioneer, it's like, Junji has this locked up, but things have changed. The metagame has churned.
And that's something I expect to see a lot of. And I think we have already seen it in the last couple of weeks and probably going forward. I mean, there are going to be, as the metagame, ebbs and flows and priorities change, I think sideboards will change as well. I talked about this a little earlier in the broadcast this morning, where I feel like there was insufficient Lotus field hate in the field. And we already saw in Justin Brickman's blue-white deck a couple of damping spheres that I believe a month ago weren't there. And so there's going to be shifts in other ways, like you're talking about. Maybe these blue-white decks are more equipped for Rakdos nowadays than they were before. So yeah, I'm excited to see how the format changes over the next month or two.
100%. Yeah, we see it become daytime again, and I love this end of turn stomp. Your card might be an instant, Joe, but we can play it at sorcery speed and just make these Den of the Bugbears lethal.
Yeah, nice indeed. All right, so Logan Snyder down to 3. Chat pointing out that we misspoke on the Soul Partition. Only taxes the card if it's your opponent. So for yourself, it's still going to cost regular price. But Logan on the hunt here cycles a sensor. What are we even looking for at this point? It's got to be a sizable creature, right? A sweeper is not going to do it. Nope. Okay. Well, nothing found is going to help, and we're going to see game 3.
Yeah, I think the out there was maybe having something like the Wandering Emperor plus a spot removal spell. I don't know, maybe Verdict plus that. It was going to be hard, but we still have game 3 here, so we might have to see that later in the match. But yeah, just also nothing wrong with taking a redraw real quick. It takes 1 second, and if you forgot something in your deck list, might as well check.
Yeah. All right, so let's go ahead and take a look at the deck list and see what may be the slightly revamped blue-white control deck in Pioneer. So we do have new cards. We have 2 Soul Partitions main deck. Okay, yeah, that is certainly a relatively recent development.
Yeah, and from the sideboard, we have the Lyra Dawnbringer, which I know has become part of the plan for some blue-white players against black-red. Hullbreaker as well is pretty good there. Steinheim Unleashed. This is the Foretell card that makes a bunch of angels as much as you want. Joe, you might know this card. It's akin to maybe an old favorite of yours with Entreat the Angels, a riff on it. And
yeah.
It seems strong here.
Yeah, no, it does. I mean, not being able to be cast instant speed off of a Divine Top, what do we care? I mean, the black-red opponent doesn't care. There's a bunch of angels either way. Going to, generate a sizable board presence, kind of out of nowhere, and that's the kind of thing that's tough. I mean, what is black red effectively going to do? They're great at 1-for-1ing and then eking out small card advantage. There's no easy way to answer 3 angels.
100%, yeah. And it looks like we're back here as players are finishing Mullaly. That might be a key card here. Also worth noting, Logan has Laydown Arms in the main deck, a card that a lot of people talked about. Hey, is this the thing we should play in blue-white? Should we play this in mono-white? Didn't quite see play right away, but Logan making a big statement like, hey, my deck has plenty of planes. I am happy to play, this 1-mana somewhat conditional removal spell. And it seems to be paying off in great spot as Logan here is at 4-1 in the tournament.
All right, so Junji will take a mulligan here. All right, we'll go look at Junji's list since we get a chance a moment ago. So black-red mid-range. We also see some new cards here from Brothers War. We see Misery Shadow in the main deck, which is, nice way to give yourself a boost, not just on the clock, but also fighting against some of the Green Devotion graveyard tricks.
Pretty big there. And in the sideboard, we have Go Blink and Duress and Reckoner Bankbuster. All as cards we can bring in and sort of trim on things like Fatal Push. They don't really have many targets, and just make some small upgrades in other spots and just sort of have a more lean, consistent deck that can fight through counterspells effectively. These discard spells in this matchup, typically players think about Thought Seizing on 1. Sure, that's strong, but you can use your Thought Seize to clear the way from something like Absorb, etc., from the blue-white player, and then resolve your Haymaker card like Shieldred. And having more things like that with Duress is going to be big game for Junji in this matchup.
Right, and I think that's exactly why we've seen kind of the uptick over the last 2 months or so, more and more of the Foretell cards coming into play to try and dodge discard. So there is counterplay on both sides, which is what makes it for exciting matches. So let's see if Junji can come up with a 6 here that's going to work.
Yeah, looks like he's actually down to 5 cards, which is
All right.
pretty big difference there. Yeah, we see Junji is sort of like, okay, I've got lands and spells. Am I putting these 2 back? Okay. Does look like we have a Blood Tithe Harvester. So we got something going, and we're on the draw. And, in this matchup, being on the play is always strong. But this might be a spot where it's not the end of the world to be on the draw.
Right.
Unless Logan has Censor, which I can't quite make out the last card in his hand, but I think it is blue. And that means it could be Censor.
All right. Well, that will be a bit painful. I mean, there is. So, okay, it's going to be a Foretell card. And Junji does have Fable as well, I think. So, yeah, Censor is going to be live almost at any point.
Yep.
Here's Blood Tithe. And you talked about, maybe not firing off Thoughtseize right away. And yeah, Junji does decide to deploy Blood Tithe Harvester first.
Yeah, it's just, it's a thing where it's really tempting if you're playing this matchup, just like, hey, make sure everything's clear before I start exploding. I don't want to get blown out by Verdict. I don't want to get blown out by these cards. But you got to get some pressure so that your opponent doesn't have infinite time to resolve something like a Teferi, as we see the lay down arms take care of that pressure. So it's really forcing Junji to sort of keep doing this. And maybe, it's sort of a squeeze where, in theory, you want to wait. Yeah, but you can't give them forever. Otherwise, they just get to resolve their cards. Looks like I saw it coming.
Okay, well, that will protect the hand here. Junji's going to take a look at Saw It Coming, so we can pop that up. This is a Foretell counterspell, 3 mana to hardcast, 2 when it's coming out of the Foretell exile zone.
Yeah, big game on that card. When you only have that in your deck, it's a real kind of ha-ha moment. But with Steinheimer Unleashed, it's actually really big game. And I don't know if Junji knows that. And it might be a thing where Logan didn't show that card in game 2. But if he had, that might be a spot where he's actually caught off guard. And it could still come up with multiple Saw It Comings in the deck. And Junji is not an open deckless tournament. It's very different than the RC. You don't know exactly what you're playing around. And that's why these hidden information cards are so much more powerful there.
Yes, indeed. So options here for Junji include Fable and Hardcast Bone Crusher Giant, I believe. Trying to figure out what the right way to approach this is. Down on cards, there's nothing he can do about that. He'll just have to work his way back, which is, making up card disadvantage for mulligans. It's tough sometimes, but it can happen. All right, playing around center here and plays another Blood Tithe Harvester.
Yeah, and I respect playing around this Censor when you're on the mulligan to 5, because it can be really easy, right, Joe, when you're in this spot to be like, I'm playing for like a pretty good spot in the tournament. I'm old to 5, whatever. I'm just going to give up. No, Junji has the chance to actually afford to play around this and not have an anemic play. It'd be different if he wasn't doing anything, but Blood Tithe Harvester is a real amount of pressure, and the blood token lets him fix his draw a little bit.
All right, so do we see it? No, okay, he's happy with his hand, and it also tells Logan Snyder Junji is fairly happy with the hand.
Yeah, this might be a moment too where Junji's like, listen, winning this game in a timely way, that time has passed. My opponent's up 2 mana. This is a 30-turn game again, just like our game 1 was apparently. I am going to need this blood token for my 9th land in the future, not to find one now. As Junji's finally decided to deploy a card into Censor, does Logan have it?
Well, Logan does have it. Does Logan want to use it? There is Supreme Verdict in hand, so conceivably it could just be held for now. And yeah, it looks like Behold the Multiverse is going to be picked off from the graveyard. And here is Memory Deluge. So the cards flowing freely into Logan's hand here.
Yeah, and Logan, this is a big thing. We talked about how important it was when we first jumped in. That Memory Deluge is sort of that card where you find the things you're looking for and turn the corner. The difference between this game and last is Junji just can't apply the same amount of pressure because of the mana choke, and we have it rolled up with the Supreme Verdict this time. So when we pick up this Lyra from Logan, that card in 2 turns is going to be a huge presence if we don't even just play it now as a way of saying, hey, extend more into my wrath if you want to.
All right, let's see. That's 4 mana. That's going to be Supreme Verdict. Okay, so Logan decides clean up the board now. Junji, you can try and rebuild, and then maybe we'll drop the Lyra Dawnbringer, which, yeah, I mean, that card is a house, whether it's named Lyra Dawnbringer or Baneslayer Angel, or going way back, I guess, even compared to the power level of time, Sarah Angel may have been on the same power level.
Oh, yeah, Sarah Angel OG definitely was on the same power level there. Speaking of on the same power level, a few things that pioneer on the power level of Fable the Mirror Breaker, and it's finally making its debut in this game. And, I think I liked where Junji was. He did have the read on Censor, and as you see Logan be like, all right, You're rewarded. Whether you win or lose this game, you played around it well. I'm going to take my card now and just move on with the day.
Okay. Ooh, Shark Typhoon to pick up here for Logan. So
hard cast.
I mean, there's time. If it's ever going to happen, sitting at 15 life, it's not unreasonable.
I would be hard pressed if I would take probably a supercomputer to tell me that it's 100% wrong to play Shark Typhoon here. I need a computer that can run all the different stuff, but also Twitch chat wants the hard cast Shark Typhoon, and we got to appease them, We gave them a mono green mirror. We have to give them something else to quell their appetite.
Right? Yeah, that seems fair. Maybe next turn. Maybe Logan will see the opportunity next turn. If this Lair Dawnbringer survives, it's probably not going to take too much, but we'll see here as Junji is trying to decide if any cards need to be replaced. It looks like the choice is for the maximum 2, and there's a duress, so Shark Typhoon may potentially be revealed.
Not like this. Looks like we also have a Dreadbore, so this might be a duress into Dreadbore, and this is what we talked about before. We can use our discard spells to make sure, hey, there's no Dovin Veto in the way, right?
Mm-hmm.
Cool. You want to take this?
Wow, so this Soul Partition, can protect the Lyra Dawnbringer. And Junji, this is not a good. I mean, you're hoping to see 3 landed to Teferi. You're like, okay, I can maybe live with that, but that's not what he found.
Yeah, and it's an awkward spot too, where traditionally, like you mentioned, you just love to take the Teferi, even if you had to take the Shark Typhoon here. You kind of wish it was an easy choice and not one you to think about, because that Soul Partition can save this Lyra if we do go to Dreadboard here. And we saw this trick in the last game, so Junji maybe wants this play to happen. So we see Logan tank on it. Yeah. It seems pretty good.
Yeah. There is some hesitancy, though. Logan kind of wants to hold on to it. But nope. Okay, there it is. Lyra goes to not quite the Foretell zone, I guess, but that area over there.
The Aether.
Yes, exactly. And all right, Fable token comes across, generates a treasure. Junji not exactly bottlenecked on mana at this point, but pretty mana hungry decks with creature lands and such. So all the treasures, I'm sure, are welcome.
Yep. Oh, and with all the creature lands too, and Castle Lochthwain, this deck is always happy to have a little extra mana laying around. That's why you see it play so many lands for a deck that its curve really is that 3, but once again, you do want to be double spelling and stuff. And speaking of curving, this farewell might be game ending.
Yeah, this is brutal. And it's a perfect time for Logan to cast it, as he doesn't have a board presence right now. Cast that, give Junji the finger, and move on with your day.
That is the case of what's happening metaphorically and physically there as we resolve this card. You know what? This is the reason not to cast your Shark Typhoon, Joe. It's because you might have to exile it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Heartbreaking. We're going to see a blood get popped here. We're not happy with whatever card we have. Understandable. And Junji's in a hard spot. The Lyra is just whenever it wants to come back, it can come back. Mm-hmm. We have this lay down arms for any threat we have, and the Teferi, you're just sort of begging to find some sort of discard spell probably here.
Okay, so another Fable. I mean, that's something here for Junji. Can improve the hand next turn, have it rebuild a board presence, but Logan's playing on a different axis now. There's a lot going on. Here is removal for the Fable token, and then are we going to see
Teferi coming? And there's only 3 minutes left in the round, Joe. So Logan's got a pretty good grasp on this game. Just needs to be like, okay, how do I want to finish this, and what angle am I going to go? And it looks like we might be planning for the Teferi ultimate route, which is pretty close here. And also make sure that when we do go for our Lyra, she's actually protected, as we picked up an Absorb as well. And we have the untap from Teferi. It's going to be so hard for Junji to get anything of impact on the board.
Yeah. Let's see. We're not. Oh, I see. We're foretelling there.
Oh, okay. So probably a Saw It coming. Getting foretelled, as I think it was a blue card in hand. So this is a pretty interesting spot here. And we see the Fable of the Mirrorbreaker ticked up to 2. Looks like we're playing out a turn. We might just be not looting and just casting our 2 spells here and hoping it's enough.
Well, getting the Teferi off the board feels like a must. And then yeah,
Agreed.
okay, Blood Tithe Harvester. I mean that actually. Oh, I forgot the blood got reset by the farewell. Otherwise, it would have been maybe enough to take down the Lyra, but nope. And it is absorbent hand. You're right about that in Logan's hand. So here we're going to see Starnham unleashed for however much Logan feels is appropriate.
It looks to be a bunch. This has got to be having war flashbacks for you right now.
Yeah,
Doing
no,
this in the future match area.
No, this is how you do it. This is you play careful, and then when they're like, "Oh, time's about to run out," you're like, "Okay, I'll put 20 power on the board."
Yeah,
That's
And they're
how you do it.
No, that's fair. Yeah, and only 12 for the modern day version of this card, but still more than enough. And ironically, she at 24, so it's a clean clock as well as we see. Fable the Mirror Breaker transformed a reflection of Kiki Jiki. So we do need to answer that card. Otherwise, maybe the Blood Tithe Harvesters have enough, but we've got a good amount of force to win the game with now.
Okay, all right. Let's figure this out. Yeah, the board actually got complicated. And then this card on the bottom here that just got played, that's a shielded, right? Yeah.
Yes, yeah, that's the fancy
shielded.
one.
Okay, so Junji actually can survive 2 swings now.
I love Logan's use of the red zone. Gets in there. And Logan looks like he's drew another land, but has absorb and fell well. So yeah, gets to play the Lyra, and we might have to use both Blood Tithe Harvesters if we want to kill the Lyra. Lyra actually does buff Angels as well, Joe.
Yeah, I was thinking about that for a second. I was like, is it buff Angels? Like, oh, it's probably just Legends. But yeah, it's so the pre-combat there would have picked up an extra 3 damage in life, right?
Yeah, I believe it would have been a huge swing
Actually,
there.
yeah, not just 3 life. It would have been a ton of life.
Yeah, luckily for Logan, we're in a spot where this might not be the end of the world, but good enough as is. It's presenting lethal on the next turn, even with Junji having the life gain from Shieldred, even in combination with the blood, forcing the Lyra to be answered. And yeah, Junji might just be forced into like copying a Blood Tithe Harvester and just sacrificing both to kill the Lyra so that he has some more time to recoup and maybe get out of this in combination with some more kill spells. But like we mentioned, things like Fatal Push, we cut from our deck. We only have a few cards like Dreadbore left in our deck to actually do something. And you just tactically don't play for these games. And that's why having these strong pivot cards are so strong.
All right. So what are realistically options here? Okay, we're on turns now. So here is if the play you talked about, copy Blood Tithe, use them both to kill Lyra, then Shieldred conceivably could attack into the tokens because it would take down 2 of them.
Yeah. Yeah, and since Logan did not get the 15 life, Logan's life's actually under duress currently. So Shieldred attacks, gets in, Junji can make the attack again. Looks like Junji used a Blood Tithe Harvester on one of the tokens, did not know the Lyra text, so the token survived.
Okay, that's painful there. And now this should do it.
That should. We're gonna pop a blood and see if we have any instant speed kill spell. Maybe I actually can't be power word kill. That doesn't kill angels.
No,
it has to be a go for the throat here, and I don't know. Junji has that one. He has power word kill as his kill spell.
That's a go blank, and that is not going to be enough. And Logan Snyder will advance to 5-1 with a whole squadron of angels. Nice work, Logan, after my own heart. And Junji Choi fought hard there, but being 2 cards down, that's tough. Okay, that was the last match of the round. So we're going to hit a break real quick and come back with the last round of the Swiss. It's Joe Lissette and Mason Clark from Nerd Rage Gaming. We'll be right back.
Good evening, everybody. Welcome back to Louisville, Kentucky. I'm Matt Bamonte here on the NRG Series. We're getting ready to kick off this 7th and final round of Swiss here. Now, I got some, so check it out. So we have all these fancy graphics we use on the screen, but I have old school pen and paper here. Old school pen and paper. And what I've done is I've done some math here, which is a little scary in the first place, but I'm doing the math on our player of the year race. And you know what? This is going to be an easy one for me. I can just throw that all away. So let's check out the player of the year graphic here. So we'll take a peek. at what we were starting to talk about this morning. So Zach Allen. Now I'm going to tell you that those 3 players were in contention for Player of the Year. The numbers on the bottom aren't going to match what you're going to see in about 30 seconds here. What I'm going to show you is the 22 leaderboard as it currently stands. All right. So here's this. Okay. So Zach Allen, which we'll see in a minute on the Players to Watch leaderboard, his record is not going to be good enough to surpass Connor on the leaderboard. On the other hand, Jessie Robkin has 161 points. What did she need today? Basically to win the tournament. Okay. Now, if we take that 173 and the 161, we're going to show you the Players to Watch leaderboard, and it's all going to make sense. I promise. It's going to come together just like a nice puzzle. 5-1, Jessie Robkin. 5-1, Connor Mullaly. Now, in a normal tournament, at your 5-1, you're going to the last round. You say, "Oh, this is awesome! I'm paired against someone. I can just shake hands. We're in the top 8." However, we're playing for the Player of the Year here. So we are not going to go ahead and shake hands because, as fate might have it, and I promise I didn't mess with the pairings at all. Nobody did. These 2 players are paired against each other. So how about that? So Jessie and Connor are 5-1, playing for not only a top 8 berth into our elimination rounds here, they're also essentially playing for Player of the Year. Now here's kind of a little bit more depth to that. So if Connor wins, the Player of the Year race is over. It's Connor's. If Jessie wins, she also has to win the whole tournament. No sweat, right? Just has to win this quarterfinals, semifinals, and a finals in order to lock up Player of the Year. So these players kind of have their fate in their own hands, which is amazing. Great storyline, obviously. And we're getting ready to kick it off here. I am going to do some more math. I know it's going to take me a while. I got to get a calculator, maybe an abacus. Norm might have one of those. So we're going to grab some of those things out. I'm going to try and get you the final players who are going to be qualified for our end of the year championship as well. We'll make sure to give you those. I believe it's 5 slots are remaining with the addition of Raj and Derek to today. So we're going to send it down to the 7th and final round. I'm pretty excited about it, and I know Mason and Joe are also. So they're going to get ready to bring you probably one of the better matches in NRG history, one of the biggest, one of the biggest prize. So take it away, guys.
All right, here we go. Yeah, you know what, Mason? I'll let you take it. I can see you on my little screen.
I'm losing it, Joe.
Yeah.
This is so also, you know, we just interviewed Connor last round. Connor and Jessie are 2 of my best friends in the world. I love both these players, and I love high leverage magic, and I know how much it means. I got a text from Jessie after we interviewed Connor. I have to get paired into Connor next round so I can no-sir the split, so I can knock him out of top 8 to make Player of the Year. It happened, and here we are. This is pinnacle magic. This is the peak. I have not been more excited since I watched for the Players' Championship back in 2019 with Zach Allen, watching him sweat his last match and breakers going his way. This is the whole year of work right here, right now. We get to watch it, Joe. It's so exciting.
All right. Lots on the line here. Hopefully, chat, you've had that sufficiently explained, or you know what? You can just ignore all that and just enjoy high-level magic here. Jessie Robkin and Connor Mullaly, 2 of the best to do it on the NRG's tour and in the NRG series or anywhere else. And we'll get things going as soon as Jessie can deal with a sleeve that needs some repair there. But we are about to be underway. Last round of the Swiss of the Pioneer 5K. Lots on the line, including the Pioneer 5K that almost seems incidental for these 2 players as to what they're playing for right now.
It's just like Bamonte said, right, Joe? Normally at this round, you and I play in this tournament. We shake hands. We go get a New Wave burrito. We relax for an hour. We're super hypey. We play in the finals, whatever. It is what it is. Normally, every other tournament of the year, Jessie and Connor do that exact same thing. Today, no. I want to win Player of the Year. You do not get to go have a round. You have to beat me. If you're taking it from me, Connor, you have to beat me is what Jessie is saying, as it does look like we are getting some water here from the players as they get ready for one of the biggest, if not the biggest match of both these players' career so far. Both great up-and-coming players who have just dominated this circuit, making it onto the Pro Tour scene as well in the years to come, and this is their first huge one. So we see Jessie tank here.
All right. Okay. Into play. Recruitment Officer, 2-power creature. Good start. And Connor Mullaly, well, with the Powerhouse Green deck and with the kind of customizable card there that's good against aggro decks.
Yeah, Connor played the 1 Lovestruck Beast and the 1 Sky Sovereign like we talked about in his last feature match. So if he played against Mono White, he would have a better chance.
Mm-hmm.
Now he has it ready to go here. And Jessie stuck on lands, not something this Mono White deck loves to see, as we saw in her round 3 feature.
Right. So definitely not wanting to go through a repeat of that experience, but 1 land once again, perhaps on a mulligan there. I'm not 100% on that, but I feel like it might have been, yeah, it looks like 7 cards total. So Jesse on the mulligan.
I think Connor's on no lands in hand. Sorry to interrupt you, Joe.
Oh my gosh. No, that's
think-
fine. That's worth interrupting me for. Yeah, no elves, no Wolfville Havens. So a mana light game, and now an attack comes across here. Okay, recruitment officer trades off.
Yeah, and Jesse, if she has a Thalia here, and she does, the best draw from Connor as being a Kiora, if not a land.
How about it come to play tap land? Well,
yeah, okay, we take those if you're a Connor, but oh my goodness, a huge draw step for both players there. These high leverage matches, and they just have some spry draws. I love it. This is what it's about.
all right. 2 additions to the board, and Jesse, I believe, has Brave the Elements still in hand. So 1 attack at least is going to get through for the full amount later on. Connor draws Nixon, which is just a colorless land at this point. But next turn looking to have a big impact. And all right, we are fast and furiously approaching the mid game here. What does Jesse have for us? Is there Brutal Cathar?
She
Is
does,
there a
but
land?
she didn't draw the land. No,
Yeah.
I think she drew another hope. No, she drew Kithian. Sorry. So Jesse is in a spot where she can push through some damage here and, let the Old Gross Troll block or whatever, and then develop Kithian. Then the next turn, Brave the Elements for a near lethal attack. So a huge moment here for Jesse. She has to decide if she's going to Brave now, Brave later,
Right.
exactly how she wants to play it. And Thalia makes Braving the Elements, now much harder since you can't develop. However, Connor has the second creature lined up. So it's a spot where maybe you just let, your Thalia die or whatever. It's fine. I'm going to push lethal or close to it on the next turn.
Mm-hmm. So an attack here would get through 6 damage wherever Connor chose to block. Yeah, Jesse thinking this through.
Yeah.
And she's going in.
Yeah, she's deciding to make the attack, get the initiate trigger. Yeah, Connor's like, Thalia? Not today. And then we see Jesse develop the Kithian. Yeah, this is... Whew.
Yeah,
Connor's
so
unlocked a lot of mana.
This is exact lethal damage currently on the board. Connor's going to check out the backside of Kithian. We're not going to get to that point. But he may
Connor
not know
hosted.
Yeah. So Lair of the Hydra, when it animates, is green.
Correct.
I think. Okay, so that's off the table as a way to dodge Brave the Elements.
Does Connor have Haywire Might in the sideboard? Can he grab that with a Karn maybe? Because that's a colorless blocker. I know some players put that in their sideboard. Connor does have the Haywire Might, in the sideboard. So if Connor plays around Brave the Elements, thanks to Nixon, he can go play Karn, grab it, play it, and live through Brave the Elements. And when it dies, he gains 2 life, which probably doesn't matter too much, but could be all he needs to win.
He does have Karn. He does have Kiora.
Looks like we're starting with Kiora.
Mm-hmm.
Get a little extra mana, get to undo the Nixon. You're basically up 1 mana from Connor. Tight technical play, something we'd expect for our number 1 player right now, the person looking to lock it up by defeating Jesse Robkin here.
Yeah. Lots of big stuff in Connor's hand here. I mean, lots of big stuff that's going to get him killed. And then the littlest might is what he needs to survive here if he's able to piece this together. Think this through. I mean, he's obviously putting a lot of thought into this turn.
Yeah. And also Connor, he might not even think about Brave the Element. Like, Connor's really smart. He's going to figure out Brave the Elements as a card he should play around. He also has to figure out, okay, but can I beat Brutal Cathar? Which might be what the point is here. It's like, well, I don't know if I can yeah, you see Connor's hand. He's like, dang it, I am in a bad spot. How is this happening? I thought I had it locked up here. And this is a spot where he has to think through every line. And, these players are playing at a good pace and everything, but these are the turns that make or break it. You see Connor sort of doing some air math talking, trying to figure it out here. And Jesse's just chilling. She's like, hey, whatever. You want to play another thing? I got Brave the Elements. Play another thing. I got Brutal Cathar if I draw a land. Joe, how great, by the way, is it in Magic when land is a good draw for you?
Oh, it's fantastic. That's always a good sign because you're so likely. I mean, it just means everything's good. Okay, here it is. Connor has made up his mind. Maybe.
It looks like he's calving. He's put it to the front.
He made his mana. He still hasn't made up his mind. He's decided.
Yeah.
He just was taking a game action so that we're not exactly stalling here.
The arena rope has reset.
Yeah.
Elliot Raff has decided that you're not allowed. Well, okay. I don't know why we touched. I got really scared that Connor was moving to combat for a second.
That would be one heck of a mistake at this time. Oh, I had 5 mana floating. I forgot. No, we're not going to see that. We're going to see. We're going to see Cavalier or we're going to see Karn. It's going to be Karn.
Oh my goodness. And you see this heads up play from Connor. He took the line that I think beats both cards we talked about. You know, Jessie, if she draws Brutal Cathar, puts Connor in a bad spot, but Connor has Karn and Kiora and Nixon if Jessie doesn't draw the land for the Brutal Cathar. So Jessie's going to check out what the Gideon does as well. Maybe we can pull up Kithian's backside as well to check out viewers, since maybe it will actually end up mattering.
It's possible. Boy, and then the Thalia dying did enable Connor's turn. If that had still been on the board, if Jessie had played this differently somehow, but again, it made sense what she did. Did seem like a wise line there. There is the backside. Gideon Battle Forged.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and with this one you can make things have to attack it. It's also just a big body. It's like a growth spell. Jessie picked up Thalia's Lieutenant for the turn. Sort of a good draw, but not exactly what you're looking for here. Might matter if Connor is just able to present, 3 or 4 Cavaliers. Connor, like I mentioned, I believe when the Haywire Might dies, just in general, not even from its own ability, it's a gain 2 life, so it's not nice. So yeah, so that card, I joked about how maybe 3 life is exactly what you need, and with the amount of devotion and pressure from Connor's hand, that could actually just be the case.
All right, so now Jessie's turn to think this through, and so if there's a land for Brutal Cathar, you can pick off one of the creatures and attack for 6. If the choice is Brave the Elements, same scenario. Haymire white blocks, attack gets through for 6. If there's a Lieutenant,
we lose a creature.
Yeah, and attack gets through for, oddly enough, 6.
Interesting. So here's the real question. And it might just be that you can't do this. Are you supposed to Brave and kill the Planeswalkers and hope to draw?
Too. Yeah, maybe. You can't even kill both of them, though. Yeah, Connor's like, yeah, bring it.
Connor's like, I thought about this. I don't know if you know this. I'm maybe player of the year. I don't lose to stuff like this. As we see Jessie making an attack. And it looks like Jessie is sort of lining up like, okay, well, I can hit the Karn for 2. If I hit the Karn for 2, then it goes down. But the Haywire might can get in the way. So maybe I have to send 2 things at Karn, so I'm not as close to dying. A really rough spot to be here, as it does look like, yeah, we have 2 going at Karn, 2 going at Connor. So Connor is either going to be at, 6 life before the death trigger, or lose the Karn. It's such a brutal spot too, because for Connor can use Haywire Might to actually block the Kithian and just play a fair game. And if he does that, Jessie has a lot less pressure on the next turn. His life total is a lot safer. And, he's kind of in a fine position. The Cavalier Thorns is so much blocking power. So
the block is just Haywire.
Okay. Yeah, so he blocked the Kithian.
So Old Girl's Troll blocked Kithian. Haywire. So the 2/1 toughness creatures got blocked. Connor will lose the Karn. But the more important thing was survive the turn.
Yeah, and with this Cavalier here, if Connor's able to hit a land off either the draw trigger, which he just did, or the mill trigger, Connor is going to be able to play another Cavalier. And it looks like he picked up a Nixon. And with the force in hand from the draw trigger, Connor is going to get to develop a lot to the board right now. He's rocking 8 devotion. So means another Cavalier is coming, and we haven't used the Kiora yet, which means I think Connor has a 3rd Cavalier in hand. They could all be hitting the battlefield this turn.
Okay, this is a lot. This is a lot of mana. This is a lot of business. So however Connor develops here, what is Jessie going to need to potentially win with these? It's going to have to be, there's not 8 damage on the board right now. So it's going to have to be a Lieutenant and another Brave the Elements. That would
I think that is the line. I think you have to go draw land, Brutal Cathar, a Cavalier, so that you're not dead to layer plus the Cavaliers just attacking you in the Old Growth Troll, which is like a very real possibility. And then rip the Brave on the next turn for like probably exact lethal with that combined with Athalia's Lieutenant. And Connor,
if there is another turn, as a lot of mana floating now for Connor, the Cavalier.
Yeah. Once again, I don't think Connor did activate Cure now, so I guess we don't have another untap for sure. But if we hit, I don't know, another Nykthos, maybe we can do it. As Connor is going to cast the Cavalier, then respond with the mill trigger on the stack in order to get an extra 3 devotion there. Technical play. Wouldn't expect anything else from Connor. You know, it's not that much mana, by the way, Joe. I think it's just 20.
It's oh, it's a good number. So we got 3 each of Old Growth Troll and Cavalier in play.
Yeah, and Connor just hit a Storm the Festival. He's got
And
20 on the dice. And he's going to show it to Jesse. Jesse, very prolific with this deck as well. He's played Connor in the finals of the Showdown that Connor ended up winning the lock of his spot without even being Player of the Year or being on top of her leaderboard. She knows how it goes. And Joe, that's a crazy end to game 1.
Yeah, that was a very compelling game where both players took their time to think things through because there was a lot on the line in the game. Connor finding the only way to beat Brave the Elements, which Jesse did have, to stave things off and then pick up the win to get things started in the match. So, okay, well, we're kind of obligated to bring up the sideboards here, show you what's going on, even though if you've been paying attention all day, you probably know most of the cards here. Jesse Robkin's Mono White Humans deck.
Yeah. She's got a couple cards for this matchup. Skyclave Apparition is a card that I think she's experimented with. She has Maul the Skyclave, something that maybe I tricked her, maybe Sample tricked me. It's hard to know who got her to put that in her sideboard, but these are some cards that she's playing that are pretty decent in the matchup. And then you sometimes see players do things like Portable Hole when they're on the play to make sure an elf doesn't run away with the game. And then sometimes you'll see them cut it on this draw. So Jesse here, you know, it's funny. We can see the players at the table. Jesse showed Connor, I think, Kittigan again, so you could read it. But yeah, no, these are some of the important cards from Jesse's side here. Along with just her main game plan is really good. And we saw, Joe, if she hadn't missed that 3rd land drop on turn 5, she would have had it rolled up. The Old Growth Troll's gone, and we don't have all that devotion to start this craziness.
I mean, the 3rd land turn 5 or the 2nd land. Didn't she miss the 2nd land also? So
she did. Yeah, true.
Just a little behind. And still almost got it done. All right, let's go ahead and look at Connor's list. Not expecting much sideboarding here. We did see Seascape Leveler make it in previously, but that may have been incidental.
Yeah, looking over Connor's list here, the one thing that a lot of players end up doing that I think Connor is a fan of is he has one Asika's Chariot. Some players bring that in over Nico Bolas Dragon God in this matchup. A mana cheaper, and it's like, 3 bodies, so actually pretty good at blocking. Obviously loses to Brave the Elements, but lines up well against Brutal Cathar. So sort of a pretty reasonable line you can take.
All right. Well, Jesse has presented. Connor finishing up shuffling. Let's go ahead and go back down the table and see if Connor, 1 game away from being the Player of the Year.
Yeah. This is also a thing where he was on the draw that game. That was the game that he's like, I'm on the draw in a bad matchup. I maybe took a mulligan. Maybe that's why he only had 1 land in hand. That would make sense to me as well, given everything that happened. And I believe Jesse was as well. So he's in a much better spot. Win or lose this game. Well, sorry, if he loses this game, he gets to be on the play for his win and in. And that's a great spot to be in the 8 elf deck.
Yeah, absolutely. And not only, so much Jesse has a lot more work to do than Connor here. Needs to not only win 2 games in a row, then has to win 3 additional matches. However, the destiny is in her hands. If she's able to win all her matches, there's nothing Connor can do to stop her from taking Player of the Year away from him.
100%. She can stop after Connor gets out of the way. But also, Joe, this is a moment where how many times have you been at dinner and someone's been like, oh, I was so close, and someone just goes, sounds like you should have won more matches.
Yeah, right.
That's Jesse right now. She's talking to herself. She's like, everyone always tells me I just got to win more matches. Let's just win some more matches right now. I can do that. I've won one of these things before. Why can't I win this one?
Yeah, that's all it takes. And point out that Jesse needs to win the tournament. If she wins this match, while most of the rest of the top 8 is probably drawing in, she is likely going to be an extremely high seed and well positioned to get through if she can get out of this match. And here we have a more fiery start than we had last game.
Yeah, big start from Jessie here, getting the 1,000, so the elf doesn't even have the option to trade. And Jessie has Skyclave Apparition along with, I think, Brutal Cathar in hand. So things like Old Growth Troll are not going to be a problem this game like they were last. So good news if you're a Connor Mullaly rooter right now, because Connor did not have the turn 2 Old Growth Troll, which I think would have been blown out this game.
All right. Yep. Brutal Cathar indeed in hand. And yeah, so sizable attack coming in here. Ideally, Jessie would do enough damage so that the game can be won next turn. That's asking a fair amount, perhaps. The elf gets picked off by Brutal Cathar, or at least not picked off, but hidden away, and attacking for 5 for 4. And okay.
You were right. It's attack for 5. I know tensions are high, Joe. We gotta trust yourself, man. You got this. You're a legend of the game. You've been in these spots. I believe in you. And
yeah, lies coming out of your mouth left and right, Mason Park. That's okay. Well, we appreciate it. Okay, so the lack of elf really hinders Connor's turn here, as whatever he had planned ends up being almost nothing.
I think Connor drew into Seeker Chariot for turn and then whiffed obviously there. Jessie has Thalia's Lieutenant. And this is going to, Connor's just like,
that's it. No. Okay.
Yeah. And that is what Jessie Robkin needed. And that is what being on the play normally looks like. I mean, Joe, I feel like Jessie has had some like unfortunate draws and some mulligans with her round 3 feature match. We had some stuff go on, accidentally had a GRV, had to mulligan forcibly one time. It happens. We haven't seen all day today, even when Harrison played earlier. No mono white player is curved out. That's why you play this deck. If you've been watching these feature matches and you're like, why does everyone play mono white? Why are we doing this? I don't know what's going on. That's why you do it.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like, okay, there's the Thalia taxing effect, but yeah, these white decks are actually fast as well. We're going to take a moment while the players are shuffling for game 3, put the player slides up so you can see who we're talking about, who's playing for this. Connor Mullaly. We've talked about, if you're just joining us, the last player to miss a championship spot last year. Made it his goal this year to return and be the MVP. He is 1 game away from doing that.
Connor really wants this. And Jessie no slouch either.
Yeah, and Jessie Robkin really all year long been powering through both formats, Pioneer and Modern. I've done a lot of work on the Modern Breach deck that's now one of the peak decks of Modern. And here with Mono White having switched off the Arclight deck that I feel like she's been playing for quite a bit of the fall. Instead, this month or this week, positioned here with Mono White and a game away from top 8.
100%. Yeah. And Jessie didn't get to play all our events. Connor played every event this year. Jessie had to miss a few for work and life reasons and still put herself in this position. And you see it here, this NRG Series top 8, 6 of them. 5 of those 6 are this year. The 2 wins are this year. She has absolutely come in here and crushed the circuit and been in a great spot. If you want to see more Magic like this, you definitely want to click follow on Twitch here, because we're going to have a lot more exciting Magic coming up too, because these players, this is not the last match we're going to see. This isn't the end of the year for Connor and Jessie. We still have champs, Joe. These players are going to battle it out, ideally there too. And no matter how this goes, there's heat in that game. Not only did they both want to win, but potentially someone took the other one's player of the year.
Right. And yeah, this player of the year actually means something to these players. It's not just the glory. There are actual prizes associated with it, but really the glory is probably more important at this point. I mean, this is something that if you're going to see this person at every event next year, you want to be like, oh, congratulations on your victory. Like, no, you're like, hey, remember when I beat you on camera to win player of the year? I do. Yeah. Things like that. You don't want to miss the opportunity to be able to throw those things out.
If you're a Jessie and Connor friend, they both like to make poke fun at their friends. Whoever loses, what Joe just said, 1,000% is happening, and more extremely. It's going to be really bad. So you got to win this match for the joke reasons alone. But also, like you mentioned, the money and stuff and everything, that's cool. But I know for both these players, it's about being player of the year and dedicating themselves. They both dedicated so much time and so much effort to the NRG, have both played phenomenally well. I'm so proud and happy for both of them, regardless of what happens here. They are such great players. And this is the sort of thing where it's like, listen, I get I'm good. I get that I've done a lot of things here, but there's something different about being player of the year I want that. How many times in your life do you get to be something of the year at anything, let alone such a hard and extremely taxing game like Magic? It's just nothing you can do. And both these players want it, and they can both get it here. Game 3 starting very soon.
All right. Well, let's see how it's decided. Will Krueger was the player of the year last year. I don't think we had much of a race. He kind of ran away with this, ran away with things. This year is tight. It is close. And it's going to come down to the winner of this game.
I know Krueger is a good friend with both of these people too. I would bet any amount of money he is off screen looking over as close as he can right now to see what's happening, because he knows how much it means to both these players as well. And Krueger just a fan of good Magic too, which is what we're going to look up here for game 3.
Yeah, and absolutely. And Krueger has time on his hands. I think he got knocked out of the event like 3 hours ago. So yeah, I'm sure
he played Lotus Field, Joe. So what could you expect?
Hey, he's new to it. Maybe there was some mistakes. I don't know. I mean, that deck pilots itself as far as I can tell.
He won a challenge last weekend.
I know.
He's new to the deck. No, I understand.
All right. So handshake here as both players are presenting, and we are drawing up our opening hands. Whoever your rooting interest is, if you're enjoying the content, hit the follow button, and we'll see who is going to be the player of the year.
Joe, who are you picking to win right now? We have to pick sides. I know it's harder for me. I'll do it too. Who are you picking to win?
I'll tell you. I saw in chat one of the viewers said that Jesse's food preference on the hot take items actually was preferable to Connor's, so they're rooting for Jesse. So, whatever criteria you can go with, it works. I mean, I don't know. I would kind of like to see. I want to see the drama continue on. I mean, if Connor wins, the player of the race is over. If Jesse wins, the player of the race continues on through the top 8. So
I cannot agree more. I want Jesse to win. And then I want Jesse to just steamroll the semis and the quarters, just like not close. The opponent has good draws. She plays perfectly. And we get to the finals and we have a grindy finals. And that's what I want more than anything. So I love both of them, but I got to pick Jesse because we got to keep the storyline going.
All right.
I would never wish ill on Connor, but maybe a mulligan to 5 here for the story, for the narrative. Imagine, Joe.
5. I mean, the Green Devotion deck, we've been over this. It can win on 5. If you're going to talk like that, ask for a mull to 2. Come on.
All right, you know what? I want Connor to keep a bad 5, and he could have gone to 4. Have it eat him up inside for the next couple hours, and then figure it out in the finals. That's what I want. You know what, Joe? You're gonna put me in this spot. I'm in the spot. Jesse reminding Connor, 6 cards, friend. Don't draw more. Don't keep more.
I mean, Jesse's like, I've had experience with this today. Yeah, we'll use this die to help remind ourselves how many cards are to be seen here. All right, so an elf in hand, a Nixon in hand. That is probably what Connor's hoping to see in an opening hand.
I didn't see the forest at first, and I was like, dang, Connor has no lands. But when you see a portable hole, so, Connor, he does have some lands. He has Oath to Find Some, Drew a Boseiju here, has a Nixon. So got plenty of stuff here. Looks like Connor's hand on the multi-6 is land, Storm, Oath, and I believe has land as the only thing possible off the Oath. So looks like we're going to take the Lair of the Hydra. This is sort of what happened in game 2 in some ways, except Jesse was on the play pressuring. So if she has like a double 1-drop start here into a Thalia's Lieutenant, this could be backbreaking.
Okay. It is Lieutenant. So ready to grow, and Old Growth Troll comes into hand for Connor, and that's nice. Although, can we cast it?
Well, I think we have a Boseiju, but I think Connor maybe doesn't want to play into Brutal Cathar this turn. And so looks like, and I think Jesse has it too. Win or lose, Connor's going to look back, and you should be proud, man, of your play this game. You played really well around the cards and making good bet spots here. As Jesse picks up the crucial 3rd land, like we've seen so far in this tournament, this is an aggro deck, but it's an aggro deck that wants its land drops and needs it to sort of pressure the board and get on there. Not something you might see from a mono red deck here, as Jesse double 1-drops, grows this Thalia's Lieutenant, and now needs to decide, okay, am I going to spend time fighting over this Kiora, or am I going to kill Connor? This is the big choke point. Kiora being 7 loyalty is so much, Joe.
It is. It's so much. And I feel like, I mean, the number of games where you actually attack down Kiora over multiple turns. I mean, if you're attacking it all at once in the air or against no blockers like here, if you can kill it, sure. But if you can't, I don't know. It's awfully tempting to just go towards the face and try and, okay, well, Jesse knows better than I, with more experience in the matchup and most matchups for that matter, and attacks Kiora down. So lowers loyalty down to 4. That means another attack has to be incoming, though, to justify the first one.
It does. It's also a situation where, Jesse maybe will put it down to 1 or something like that, but she might just be trying to get it so that if she can use a Brutal Cathar to actually get somewhere. And I might be mistaken. Maybe it's not Brutal Cathar. She flipped a card to the front just then. But if it is, this could be a spot where Jesse Brutal Cathar's that threatens to kill it just with the Thalios Lieutenant and pushes some damage face. And with Jesse having Hopeful Initiate, she's cutting off, draws for like Wolfwillow Haven and stuff like that for Connor and putting him in a very bad spot. She has Thalios Lieutenant plus Brave the Elements, Joe. Oh my God.
Okay. Well, that's a way to get a lot of work done here, make huge inroads on the board. And
she had the Cathar too.
Okay, so I'm gonna sit on the Brave for now, just pump up the creatures and swing in, send in here. 2 blockers in play for Connor Mullaly. So how is what's the approach going to be here? Is it going to be just Lieutenant to keep all the other creatures alive? Is that even feasible here, or do you send everything?
This is such a hard spot. I mean, the Thalia is really hurting us here that we couldn't do this plus Brave the Elements. It's a funny spot where sometimes Thalia gets you. Connor has 2 cards in hand. We know Connor has Storm the Festival. Jesse has to know that maybe Storm the Festival is coming up. A Cavalier, I believe, was an available option to Connor. That would have been really good. I think if you're Jesse, we might be in a push damage spot again, but we saw how losing the Thalia lost it for her last game. This is really weird where killing the Old Groves Troll is actually net 1 mana for Connor. Connor only has 1 force, but it's all you need to attach to it. And she doesn't have the mana to activate the Hopeful Initiate to actually kill the enchantment. So this might be a spot where Jesse is just, maybe she's just swinging with these at Kiora. Oh, and it looks like some are going Kiora, some are going face. I can't tell exactly what's what. I would guess Thalios Lieutenant is going for Kiora just because killing Kiora makes the most sense. But it's hard to know for sure. They're both this kind of sideways. And it might be a situation where maybe Jesse is saying, hey, I'll put your Kiora to 1. You get 1 activation. I'm going to nug you for 6. And I've got this Brave the Elements in hand. And I have lethal lined up because I'm pretty sure Jesse has 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16 power. If she connects for 5, that would be lethal with Brave the Elements, unless Connor got the Haywire Might again.
Okay, so what happens here is Old Groves Troll obviously blocks.
The big one.
Yeah, and it does look like Hopeless Initiate must have gone through. It obviously didn't hit Kiora. So Connor's life total should be something 17? Yeah, and I think you just counted up. Did you say 15 or 16? Whatever
I counted 16.
Okay, well, that would be
Jesse
short.
has to draw a 1-drop. If you're a Jesse Robkin fan, you better hope she peels a Savannah Alliance off the top. Luckily, she did add an extra one to her deck this morning, so that might be fortuitous. But we see Connor here. We got to focus on this. He's got to pay that 1 extra for Storm the Festival. Seems small, but it could matter. We saw how it precisely Connor needed to have all that mana before he had all the mana in the world.
All right, here is Storm the Festival. So let's go through. And you're saying Jesse made changes to the deck this morning? I mean, normal people make changes the morning before the tournament, and they go 2 and 4. Jesse makes changes in a second and is playing for Player of the Year?
Yeah, no, we were talking this morning about like, okay, do I go with we see Connor here, got another Kiora and a Cavalier, going to get a redraw. Yeah, Jesse was like, do we want to play the 4th Luminarch Aspirant or the 1st Kithian? And there was some discussion before that as well. But game day decision, have the extra 1-drop. I think it makes sense. And you know what? Chat's done some math, Joe. They're better at blocking than me. Jesse has exactly 17 is what chat's saying.
All right,
and it's Yeoman 5. He does numbers. I trust him. If it's some random chatter, it's like Tyne O'Clock or somebody, I'm not trusting them, buddy. But Joman, he's got the math down. So Connor needs to have a huge turn here, and he is starting to have it here as he makes 9 Devotion mana and activating the Cavalier here for a mill, trying to get the Nixon.
9 Devotion's not enough. With 1 more with Thalia in play, that's only 10. And I can tell you that Connor's hand, I believe, is 4 land.
It's definitely 4 lands.
All right.
We got the new Kiora. Okay. Yeah. Okay. All right. I forgot that was the new Kiora too. All right. Hype moment for everyone involved.
All right.
As we do see an activation of Nixon here. This is the thing though. Connor 100% has to find a Skyboat to kill something, like we talked about. We have exact lethal, or has to find a blocker. He has the Might and Weak Stone in his deck. That is something that kills something. Chat. We have a game on our hands.
All right, Might Stone and Weak Stone. Maybe we can pop that up as we're going to see it in play most likely in a moment. A new card from the Brothers War, 5 mana artifact. One of its options is to -5/-5 a creature. Which has Plenty of targets right now. That is not the correct card, Director.
That's the weak stone. Might and the weak stone. We got the might involved. That's where the power comes from. But yeah, we see, Connor here taking a second. They're just confirming, make sure the hand's the right one.
There we go.
Yeah, -5/-5, or draw 2 cards and make some mana, but only for artifacts. So it's sort of a powerful card.
Well, you know what? Connor's hand stinks right now. Maybe he'll draw 2.
You know what? Connor might, honestly, we talked about Connor playing around stuff. It might be a spot where Connor's like, listen, I kill, this Thalia or whatever. I can't do anything. Jesse braves the elements and just attacks normally. And you see Connor doing the math. Connor's figuring out, and you see him thinking with his hand on his head. He's figuring out, all right, do I even play around brave the elements? Looks like he's decided yes. Gonna get the might and the weak stone down.
Mm-hmm. All right, so this will have options. Everything except the big Thalia's Lieutenant can die here. Choices. What do you think? Are the choices between Thalia, Guardian Thraben, and the small Thalia's Lieutenant?
I think it's between that. You could maybe go for Hopeful Initiate, just because that one's also it's gonna grow without Jesse casting anything.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, okay,
just because the big one. So
yeah,
if you're playing on Brave, like if Connor's plan is to beat 2 Braves, that makes sense. But Connor drew a spell, maybe not the spell he wanted with having all this mana, but Jesse's about to get her mind blown as Connor says pass in a second because he's just got lands.
Right. Yeah. I mean, Jesse's in better shape than she probably realizes at this point.
Also, we talked about Brave a bunch, Joe, but we kind of thought things were going to keep going. This Brutal Cathar might be able to remove enough that we can present some like real attacks here and not need to Brave.
Maybe. I don't know. I mean, I don't know that killing this Cavalier of Thorns is something I'm too excited about, although I'm not sure the graveyard's all that strong, so maybe you're right.
Well, no, I think we just Brutal Cathar the Cavalier and let whatever. Like, Jesse knows that Connor doesn't have a Storm the Festival in hand because he didn't kill Thalia, right? And with the land being played, he could have stormed. She knows he has no other creatures because he didn't do anything with the mana. Jesse, I think the only thing she could maybe assume is that like maybe Connor has an Oath of Nissa or something he's saving for some reason. Like there's nothing reasonable. Maybe another Kiora. That's like the only things Jesse could imagine. And Jesse, one of her skills in Magic is figuring out, why did my opponent do this thing? It's something she actively started working on last year when she wanted to make the Players' Championship, which was a big thing for her too. I was hanging out with her while the last Players' Championship went on, and she was like, I want to play this next year. She's locked it up, wants to get Player of the Year. Regardless, this is a big turn here. And I think if you Brutal Cathar the Cavalier, you can jam in with some of this stuff and push damage to guarantee the lethal in the next turn with the old Brave the Elements. And it looks like Jesse's got 3 mana. Yeah. Okay. In the words of Olivia Rodrigo, it's brutal out here. Now she's figuring out exactly what to do. Might have been a situation of Nick needed a play by the judge there.
You know, with Connor's hand being as bad as it is, this Brutal Cathar might actually flip next turn.
Yeah.
Ready to attack for more damage.
Well, no, it's less because it's not white, Joe. It's red for Brave the Elements.
Right.
Connor might actually, if Connor just draws a Llanowar Elf, it's in his best interest not to use it.
Sure.
Now, Connor also has the Old Grove's Troll redraw in play, as we see with the land. That is another problem with making this attack, is that we give Connor put the Troll on a token and then Kiora draws a card trigger. That is something that can end up mattering. Looks like we're trying to figure out Jesse looking at the heavens, thinking, what's the line? I know it's not Llanowar Elf. This is such what a crazy match, by the way, Joe, for a crazy outcome.
Yes, indeed. The match is living up to the stakes.
This is a magic. And it looks like Jesse has decided. Looks like she's pointing a Cavalier to me, but she touched the Old Growth Troll.
No, she's looking at Troll. Yeah, Troll is a choice.
Interesting. Yeah, I guess like you mentioned, the graveyard just has another Cavalier and an Oath. So Jesse's valuing that situation. So if Jesse doesn't attack and just braves the elements right now, we have 2, 4, 6, and then we have 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 18 damage currently. But this involves Brave the Elements working with the the Brutal Cathar, like we mentioned already, because if it becomes the Moonrage Brute on the backside, it will not get protection. So,
All right, so here comes the attack.
and it looks like Jesse's just slamming for 7. Yeah, final answer, slam for 7. Oh, no, it looks everything. Okay,
Nope,
never mind.
Yeah, okay.
Makes sense.
Yeah, so this so we know the Thalia's Lieutenant will survive. So there should be a lethal attack next turn, regardless of how Connor blocks, assuming all the damage is coming through and not going at Kiora.
Yeah. Oh, well, yeah, I was gonna say, I forgot about Kiora for a second. Maybe Jesse's sending the big one there, although I can't imagine. Oh, so it looks like 2 at face, 2 at Kiora.
Okay.
So yeah, Jesse's doing the same play as last time. Like, hey, I'm gonna chip shot Connor. Like, you got 2 cards, those Brave the Elements over there. But checking it out here, and yeah, it looks like so Jesse is presenting exact lethal on the Kiora.
Mm-hmm.
So you're gonna have to block with at least your elf, which would make sense as a Nixon. You know, that's a little bit more mana than a Llanowar elf. The math checks out on that one. And then looks like, yeah, Connor's gonna say, I'll take 2 to the face, block your, Thalia, most likely to unlock another mana in case I draw Storm the Festival. And Connor now down to a point where even if Moonrage Brute comes out, Brave the Elements is lethal. Now, we do know Connor can get Karn into Haywire Might like we saw before.
Mm-hmm.
But notably, if Jessie drew a land, she has the Initiate to remove counters and get off there. So we're going to have to see what Connor here is doing.
Is there... I don't know how much mana Connor has available here. There's only Brutal Cathar as a blocker. Could Lair the Hydra actually force a block if Connor didn't draw anything in order to bring back the creature? That certainly seems possible alongside the Cavalier, but Cavalier was drawn. So that means Connor will see a new card off the top.
I believe you drew an Old Ghost Troll.
Okay.
Hit a forest.
Exciting there.
Oh, no. Oh, it was an elf. Sorry. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. But you're right, by the way, Joe. That Lair of the Hydra, I'm pretty sure with Nixon activation now is dangerously close to lethal on its own. I don't think it is lethal, but it's dangerously close.
All right. So the Brutal Cathar now, okay, we know is not going to flip over. It's not going to be night next turn. Yep. So we can throw that out. So if the Brutal Cathar has to block, how much damage does Jesse have left?
Still enough, because I think the life totals are at 15, but then Jesse had 18 attacking again when that was me counting the 2. And then the Hopeful Initiate is going to get actually another additional counter. Right. So Jesse should have 16. Connor is activating the sacrifice of land that has the Old Growth Troll on it to draw a card as a last-ditch effort. Let's see what he hits. It's a big draw step. It's Karn, the Great Creator. Oh my goodness, Joe.
All right. Well, this
I think that's game.
I mean, there's how much mana? There's 13 mana floating. There's a bunch of lands in play.
So Connor has Karn, but does he have the? So I believe you need 13 mana to win when you don't have one of each in each spot. If you had a Kiora and a Karn already in graveyard, you would hard win from this spot. But you need to have a little bit more devotion to start with having one of each, because you need Heart of Kieran and do some crazy stuff. I will make Connor show it to us this here. No reason to get too in the weeds for the viewers here. But, worst comes to worst, Connor can grab Cityscape Leveler, and he can blow up the Thalia's Lieutenant.
Right.
So he's going to grab.
He's going to go for it.
Oh, my goodness. And that's going to mean... Also worth noting here, this Kiora only has 2 activations. Shouldn't it be too huge of a problem with Nixon and everything going on? But with the Chain Veil in play and everything, you need to have the exact mana. And Jessie is, listen, this is Player of the Year. She knows that she's very close to dead, if not dead, but it's just not clear. And we have to walk through this here. He has plenty of mana, but does he have enough mana to do everything? And once again, the Thalia dying, maybe
crucial. Yeah.
Yeah, because Connor's looking at Cityscape Leveler and the Burst, because I'm pretty sure it's 13 mana if you have one of each. 13 devotion.
13 devotion, yeah, sure.
Yeah, and so it's like, when we count this devotion, it's not 13 because the Old Growth Troll is gone. They got sacrificed to draw the Karn.
How often is someone attempting to combo off and their untapped lands is identical to their hand?
I don't know why Connor's hands still face up on the table. It is throwing me off too. I get that he's just like, listen, this is what happens here. And I think Connor also thought I won the game. And I think Connor also knows that I'm probably dead if nothing happens here. This is just really, really tight. If Connor had milled another Karn, another Kiora, this would not be tight. But yeah, you see Connor here have to blow up the Thalia's Lieutenant from Cityscape Leveler. Gonna give Jessie a Power Stone for her trouble because he can't actually win the game from this position. He does not have the necessary tools. And Connor picks up Lovestruck Beast, which will give him this Cityscape Leveler already colorless. Lovestruck Beast, a white and a green blocker, and a redraw. Oh. And this is why the mono green deck has been public enemy number 1 for the entirety of this RCQ season. Even when things are close like this, it is a spot where you can still get run completely over.
All right. Continuing to churn through some of the redraws. Still finding just land in hand, it looks like. But likely has done enough.
Yeah, and attack for 10, and then
make that 5.
5, yeah, okay, yeah. I guess it makes sense. You got to force Jesse to use Brave the Elements too. If there's something crazy going on.
All right. Well, now, I mean, the Brutal Cathar lived, but the Thalia's Lieutenant is gone. The damage output is significantly diminished. Jesse asking Connor, can you sort this mess out, please?
Yeah. Well, she's like, I know that you're trying to make it clear what matters and what doesn't, but they're also all in a pile. I've got 3 mana. I know you only don't have that much.
Yeah. I mean, when we sort this out, there might not be 2 cards in play or something like that.
Yeah. Yeah. Jesse is done. Yeah, that's Jesse's out. Do we have 2 cards? 2 cards? Anyone getting in trouble? No, but looks like Jesse has Brutal Cathar in a different spell. And she still has that one Brutal Cathar slightly off camera. There we go. Yeah, I remember we talked about how Brutal Cathar might just flip on the next turn.
Yeah, it didn't happen.
Didn't happen.
I mean, it may flip this. Jesse passes. It's going to flip this turn.
Yeah, I wonder. Okay, so Connor is in an interesting spot where we have a lot of mana, so we can sort of freestyle the combo here where Connor can probably generate a lot of cards and do a lot of things and work from here, because at this point what happens is Connor can activate Nykthos, Kiora to untap the Nykthos, activate again, activate the Chain Veil, take up Karn, minus get Cauldron, then replay both of them. And that will put Connor, I believe, at a point where he's at the normal spot for everything, but with up 1 Chain Veil activation, which I believe, if I am not mistaken, puts Connor actually at the win under normal circumstances, since all copies going forward will have the extra 1 activation. I could be a little off there, but that is my understanding of how the combo works from this spot. Oh, and he has another Nykthos too, so he has like a lot of devotion.
Yeah, he has a lot of mana, a lot of devotion. There's so much stuff in play, even if there's not a combo available, and all of the attack is going to force, even if Jessie lives, it's going to decimate her board just by having to be forced to block.
And the Cityscape Leveler triggers on attack too. Yeah. So that's going to make it so that, yeah, Connor's quickest road to victory might have just been activate Lair for 30 attack. Oh, my goodness.
There is Chain Veil activate plus, and then second activate Wish. Karn goes to the graveyard, Restorative Burst to hand.
Yeah. We see Connor here, putting them here, just making sure, once again, because it isn't 100% clear that it's lethal. Connor gaining 4 life does make things a lot harder for Jesse, even if he doesn't kill and somehow misses attacking. Probably something we wouldn't expect from Connor here, but we do see Connor starting to be like, okay, I get to Nykthos again. Looks like they have so many dice for mana, it's off screen. I'm going to assume Connor has enough to do what he wants to do. And eventually when it hits the infinite number, we will know as a group. So she definitely knows what is up, and she will not make Connor play it out once it is cleared as infinite. Jesse, I promise, will not make us do that. But we do need to make sure it's infinite before she's going to scoop.
Okay, so the point we're at now, there's a Chain Veil activation again. think, or is this correcting the loyalty? I'm not sure.
I'm not 1,000% sure.
Yeah,
It's
there
really
might
hard in
be-
paper. Oh, Jessie has something. Oh, she's activating the Hopeful Initiate to kill the Chain Veil to try and stop Connor when he untapped the Chain Veil with a Kiora activation.
and after the Karn left play after the wish. Wow.
Yeah, that was nice. Good play for I didn't catch that at all. I'll be honest, I had sort of resigned that Jessie was going to go. Connor still gets to grab Skyboat if he wants. He still has all this mana. Escape Lover is still going to kill something, but what a great moment. And that's why Jessie's in this spot, Joe. She sees stuff like that, and like those sort of thing totally wins games, especially if these creatures, had summoning sickness. So
all right. Yeah, Sky Sovereign knocks out Thalia's Lieutenant. Here is an attack, and that will do it. And Jessie Robkin, despite her best efforts, does fall here. And Connor Mullaly, his quest is complete. He is the NRG 2022 MVP.
Yeah.
Player of the year.
Congratulations.
Wow. And impressive effort. And he earned it. I mean, that was not an easy match. That was, in fact, probably about as knockout, drag out as it gets. But Connor Mullaly emerges victorious and will pick up the accolades of being player of the year this year. Congratulations to him. Mason, that was quite a show.
It was. And Joe, you're talking like it's the finals. It feels like it. We still have top 8 to
cover.
cover.
Well, I know.
Yeah,
I know.
It's like, what a show. We were starting to wrap up. We're going to thank the place for having us. No, we still have 3 more rounds. And for Connor is a man, says no splits. I want hardware. So you're going to expect to see a lot more Connor in the top 8 of this tournament. He wants a trophy too. He's not satisfied just being player of the year. Connor wants to show the world, I am good at Magic. We have a backup match. I don't think we're going to talk to Connor right now. I'm going to be honest. He's probably overjoyed juvenilely. We'll try and get him in later if we can. Let's see if we can get the backup match going, though. Wow.
All right. Well, yeah, if you're in chat hanging out, thanks for being here. We are not done. We've got Nathan Kainste versus Ben McKinnon-Duggins, also playing for a spot in the top 8. Mono Green Devotion versus Rakdos Tempo. And yes, Rakdos Tempo. This is a bit of an unusual deck list. This is not the black red mid-range that you might be used to seeing.
Yeah. It is. It is. I'm looking over right now. It's a very unique deck list. It's kind of sick. I'm trying to think of words and how to describe it.
Yeah, no, I was looking at it before the round started, which at this point, a lot has happened between now and then. But yeah, there's some unusual stuff in here.
Jaxis, Mishra.
Yeah, I mean, tribute to Hirobi. I don't think we see that too often.
Pyre of Heroes.
Yeah, all kinds of nonsense. And we have Witches Ovens and no Cauldron Familiars as far as I could tell. So yeah, all kind of a departure here from what we're used to seeing. And there's tribute to Hirobi. And we should probably start putting stuff on the screen as there's going to be people watching that don't know what these cards are.
Yeah, we have got it. I know tribute. I think tribute word actually is like make a rat, transform, you control all rats.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
So director, if we can get that up on the screen, tribute to Hirobi. But yeah, you can see the rat token in play for Nathan there momentarily. And generally the pattern is try and get it killed because your opponent's going to steal it back from you eventually.
Yeah. And looks like we found a Kiora here. Not much else to do this turn, but we got this rat thanks to Hirobi. Is that the name of it?
Yeah, so we have this mono green deck attacking with a black token and a white token.
Common stuff. You know what? Honestly, for this mono green deck, that's just actually expected.
All right, Fable the Mirror Breaker, we know that one. And then Nathan Kainste with the mono green devotion deck. I mean, this is a deck we're familiar with. We just watched it in the hands of Connor Mullaly. Maybe a slightly different version, but
same idea, same, the spirit, like we talked about in Connor's feature match 2 rounds ago with the black version. Typically, you're just putting small percentage points in different camps, and it's rough. Just like how do you pick the right deck for each weekend? It's so hard to know the exact small changes, and that's why you see these players have all these different things because we're trying to optimize now for like the 0.01% last stuff in mono green.
Mm-hmm.
Looks like Nathan taking a little think. We saw Nathan earlier today in the tournament as well. I believe won that feature match as well, Joe.
Let me look at my notes here. Yeah, we did see Nathan. Actually, we saw Nathan beat Jessie Robkin in round 3.
Oh, that's okay.
Yeah. So that one was earlier on. Jessie having some trouble mulligans and such that game, and getting stuck on one land on these mulligan hands didn't work out too well. But Nathan obviously proving his mettle here at 5-1 and looking to advance the top 8 as well. Presumably these players a little bit lower on the tiebreaker spectrum as they are having to play out the last round, unable to draw in. Or maybe one of them is just like, you know what? I don't care if we can draw. I'm going for number 1 seed.
Yeah, honestly, yeah. And you know what, too, with all this going on, Jesse and Connor, like Jesse forcing Connor to play it out, that changes stuff. People who normally are playing for like, yeah, I'm going to be 9th or whatever. No. You are playing for top 8 now. So big difference here as we do see, I believe it was like a deadly dispute.
So this was the I didn't see the other dispute. This was the Fable Rummage and the pitch. Sorry.
I just saw draw 2. My bad. Yeah,
right.
I got lost in the sauce. I'll keep it a buck.
Witch's Oven and the Dragon Engine. Is it? I know there's multiple Dragon Engines. I believe that's Mishra's Dragon Engine.
Yeah, I believe that's Ramos. Well, it turns into Ramos, but yeah, it's Mishra first. Dang. This deck is really cool, Joe.
Yeah, no, there's all kinds of stuff going on here. We'll get you the deck list in between games here, but we can just tell you some cards that you don't often see. There are 4 Freaks in. It is Freaks in Dragon Engine. There are 4 Freaks in Flesh Gorger. There's Jax's. Yeah, you went over this before, but there's Jax's Troublemaker. There's all kinds of stuff. Jax's is the gives haste, doesn't it? Is that the?
I believe it gives blitz to cards.
Blitz,
which is haste.
Yeah, sure. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, it has blitz and gives blitz.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
All right. Yeah, we gotta try and give ourselves a moment to recover from the last match, but we are certainly in the thick of it here. With
and this is a crazy game too.
Yes, it is.
Is there any sort of combo, by the way, in this tempo deck? That's what I've been trying to think over. So I keep like cutting myself off because I keep thinking there's a combo, and there's not really like some sort of in the game combo, right, Joe? I'm not missing anything.
I mean, there's Witch's Oven and Pyro of Heroes to sacrifice your creatures, and there's Undying Malice and Feign Death to recur them.
Oh, and we have the prototype card. Okay.
Yeah.
I see it now.
So we can play the prototype cards for the small side, and then sacrifice and recur them and get the big side. So that's one thing that's going on, and that does explain the presence of the Witch's Ovens in this deck.
Yep. And we see Ben here kind of thinking. Also, I like Ben's sleeves. I think they're like...
Are those feet?
I think there's a feet. I've seen people do this with their kids like on a plate before. So I wonder if this is like Ben's kid's footprint.
Well, that...
warms my heart.
That's very sweet if that's actually the case, and this is not just some like zombie footprint for some TV show that we're unaware of.
Yeah, this is the Walking Dead Secret Lair sleeves. I love capitalism. It warms my heart. I said. Looks like we're blitzing Jax. Yeah, we're blitzing Jax to give something. I think I'm not exactly sure.
All right, let's bring up Jax's if we can.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
All right. We can't bring a card up right now. But,
okay.
All right. Well, I'll just go through the text.
Yeah, you want to read that off to everyone?
Yeah. So Jax's the Troublemaker, which is exactly what he's doing for us right now. 4 minutes to 3. Discard a card. Create a token that's a copy of another creature you control. It gets haste. When a creature dies, draw a card. And then it sacrifices at the end of the turn. So I believe that was Jax's making a copy of Reflection of Kiki Jiki. I think that's what we saw, which can then copy something else.
Mm-hmm. And then how does it work with the Saga creature and copying it with Kiki Jiki? Would there be a rat made, or would it be the backside? Oh, you know what? It's probably legendary, so it doesn't matter. Kiki Jiki can't copy legendary stuff.
Yeah, correct. It cannot. But we are okay. So there's a Witch's Oven here. Boy, there's a lot going on here. So Witch's Oven just sacrificed the Jax or the Reflection copy, I think.
Yeah, and it looks like we made the food. Okay, the Blitz and the Jax. So when you blitz a creature, you draw a card. Nuka Penned Limited enjoyers know that well. And oh yeah, it looks like we accidentally had Witch's Oven with the lands. Just making it a little bit more clear.
All right, and the turn is over. We'll try and do a better job of keeping up with Ben's next turn. But
it's really hard to have to read all the cards for the first time.
so we do have a Phyrexian Flesh Gorger with a die of 3 on it. So I assume that one is prototyped up at the top of the screen.
Yeah, I believe we're activating a Nixon here for Nathan's turn. Looks like we have a devotion of 9 with the Wolfwillow Haven. So we're leading off here. Not untapping our thing yet. Or maybe we did and was shortcutted. Looks like we hit another Old Growth Troll, another Cure. So I believe you have to draw 2 weirdly because of how the state-based stuff works.
Right.
So that's going to give Nathan a couple cards extra.
Nathan's like, yeah, you're doing a lot of fancy stuff over there. I don't know what the cards are either, but I'm playing Green Devotion. I'm just going to do my thing and hope you die.
Yeah, honestly, yeah. And for Nathan too, he's seen Witches of it and stuff like that. So it might just be a spot where he's like, yeah, I need Karn the Great Creator because like that will stop this. I don't know. I would assume this is Rakdos Sacrifice up until I saw Jaxus, you know? I just been like, oh, it's like teched out Sacrifice. That makes sense. You know, that deck's good.
Right. All right. So what you saw there was Nathan used a Devotion from Kiora to untap Nixon, then realized he was supposed to draw 2 cards from the Storm of the Festival coming into play triggers. Ben was apparently okay with that, so Nathan did pick up the 2 cards. So it just was a little out of order there, but that's what all was going on.
Yeah, you know, it's good to see it from these players. It's really easy to have this stuff overwhelm and sort of be like, yeah, we've done it, but like I announced it, but didn't do the physical action.
Right. It may,
you know?
yeah, it may have.
So Joe, I think, there he's back. Joe cut out for us there a second. We're gonna try and fix his mic. Well, while Joe's fixing his mic, I've taken care of y'all. No one can stop me. I'm in the booth by myself as we have a store in the festival here on the old flashbacky side. And it looks like we found Karn the Great Creator. That's going to be pretty good against the artifact synergies from Ben. Then it looks like Ben has some other card. It looks like he found another Nixon. That's the thing. It seems like every Modern Green player chat, can you agree with me? They just always find Nixon off Nixon. Is it like, you have to get green premium? What do I have to do to get that? When I play the deck, I don't draw Nixon. If anyone can help me out, let me know. That'd be awesome. Nathan here, maybe I can DM Nathan or Connor and they can tell me. But Nathan here does have an Oath of Nissa hiding out underneath all those things. So we do get to play Nico Bolas Dragon God. And from this point, I believe we now have an infinite combo. So normally you need 8 devotion when you have Karn and Kiora and a Nixon untapped. This Bolas is going to be another activation of Kiora, which means we have more than enough mana, which I also think we have exactly more than that anyways. So it's going to be fine. Nathan is going to probably win here. The real question is going to be, will Ben concede to that, or am I going to have to talk through it all again? Who knows? But what I do know is that was a wild match last round, and we're all coming down off it. And it looks like Nathan is, we might just see Ben here be like, hey, show me you have the cards in your sideboard, and then like after you show me you have the cards, I'll concede. And it looks like I can hear Joe again. I don't know if chat can. Awesome. All right. So good to have Joe. While you were gone, we just won the game. Nothing too big. Joe, I can hear you. Where are you? Joe, are you here? Give me a sign. It's like a Ouija board situation. I know you're there. But yeah, there we go. Oh, it's so good to see you again, Joe. I was scared. I was by myself in the darkness. Oh my goodness. Oh, it's good to have an adult around.
Okay. Well, I know when I left when we left off, I was looking forward to seeing this sideboard. So let's go ahead and bring it up here.
Well, we're going to see if we have the sideboard pulls up. This is a time-shifted match. We should have it ready to go. We definitely want to show you the Rakdos Tempo deck, if at all possible. That deck is just too cool not to show, regardless of how this game goes. Yeah. Here we go, Joe.
All right, so Ben McKinnon Duggan's Rakdos Tempo deck with, I mean, all the heaters. Tribute to Hirobi, Phyrexian Dragon Engine, Phyrexian Flesh Gorger. Really... I mean, to say this is a different take on the format would be an understatement. There's half of this deck is Rakdos Scam, and the rest is cards you're afraid of seeing in limited. But obviously, it's working out. Ben McKinnon Duggins is 5-1.
Yeah, there's a lot of small synergies here. As we look at it more and more, we see it sort of almost looking like you said, like the Rakdos Scam deck from Modern, taking some of those things and applying it to Pioneer here. And honestly, things like Phyrexian Flesh Gorger are unbelievable when Fang death and stuff like that. And you do it yourself with Witch 7 worst comes to worst. So a lot of really strong elements. I love this from Ben. And look at Ben's sideboard, Joe. He's not a
I saw it.
man.
I saw it. Ben is not messing around. 4 Damping Spheres, 3 Go Blanks. And also Up Nicholas is also strong against Lotus. So he is well prepared for me. All right.
And mono green. So post game, we might see what we got going on.
Yeah. All right. So let's go ahead and look at Nathan Kainste's version of mono green. We see Nicol Bolas, and then what were the other signature cards here? Do we have Lovestruck Beasts? Yes, we do. Okay.
Yeah, we just got Lovestruck. Got calling it a day there. Once again, I think it's really reasonable to have Lovestruck Beast. It's such a low fail rate card. It's not as strong as something like we saw Vrasco or Teferi from earlier in our tournament. But Lovestruck Beast, like, it just blocks well and it cantrips off your Kiora. Let's get into the game though while I'm talking about this. But yeah, Lovestruck Beast, just like pretty reasonable all around. It's fairly so. Oh, Ben's got the Damping Sphere, so we have the Nixon hate card.
All right. So that does shut off Nixon. It's not going to disrupt Nathan from just developing slowly and playing a normal game. But again, playing a normal game is not what Green wants to be doing.
That is 100% true. As Ben has another Damping Sphere. You have 4 of your cards, you're going to find it.
Yeah, I guess. And so Nathan will have to deal with that. Wolfwillow Haven will function correctly under Damping Sphere, correct?
Yes, Wolfwillow Haven triggers off the land tapping and is not giving the land the ability. I believe Old Growth Troll does not work the way you want it to.
Okay. So here's a Fable for Ben. So if there is an extra Damping Sphere in the hand, this can remove it.
Yeah.
Are you?
Oof.
All right.
Man.
Cure into Elf here, able to pay the Damping Sphere tax because of the Wolfwillow Haven. And Ben, Ben's going to pitch it looks like a Fatal Push and a Damping Sphere here.
Yeah, Ben not really interested in having that. Looks like it's another Fatal Push as well. So, got to play around. Also, needs mana. This Damping Sphere is a symmetrical effect, Joe. If you want to have this card, you got to pay the price.
Yeah. All right. Well, we do have the token, which can attack and make treasures, provides more mana. But also, I mean, a reasonable turn here would be, evoke Kroxa and then Fatal Push on upkeep. That would work. Instead, we're going to see Thoughtseize, which is going to show, a whole range of spells.
Yeah, we got 2 Storm, a Cavalier, a Wolfwillow, and an Oath of Nissa. So this might be a weird take the Oath of Nissa spot, try and kill the Kiora. Might just be try and take a Cavalier and hope to strand these Storms for a turn. Lots of different plays available for Ben here. My gut leans towards taking the Cavalier, but I think you could see all that. Also, you could just take Wolfwillow Haven. That way, that one Wolfwillow land doesn't let you cast the Storm of the Festivals in combination with Kiora.
So yeah, we'll see what the selections are. I imagine one way or another, Nathan's not going to untap with as much mana as he's hoping, as that Elf looks like a prime target here for Ben.
100. So
Cavalier is the choice.
So yeah, it looks like we have our top 8 is starting, and so we're gonna have to actually end this. We're gonna spoil it for you. Ben wins this game, and who does win? Nathan wins the game in the match. Yeah, so congratulations to Nathan. Unfortunately, though, we can't have the top 8 wait around. This recording apparently goes for a while. Ben's deck, super cool. Congratulations on a super solid finish with a super innovative deck, Ben. That is awesome. Unfortunately, we cannot show the whole round there.
Joe is disappointed. Yeah. All right. We're going to step away for a minute, and then we'll get the top 8 started. Sorry for the abrupt finish there, but so it goes during live broadcasting. We'll be right back. This is NRG Gaming top 8 Pioneer incoming.
Good evening, everybody. Welcome back to Louisville, Kentucky in the NRG Series. I'm Matt Piemonte. What a crazy day. I'm trying to catch my breath here. I'm trying to decompress a little bit of math that I was doing on. Remember I told you about those sheets? So check it out. I added more sheets. There's tons of them. There's even a notebook involved in all this. All right. So what I'm going to tell you is I'm going to show you our top 8 bracket first. All right. So we get a little bit of idea what happened today. So you see all those players, all 8 of them in our top 8 here. Now, very important again for Connor, who we just watched win his match. He is our NRG Series Player of the Year. So congrats to him for that. I kind of was speaking to him afterwards, and I said, "You remember that time we did an interview together, you and I? And you told me I'm not going to miss next year." Pretty awesome moment to see him, punches ticket not only to the championship earlier in the year, but to be our player of the year. So congrats to Connor. Now, the other 7 players, also congrats to them for making the top 8, but it is especially important for Harrison Fang down in the number 5 hole down there on the bottom left corner. You can see playing their mono white humans deck. Now, what I can tell you is I want to talk about season 3 leaderboard here because it's going to all make sense in a second. So season 3 leaderboard, we talked Raja Suleiman qualified just yesterday, had enough points to put them over the top of the rest of the players in season 3. So Raja was one of our season 3 qualifiers. Now I can tell you at the end of the day today, Zach Allen is going to be our 2nd player from season 3 qualified as well. So congrats to Zach. Taking a peek at the 2022 overall leaderboard, we're going to qualify the rest of these players here. So we're going to start. So again, Zach Allen is going to be marked in orange here after today's event. We're also going to add Zoe Reederman, Adam Wasburn-Moses, and Will Krueger to that list. I mentioned Raja's already in. So what does that mean? That leaves 1 slot left. Now, Mac Endres started off today with 126 points. Going to place 39th today, I believe, which is good for 2 NRG Series points. Going to put Mac to 128 points on the weekend. I mentioned Harrison Fang, who's in 13th with the 115 points. So you get 12 points for a top 8 finish. So Harrison is at a virtual 127 points, putting them exactly 1 point behind Mac Endres. So this is a huge match for Harrison. If Harrison wins this match, I do believe Harrison will be in our championship. I want to go ahead and bring Joe and Mason back in. We're going to show you all the qualified players as well. So guys, let's take a peek at this real quick. We're going to make sure that my math is correct, obviously, but I'm pretty sure that if Harrison wins this match, Harrison is into our championship at the end. So let's take a peek at those qualified players real quick while we have a second. And the players are just about ready. So again, that extra season 3 at large going to be filled with Zach Allen's face. The 3 overall at larges are going to be Zoe Reederman, Adam Wasburn-Moses, and Will Krueger. And then that last slot is going to be either Mac Endres or Harrison Fang. Guys, it's been an awesome day today. Any thoughts on playing a match with quite this much pressure packed behind it?
I mean, I have a lot of thoughts. For one, it's amazing that this year-long point race came right to the end this time around. Some nice things to see, some feel-good moments. Zoe Reederman was disappointed to miss the last event. And it tweeted, if I miss the championship because I had to miss this event, this is going to be really disappointing. She shows up today, does well enough, earns her spot anyway. Congratulations to her. To Will Krueger, our MVP from last year, managing to make it in, to make a return appearance. So lots of good stories all around. And the fact that, I don't know, 1 match to play for a qualification here for Harrison Fang, and for Mac Endres, you don't even get to play for it. You just have to watch.
Yeah.
It is unreal, this point race. From yesterday with Zach Allen getting paired down, losing, not locking it up for the player of the year, to also that affecting everything else with everyone having to play in spots where maybe something goes a little different. Maybe Zach's like, whatever, I'm locked for player of the year. Scoop to my friend. Here we are now in this crazy point race where we have another high-level match. It just shows how exciting the NRG series is and how awesome our players are in this point race, that it's this tight. It wouldn't be this tight if all these players weren't this good and this competitive and this dedicated to the grind from this year. And it's going to be something they all look back on. And there might be some sore spots for others, but they should all be proud of their play for this year, because if it's this tight, you did good.
Yeah, most definitely. I think it's amazing, like you mentioned, Joe, have Will Krueger repeat coming back to the championship, as well as all the newcomers that are going to be a part of our championship this year. It'll be awesome experience for them, and as well as the people returning. It's a great time every time. I know it'll be some of our commentary people's first time doing the event as well, which would be awesome. So with that, we're going to jump right down to our first quarterfinal match. I believe we have Harrison ready to roll. So guys, take us away.
All right. Yep. Another match where the stakes are not just the outcome of the match. It's championship slots being vied for. We're going to have Mono White Humans versus Mono Blue Spirits. So I don't know what you guys watched when I was away for 2 rounds, but we haven't seen Spirits. I haven't seen Spirits on camera this weekend. So Ryan Kelly makes it through and is the higher seed here.
Yeah, we saw Harrison Fang actually get paired down against Zach Allen, who we were talking about if our player of the year race was in it there. He got paired down, beat Zach, locked up top 8 here. Seems to be in a pretty good position and playing a matchup that is a little interesting in the fact that really the mono blue deck is a deck that when ahead or at parity often wins a lot of games. But if it falls behind even just a little bit, and specifically on board, it comes at a real disadvantage. And the mono white deck, Joe, as we've seen from last round and Harrison from the round before that even, very good at getting on board. So we have to see what Ryan Kelly can do to keep Harrison from getting on board and honestly save Mac Indris's dreams and crush Harrison's.
Well, okay. I mean, the ideal start does not involve missing your second land drop. So somewhat speculative keep there, but with a 1-drop that's evasive and the Curious Obsession, hoping to, within your draw stuff for turn 2 or the extra draw, to hit your land drop, and it does not come. Here's Athalia. Okay. Well, we're off.
Yeah, and Ryan Kelly kept a double Curious Obsession hand with that creature. So, Ryan before was like, okay, I miss whatever, I play a Curious Obsession. If I miss on my top 8 cards, whatever, I was not going to win this match. Now, Harrison's like, you got to earn it a little bit more. This is going to be a little harder than you thought. And I think Ryan picked up another Ascendant Spirit off the draw there. Maybe that was an island, but yeah, it looks to be like he just has Ascendant Spirit and maybe he has to go to cleanup.
Wow. All right. No discard yet, but I mean, we've seen some players keep hands and miss land drops today, and it often does not end well. And if anything, you want the opponent to stumble. And Harrison Fang is like, nope, I'm playing for what is very likely my championship berth here. The last thing I want to do is stumble. Adeline comes out here after Thalia, and this is a solid opening. In fact, this is a great opening.
Yeah, in this matchup, this is perfect. Normally, Harrison be like, okay, don't have, your one counter spell, your Geistlight Snare, whatever here. With Athalia into this sort of thing, we see why this is so important. And worth noting, Harrison's on the draw this game. So if he wins this game, just like we talked about in Connor last round, no matter what, he plays the final game on the play. And this could happen the same exact way, just on the play. And if Ryan has the one land, it wouldn't matter with Athalia. So we're seeing here. Also, Harrison has been so good on our circuit with the planes decks. Every time I see Harrison play, he has planes and he's just killing people all the time.
All right. So counter on the initiate. And yeah, this time, you called it last turn. This time around, Ryan Kelly is discarding hand size, which, yeah, you're not supposed to do that on turn 4.
Yeah. Yeah, you would hope if you're doing that's because you won the game or whatever, and you're discarding your Golgari Grave Troll or whatnot. But yeah.
All right. So Harrison you said white likes to get ahead on the board. And, well, I mean, even on a normal draw, it would have been getting ahead here. Okay, here's the Geistlight Snare to stop this Thalia's Lieutenant. Extra mana is paid for the Thalia tax. Harrison's like, let's, okay, you're good. That's legitimate. But then there's still going to be a bone-crushing attack here.
Yeah, it's like, okay, that's reasonable. Yeah, we're just double checking. But yeah, because there's an enchantment and a spirit, it costs 1 mana, and then Thalia makes it cost 1 more. So, we paid the cost. But yeah, Harrison just has a bunch of pressure on board and has, good attacks.
Yeah, great attacks. So Adeline's coming across here as a 5. Hopeless. So actually we have a 5, a 3, a 2, and a pair of 1s, and that adds up to a lot of pain for Ryan Kelly. And already chump block mode.
Yeah, normally when the mono blue spirits play and you're chump blocking the Curious Obsession, things are not great, but you can at least have a little bit of hope. And Ryan Kelly's going to need a lot of it to pull out this game, because Harrison also has Brave the Elements in hand. So even if we have blockers, it's going to be rough.
Well, let's get a quick check here. How many colors of creatures are in the mono blue deck to spread out the 2? 2? Okay. Yeah. Well,
we got Faceless Haven as we just drew for the turn.
All right. Faceless Haven can block through Brave the Elements. Unfortunately, it's mana short, several turns short, and as just an insult to injury, Ryan Kelly now got extra lands in hand he can't even play this turn from the Curious Obsession. That's just, okay. Done.
Yeah. And understandable. What are you going to do? Pick them up, whatever. I still have 2 games. Just because I've lost this one doesn't mean I'm out. And we still have it going there. And Harrison Fang has to feel good about that one, though. When you're playing for champs, you take them however you get it, right, Joe? I mean, you'd be happy if this happened in round 1. If it's on camera in the top 8, kind of stinks for everyone watching. But for me, it's awesome. I'm going with champs.
Right, exactly. You don't care how it happens. And and just from Ryan's perspective there, keeping a 1-drop, a flyer with Curious Obsession, not totally unreasonable. I mean, taking obviously somewhat of a risk, but if there is a land on top, gets paid off and looks great, instead stumbles and gets blown out, doesn't change the fact that it's still, roll the dice really, and it just came up short that time. So let's go ahead and look at the deck list here. Ryan Kelly's Mono Blue Spirits. You can see, not exactly skimping on land. It's not an abundant number. It looks like 21. Reasonable to expect that in 2 draws you can get it, and just came up shy that time.
Yeah, I think that draw, just to make it clear from Ryan Kelly, I would keep that draw every single time in Ryan's spot, even especially when I know the matchup. It's a matchup where I need, like we mentioned, you have to have a lot of it. So when you have a Curious Obsession draw, that is your way of having a lot of it. So, even if he had missed that one turn, or if Harrison just hadn't had Thalia, that game would have been much closer. So good showing there. And unfortunately, though, I don't think he has much in the sideboard to help out in this matchup. Witness Protection is a pretty good one for clearing out Thalias or big Adelines. Brazen Borrower you could bring in as a thing to sort of undo some amount of work. But for the most part, your main game plan and sort of trying to do what happened that game, but with more mana involved, is what you want to have happen.
Sure. All right, we'll go look at Harrison Fang's Humans deck.
Yeah.
With probably quite a bit more effective sideboard than we saw from Ryan Kelly.
Yeah, he has 3 portable holes. That kills everything in Ryan's deck and just removes them and, gets rid of things like the Curious Obsessed creature, make it hard to set one up. So that's pretty big from this side. There's also some other cards like Tomic we get to bring in, which is just a 2/3 flyer for 2. So that might actually stop a Curious Obsession draw from Ryan. So a small little upgrade there, but one that you kind of get for having for free. So that's nice. We don't have Redain in this sideboard, but if we did, all these Snowlands would enter tap, and it'd be kind of funny. But yeah,
that's
some solid upgrades.
We one of the first RCQ I went to in season 1, a friend of mine playing Spirits, his opponent played Redain, immediately went Elf. It was green-white. He went Elf into Redain, which my friend had to read. And he's like, wait a minute, how is this fair? But fortunately for Ryan, no Redains here. Also, Skyclave Apparitions conceivably could come in a little slower, but are also able to pick off everything that Ryan can present. All right, players are shuffled up and ready to go, so we'll get game 2 underway. Harrison Fang with a lot on the line, and Ryan Kelly, every right to try and play for this, try and win this tournament, increase his cash prize, increase his, the point total is not going to matter anymore after today, but certainly there's glory and there's money on the line.
Yeah, and it's also, get that trophy.
Yeah,
that's what it's about.
No, these things don't go away. It's nice. I've got my little collection there, and I'm very proud of it.
Oh, same. Yeah, mine's behind my green screen here, but it's it is something that it is super nice to have and remember and be like, oh, I did that thing.
Yeah.
So it's great to see that here. As we do see, not great for Ryan, mulligan to 6, but also this is the thing we don't talk about enough, Joe. We get to mulligan. We don't have to mulligan.
Sure. Yeah. With the London mulligan here, there's no reason to keep speculative hands that look, super dicey. If we can have 2 land, a flyer, and a Curious Obsession, the potential of that draw is so high that there's no reason to keep a clunky draw that is not going to get there.
Yeah, and it looks like Ryan on another 1-lander, but it has a lot of 1-drop spirits. And specifically Mausoleum Wanderers, which trigger off each other. We might see Ryan keep this, just hope to rip a land and just aggro Harrison out. Not worry about trying to walk this little dance and just beat down.
Yeah. It takes guts after the first game, after what happened in game 1, to keep another 1-land hand. But it very well may be the correct choice here. And Ryan Kelly underway with Mausoleum Wanderer.
Yep. Yeah, I got a better look at the hand. It's Shacklegeist and a bunch of 1-drops. So looks like we picked up the Curious Obsession. All right.
Can we find the land? Oh, that is a land. All right.
Had it. Anyone who says differently is wrong. This is the whole time.
I played the Mausoleum Wanderer post-combat just because that's the way I do it. Because I drew it off the land off the top.
I know that you're trying to make the championship thing. I'm going to give you a chance. Here comes a Lunar Casper to beat me down. But yeah, I just don't even need it. My hand's really good, H-Fang. You want to go game 3? Game 3? But yeah, no, this is a big draw, and this is what we need. Ryan Kelly now is able to actually apply pressure and actually hold up cards like Rattle Chains to stop things like Portable Hole, like Brutal Cathar, like Skyclave Apparition, and push this damage. And that's what he needs to be able to beat Harrison. This matchup is not one that is inherently favored. You have to get some work and have it going. And that's what we talked about. If I was Ryan, I'd keep that same hand every time. And he essentially did this game. He knew he could draw Curious Obsession.
All right, Harrison Fang now got a lot to deal with here. Ascendant Spirit on blocking duty. Slowing Wanderers flying over the top. We know those aren't getting blocked ever. And so how do you deploy? It looks like Skyclave Apparition in hand coming onto the board. Does Ryan Kelly have a counter?
He has rattle chains for sure. So unless we're
That's good
targeting
enough.
Curious Obsession. Yeah, look at H-Fang. He's like, wait, why isn't this guy sad?
Yeah.
Do I need to target the Curious Obsession? It's kind of Giga Brain, but so is Harrison. So I wouldn't be surprised to see this Curious Obsession go underneath the Skyclave Apparition. Dang.
A lot to play. Well, but yeah, I mean, the stakes couldn't be higher. Harrison Fang thinking this through, up a game. So if you're up a game, do you take the riskier or the more conservative play? He goes for the riskier one and does get punished.
Mm-hmm. I think that I would lean probably towards just trying to hit the creature in this spot because you're already in such a bad spot. And if he has a rattle chains anyways, you're just going to get nugged for 4 minimum next turn and you're going to lose the race as is. So I like it. It's close though.
Yeah, I agree. All right. So attacks coming across here, Aspirant and Bodyguard. And Ryan will need some damage, but I doubt Ryan cares too much about that. I suppose there's conceivably a block here with Rattle Chains on Luminarch Aspirant, but that doesn't seem super appealing.
Yeah, it makes it so the race is a little easier, so things don't snowball. But inversely, the race is also easier if you just attack a bunch and you have the initiative. So I have to assume I wouldn't block here. But, you know, it's hard for this block to be so wrong from this spot on the board.
Yeah. No, it's definitely. And if you think you don't have quite enough to win in 2 turns, then you may as well make the trade because you're going to win in 3 turns anyway. And now Ryan Kelly, almost seems unfair. He's actually flooding now.
And has the Ascendant Spirit that can level up to a 2/3. So this is an attack for essentially 7. And H-Fang in a position that's a little rough. And you see it too with his hand shuffle. You know, game 1, we weren't shuffling like this. We weren't thinking like super hard. Now we're deciding, do we have to just block this Ascendant Spirit, have it level up, and lose our Skyclave Apparition?
Choice is no. In fact, no leveling at all without a block. And so Ryan will see if he's able to find another use for the mana, or you could still level Ascendant Spirit at the end of the turn. But Harrison now, life total falling. Ryan's at 6. That doesn't seem right. Yeah, there we go.
Oh, yeah. An oopsie poopsie, if you would.
I mean, that's not quite how I would have phrased it, but yes, we get the idea.
Yeah, but what if you did phrase it like that, Joe? Had you considered the possibilities?
I'm sure Chat would have something to say about it.
Don't they always, though, Joe?
Well, I think that's something that you can get away with saying, though. If I say that, you're going to be like, oh, what is Joe talking about? Blah, 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 blah. All right, Mutavault, Thalia's lieutenant, growing the team, but unlikely to be enough to win this race. It looks like, how much are we looking at right now on the board in the air for Ryan? It looks like 5.
Yeah, looks like Ryan has 5 in the air and then can level a spirit now and then level it again on the next turn. So Ryan has the win if he sees the double level up. Now, if he doesn't see it, he will lose to Harrison. But I have faith. We drew another land. And yeah, it looks like just double checking. Nope, no mana up for Harrison. Nothing I'm missing. No onboard activations. Lethal you? Harrison's
All
like,
right.
words. Sounds good.
All right. One more game to decide the top 4 berth. For Ryan Kelly playing for top 4, for Harrison Fang playing for the championship with Mac Endress, painfully sitting and watching somewhere probably, or maybe he can't watch. I don't know if it's out of your hands. Do you still want to watch, or you just want to kind of wait and then hear later on?
I want to watch. If I'm Mac, I want to watch. Harrison's also Mac's friend, so like, you know, it is definitely a feel bad moment, but it's not the end of the world. They probably what's actually probably happening is that Mac wants to drive home with Harrison, and he's like, listen, it's better for everyone if you lose real quick. Let's hit the road, get some burritos on the way out. It'll be fine. So, you know, Mac's probably hungry right now and just watching and like, why are you keeping these one-landers? Stop keeping these one-landers, Ryan, please. Have some lands and spells. But,
hey,
you know, Ryan knows what he has to do.
He's won exactly half the games he kept a one-land hand in this match so far. You don't always get a third try when you do that, but, you know, it's on the table here for Ryan Kelly. I mean, how great would it be to advance to the top 4 after keeping a one-lander in all 3 games? I mean, that's the story. Yeah.
Yeah. Also, the Mono Blue Spirits deck looks really well positioned in our top 8. I know we didn't get to talk about that too much. We had the other storyline stuff going on. But Ryan Kelly, if he can beat this is sort of his demon in bracket. There's this one, we have Don DeLozier on Gruul Vehicles. Those are the two kind of decks that can pose some real problems. But everything else looks to be pretty reasonable at worst. So this is a Ryan Kelly is sort of, I wouldn't say playing the finals, but playing for a good shot at bringing home the trophy right now. And that's important.
Yes, it is. All right, players presenting. Decks are ready to go. Let's go down to the table. Quarterfinals game 3. Harrison Fang versus Ryan Kelly. Mono white versus mono blue. Was that land the 7th card off the deck for Ryan Kelly, or is there a land stack? I think there's 2 land in the hand. All right, he's still not going to keep it.
Yeah, I was gonna say I couldn't tell, but I think there's also Harrison really excited. He shakes his hand. He's like, "All right, I've got a good 7, at least reasonable." He's mulliganing. My opponent. Let's pull up the bracket real quick. We can talk about everything else too. My opponent, keeps keeping these one landers. Maybe this time he won't get there too. But yeah, like look at this top 8 here. We have Harrison Fang and Ryan Kelly on the bottom left here. That's going on. But the next match is Mono Green Devotion, which is a great matchup for Spirits, and then Gruul Vehicles. Fine, not super good, probably the worst one here. Then we have George Jabor. Looks like there's a line through his name. Looks like he did lose to the Abzan Greasefang deck, so Christian's going to move on there. We have Gruul versus Mono Green with Connor, our player of the year. Congrats again to Connor. Gruul aggro, kind of a tough matchup. So, if Connor beats that one, and I'm Ryan, I'm feeling pretty good about winning this tournament.
Yeah, definitely. And on the left side of the bracket here, so to win this match, we'll face the winner of Nathan Kainste and Don DeLozier. So it's either mono green or the green red vehicles deck. Either one of these players would be going second against green or going first or having priority against vehicles.
And that's so big. So big. Yeah. See Ryan tanking here. I think it's a little hard to tell, but it looks like Ryan has Mausoleum Wanderers, Lords, a Lord, and then a Spectral Sailor, but no Curious Obsession this time.
Okay. Well, does have 2 land, and that's, a bonus compared to what his opening hands were there 2 games, so maybe he'll find a way to make it work.
Yeah, and honestly, Ryan's on the back foot, so he almost needs to have this faster draw, so it might be better for Ryan if he just draws. Speaking of drawing Lords, Harrison with the Thalios Lieutenant gets in there for 2 immediately. But yeah, if Ryan can go like Mausoleum Supreme Phantom into like another Supreme Phantom, he can probably win this race. He ripped the Curious Obsession.
Again? Yeah.
He did. Okay. He just ripped it. And now he has a Mausoleum Wanderer in hand. He might want to wait to see if he draws maybe some unsummon effect or something. But he's going to pass the turn.
Yeah. Or a Geistlight Snare would be nice, especially if Harrison has an Adeline for the ideal curve here. And there is a snare. Ooh, second lieutenant. That's just as good.
Mac Indris jumping for joy over there as we can attack for 3 on Ryan Kelly. And Ryan might choose. He's been choosing to keep up some mana here, but he can go Mausoleum Wanderer, Supreme Phantom here, attack for I believe 4, and draw a card, and then just have mana up for the rest of the game and more pressure than Harrison. Harrison missed the land drop, so maybe there's a Brutal Cathar in hand. Maybe Harrison just kept a hand of a bunch of 2s. This is a pretty juicy spot.
Okay, there is Supreme Phantom. Wanderer attack.
3 damage coming across. Getting a little card draw. And we have the Spectral Sailor too. So honestly, what might happen is we might see a double block on a Thalios Lieutenant if it grows a little and have that eat and win the race.
Oh, Harrison's going to be sweating another Geistlight Snare here.
War flashbacks from a second ago. Just do we do it? Yeah, and we see a recruitment officer. And a Dauntless Bodyguard. Now that's a good backup 1-drop to have. I wonder what it's going to be connected to. Looks like we're signifying, Thalios Lieutenant. That's one we want to protect. Training going to level up the Hopeful Initiate. And this is why this deck is so good, Joe.
Yeah, and this is a big attack here. Supreme Phantom left without an obvious block.
Yeah.
So it's going to be... Yeah, no, I mean, obviously you're not going to chump block here. So 6 comes across. What do we have here? Spectral Sailor. Okay.
Yeah, so it looks like we have 6 in the air now. So we have Harrison down to 9. So if we have a chump blocker, we will live through the next turn currently. If we do not,
go ahead.
I was gonna say if we do not, we we're in trouble. We have to leave something back, but we win the race if we have 2 blockers, especially if a rattle chains gets involved. Oh, Shacklegeist. That can only block creatures with flying.
Right. How many attackers here for Ryan? Just one. So maybe a double tap coming in if another creature is available to be played?
Yeah, that might be the case here. That would make sense to me. It looks like we have a land, and looks like we had another Shacklegeist. We were just waiting to see if we do something like Rattle Chains, maybe get some surprise value. And Harrison has Adeline in hand. Looks like we're going for some upkeep, trying to play around Brave the Elements. Love this. Brave the Elements is going to beat us. Let's just knock that out of the way real quick.
No, it definitely makes sense there. All right, so Harrison at 11. Do we have a lethal attack from Ryan? It looks like we do. If the Supreme Phantom is not removed in some way, or if none of the creatures are removed, yeah, this is a sizable attack here. Harrison trying to figure out what to do. May or may not have drawn the 3rd land this turn.
Yeah, I don't know. It's hard to know because he just drew the card immediately. It looks like he didn't. It looks like he has 2 Brutal Cathars and Adeline in hand, something else, maybe a Thalia. And Harrison has to know from this spot that is his hand, which I believe it is. Yeah, he is in a big trouble spot and needs to figure out a way to force Ryan to block as we play Luminarch Aspirant here.
Yeah, okay. That's going to be a tough job convincing here, as for Ryan, just tapping down the Hopeful Initiate seems like a reasonable way to go.
Yeah, you can't get blown out by Brave the Elements now because we had to use all our mana.
Mm-hmm.
It looks to be pretty clean cut. We could even just block the other 2/1 and go to 3. So Dauntless Bodyguard could, just get in there. So lots of different ways. And I believe Ryan Kelly has just won this match, unless our math is off here.
Oh, let's see. We got 2 Shacklegeist. That's 6. Yeah, here comes everything. Harrison Fang.
Wow.
The road ends here. Ryan Kelly advances to the top 4. And if the calculations were correct, Mac Endress will be the last player in to the NRG Championship in 2022.
Yeah, and you can tell from the way Harrison leaned in, he agrees with our math. That was the win and in for champs. A heartbreaking one to lose. Congratulations, Ryan. Really well played. And Harrison on a great season. You had a great run. You played awesome. But yeah, it came up just a little short, unfortunately. And we're going to have Mono Blue onto the top 4, Joe.
Yeah, no, this is certainly not something. I mean, a solid, tier 3 deck in the format, I suppose. There's no reason that it can't do well. It's just not something you expect to see going in. And like you were saying, if the bracket lines up well, depending on who wins some of these other matches, maybe Ryan Kelly looking poised to go even further.
Yeah, Ryan Kelly also showed some real mastery, I think, with the Spirits deck there, knowing to keep the hands that looked risky and didn't get afraid. So we're going to try and get Ryan in for an interview. I wouldn't be surprised if Ryan says, yeah, I'm like a mono blue main. This is like the deck I always play. And decks like this, as you know, Joe, these tempo decks, when you play them a bunch and you're a really strong player, it gives you a lot of like kind of bullying and wiggle room and to win matchups that are normally not winnable by your opponents respecting too much. And I think we see that from against the mono blue deck quite often just in Pioneer.
No, yeah, absolutely. You definitely have the ability to you can steal games in some places. You have the ability to apply pressure and interact with your opponent's spells on the stack at the same time. Is difficult for a lot of decks to deal with. I mean, you're not really, we saw Shacklegeist play a fairly significant role in that last game, but you're in general, you're not really dealing with their creatures. You're dealing with the stack and with evasion. And we got Ryan Kelly in the booth now.
So now we're dealing with Ryan Kelly. It's good to see you again, Ryan.
Good to see you again.
Yeah, fun fact, Ryan and I drew together at the RC a couple weeks ago to go to the Pro Tour. So that's a fun one. So congratulations on winning that match. How are you feeling? What's going on in your head right now?
Pretty good. I like the matchups I have against a lot of decks in the top 8, or I guess the top 4 now. Mono White was the one I was least wanting to play out of those. I didn't really feel comfortable playing Phoenix again after the RC because I feel like Rakdos doubled in popularity and Lotus Field was on the uprise, and I feel like both of those are really good for the mono blue version of Spirits, which I've played a lot of Spirits like the rest of the year. So,
well, from the Lotus perspective, I can tell you that I mean, obviously you know this, but yeah, I agree that you're good against the Lotus matchup. So your deck fought you a little bit there in a couple of those games, but you managed to get it done.
I took a gamble game 1. I had the
the double mausoleum with the land and double curiosity, so I was willing to take the gamble because I had a snare as well. Didn't pay off. I lost that one, but
No, but we said like, okay, you took a reasonable, it's either you're going to perhaps overwhelm your opponent or get crushed. You were on the get crushed side of it.
Yeah.
And then game 2, did you keep a 1-land hand again?
I did.
That takes guts after what happened the first time.
So I'm on to play. Like I have no instants or enchantments, so I know I'm not gonna get like blown out by the Thalia like happened in game 1. And I had double Mausoleum Wander, and they don't really have any way to interact or block fires. And I just felt like I could probably erase that as long as I hit a land in a reasonable amount of time. Because I think I had 4 1-drops in my opener, or 3. I think it was 3. I think it was an Ascendant Spirit, 2 Mausoleum Wanderers.
Yeah, that sounds right from our side of things. Yeah, and it's so great. And then in game 3, one of the things about playing these decks, these 1-2 draws, is sometimes you just keep like a reasonable hand, then you just draw the Curious Obsession, and you've got it going.
Yeah, I think the deck definitely got much better with combat research, because you can now play like 6 or I guess 8 if you wanted to, but that seems a little much. But you have a lot more ways to get that curiosity effect going on turn 2, and that's really the hardest thing for people to come back from in Pioneer, is like if Lotus or if Spirits is on the play and they get that start on turn 2 with a snare up, especially.
So let's talk for viewers that may be working on playing the Blue Spirits deck like you are and not quite all there yet. Can you talk through kind of the thought process? We saw, I believe, twice a second main phase Spirit with Mausoleum Wanderer attacking. So just kind of what your thought process was on how you decide it's not worth the damage boost. Instead, I'm going to keep my options open in this scenario.
So I looked at what the turn clock was for him at the time, and I had an active curiosity effect, and I wanted to be able to hold up counter magic if I drew it, because I didn't want to run into a Skyclave or a Brutal Cathar.
Sure. Okay. Yeah, and that third game there with Harrison being short a third land drop, that probably makes you feel a little bit more comfortable. And then you got going with the Shacklegeist, and yeah, that was probably felt pretty good at that point.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, so your as far as we could tell, your top 4 opponent was likely going to be either Green Devotion or Green Red Vehicles. You have a choice there? You have a preference?
I'd rather play against Devotion.
Okay.
I've actually never played against Vehicles with Spirits, because I was on Phoenix when that deck kind of became a thing. So I'm not really sure how that goes.
Okay.
I think on paper I'm probably fine, because I think they're a little bit slower than some of the other like aggro decks in the format. And they're playing like Obliterating Bolt, so they're kind of trying to interact with you at sorcery speed, which is very good for the Spirit deck with Rattle Chains and Slip Out the Back.
No, that makes a lot of sense to me. Well, good luck. We're going to give you a little bit of time to relax, maybe use the bathroom, get a little bite to eat here.
Thank you.
And we'll maybe see you later on in the day, and have a good luck.
Thank you so much. Thanks for having me.
Right.
No problem.
Okay, well, 2 elimination rounds left to go. We're going to step away for a minute. We only got 1 match still playing, and it's not on the backup match. So we're just going to step away. We'll come back. We'll spread out the top 4. Pick a match to watch, and Mason and I will take you home the rest of the way. This is Nerd Rage Gaming. We'll be back.
Good evening, everybody. Welcome back to Louisville, Kentucky. I am Mappamonte for the NRG Series. Getting ready to kick off our semifinals here in just a moment. I wanted to bring Mason and Joe back here with me, and we're going to talk about the top 8 and the top 4 here a little bit. But guys, I got to ask you a question here. So in between the break there, we were able to eat a little bit of pizza, and I had a chicken and waffles pizza. I don't know what your feelings are on that kind of pizza.
Is that a brand, or is that they topped your pizza with more bread? I don't understand.
Maybe Norm can help me out. What was the name of the pizza place? I can't remember. Do you remember the name? Okay,
So
chicken and waffles.
What?
And some syrup on it.
Syrup? And then,
I was gonna-
can they hear Norm? Can they hear what Norm's telling us?
No.
So just as Norm, our director, owner of NRG, just says dead face like it's normal. Like, yeah, there's chicken, waffle, syrup on the pizza. What do you mean syrup? What do you mean? No.
Yeah.
I gotta go. I'll talk to y'all later.
No,
All right,
and
Mason.
also,
See you, buddy.
I mean,
It was a good run, Mason, I guess.
You're from Chicago. You should know what good pizza is, and you're putting syrup on it. That doesn't compute.
I'm just gonna tell you guys, flat honesty, it was amazing piece of pizza. I'm not gonna lie to you.
Run,
What?
All right.
run a
Why didn't you
poll.
order
Get a
us
mod in the
some?
chat. I want a mod to run in the chat
Yeah.
a poll. Would you eat that pizza we just talked about?
You-
I gotta
you
know.
would- Be honest, dude. Don't
And
lie.
be
now.
honest. Don't meme me.
So
I
so
mean, chicken
we
and
ordered
waffles
pizza,
pizza. You could have. They deliver pizzas all the time. You could have sent Mason and I some to so we could participate.
I will send you guys some chicken and waffles pizza. It's like kind of a running thing we do here in the Energy Series. If you're lucky enough to come to one of our events and you top 8 on the Sunday event, you can see the crazy pizza order that we spend $500 worth of pizza on. It's great. So you can see whatever kind of crazy concoctions we may or may not come up with in your city. All right. Top 8 bracket, roll it. Top 8 bracket. So let's take a
Joe,
peek
they
at how we
said
got here.
syrup and are acting like it's not weird. It's
No,
like-
I don't know I don't even know what to follow up with. Yeah, that would be.
I don't understand.
I mean, I wouldn't. There's plenty of things. Like I wouldn't put
Bring it
cottage
back to
cheese
us.
on the
Bring it
pizza
back to
either.
us.
Like what? How did you decide? No, what? No.
What? Wait,
There,
hang on.
there are plenty of things you could put on pizza. Syrup is not one of them.
How is that? How are they still open?
It
How are
wouldn't
they-
even be like the top 50 things
Do
that you would want
see
to put on
Zach Dubin's in the chat? He says, "Oh yes, the order in Minneapolis was insane. Chicago
No.
doesn't have good pizza.
Dubin
Butter,
understands.
syrup, and honey.
Understands that that's a crazy order.
They all understand." All right.
No.
Speaking of crazy, we had a wild weekend here at the Energy Series. So Don DeLozier going to take a W and move to the semifinals. That was a good segue, right? Ryan Kelly wins over Harrison Fang. Connor Mullaly, our
My
series,
stomach's upset over it.
our series point leader, our excuse me, our point leader for this season and year is Connor Mullaly here against Christian Valenti, who Mason had an interesting story about Christian. I believe he'll probably share on coverage with you. I did watch them play some Abzan Greasefang and against that Azorius control deck. That looked like a miserable matchup for George. Didn't look like he was in any of those games, honestly, with you. So let's talk about that for a minute. I want to talk to you actually about the prize pool, what these players are playing for. Again, obviously, congrats to Connor for being our player of the year, but still third and fourth place. So even the losers today are going to walk home with $400 as well as 15 NRG series points. Second place, $600 and 18 points. And then our champion for today is going to walk away with $1,200 and 20 NRG series points. I wanted to talk, I know this is going to put Norm on the spot here, but can we talk about next year's events real quick while we have a minute? I don't know if we talked about this a bunch, but 2023, there's going to be a bunch of more cash prizes, more RC invites. We have the honor of having John Carter with us, who helps out with the DreamHack things. He was mentioning about the RC and the improvements that they're going to have and things like that. So if you got any feedback, obviously give DreamHack your feedback so they can make those events run as well as possible. Always open to constructive criticism and things like that. If you attended one and were happy or not happy with your experience, make sure to let them know either way. We also have more side events, the Command Zone, and obviously we had a couple of artists here today with us. We have several artists join us throughout, including Inkland Customs, who does a really amazing job on those tokens, which Derek is going to be able to get an awesome token made for winning the showdown here. So those events on the screen you see there, again, January 14th and 15th is our championship, which we've talked quite a bit about this weekend. There'll be an article, up on our website, nerdragegaming.com, describing the prize pool, the players involved, the structure, and all of that. You'll be able to see. And you can see the rest of our events there. There's an article including all of our events for next year. Again, some things are not finalized completely, but there's a good overview there if you're interested in joining us. So are you guys composed after the pizza talk? You guys ready to roll for the semis?
Don't mention the pizza.
I don't know.
Don't.
I haven't eaten recently, and I'm hungry already. But it's good that I
Okay.
didn't, because I might have vomited just at the very idea.
That's good. That's good.
Very no. I mean, I'm
I
trying to
can't-
think of what foods would you put would seem less fitting on pizza than syrup. That might be a short list.
It's pretty short.
Jelly.
Jelly.
Yes,
Peanut butter and
that's
jelly
one.
pizza. That's
Someone
next.
mentioned that in the chat.
Does that sound
Did
good
they?
to you, Monty? You want a little
Yeah.
jelly? You want me to get a little jelly?
No,
here?
look-
Why have sauce? I'll get you some jelly. I'll just smatter it up, cut
That's
it up
good.
for you.
Well, let's see. Are the players ready, Norm? Have the players ready down here?
I
Because I
hope
got to
so.
stop talking
I
about pizza
love a
with these guys.
cheese, pepperoni, and jelly pizza. Matt
Ugh,
Monty,
hold on.
2022.
Quote me. Put it on the list. I'll eat it on camera.
All
right.
No one wants to watch that.
Sounds
no
like
one
we're
wants
ready
to
for
see
the
that.
semis.
All right,
we have a
go.
match.
Guys,
Let's
have
go.
fun.
Yeah, all right.
All right.
Connor Mullaly, Christian Valenti. Okay, so Connor Mullaly, our MVP, and Christian Valenti back after what you were saying sounded like a significant break from playing Magic.
Yeah, so it turns out Christian Valenti, I met him about 2 months ago. He used to actually live in the same place I do, Nashville, Tennessee. But he apparently moved right when I started to grind. So we were just two grinders passing in the night. And he apparently, as someone who used to play a bunch, stopped and just picked up after 8 years and started playing then. Saw him at the RC, he qualified there, had a good run there, made really close to qualifying with the Pro Tour, and now is in our top 4. And he has just returned to the game in a force.
All right. Well, opening Thoughtseize here. Thoughtseize is a card that we haven't seen cast so many times on camera today. Connor Mullaly reveals a hand of some mana, Lovestruck Beast, and a Karn, which does hit the bin. So, okay, Lovestruck Beast is great and everything, but if Greasefang does its thing, it's not going to be enough to hold off, well, especially a Parhelion attacking. So we'll see what Connor's able to find here. All right.
And that's a good rip.
Yeah.
Yeah, you get the heart's desire, but yeah, it's honestly, this is perfect for Christian because he probably had to do the Thoughtseize on 1 with the way his hand's lining up to actually have the combo, but that means the card needs to be there now, not later, and having it get taken now means this matchup gets a lot better. This matchup, sort of just a race, where if Christian is up against Karn, can't do his combo, but if Karn doesn't have it, he's a huge favorite. So right now, Christian is in a really good spot.
Yeah, okay. Lovestruck Beast comes into play. And so there's some decks, and you see Christian pass the open mana there. If you're not familiar with the deck, which, I mean, if some of you aren't Pioneer fans, the mana is kind of scripted here in the ideal draw for the Greasefang deck. You want to play Grizzly Salvage or a Connive Creature on turn 2, and then ideally Greasefang itself on turn 3. So Thoughtseize, okay, wow. So nothing coming out there on turn 2. I'm kind of stunned. No turn 2 play whatsoever.
I wonder if Christian was on like a Molda 6 and kept like Thoughtseize,
Potentially
Greasefang, and like maybe something else and hope to get there.
Yeah. I was going to say, this is not a deck where you often have mana available in turn 2, turn 3. So you're always going to fire off Thoughtseize turn 1 if you have it. And yet here we see that was not the case very much so this time.
Yeah, and Christian looks like he's just going to develop the Greasefang. This will make it so any mill cards we find could go all the way. I see chat talking about our Gruul's vehicle player is still alive. They were playing. She is playing against Mono Blue right now, so that is exciting. But right now we're gonna focus on this match, get that if we can. And yeah, Joe, looking at his hand, I think this is just the only play that makes sense. And it's not like he gets punished. There's no fight spells in the green deck.
No, yeah, you definitely get away with running out Greasefang. It just doesn't happen very often. But now any sort of mill effect, tutor type, find something rare. Oh, wow. So second card comes out here, and well, Greasefang's never going to get through on the ground to knock the loyalty off of Karn. And so the big thing here, crewing with vehicles, not functional with Karn in play. Torment's Crypt, the Wish, and that goes straight into play. This turned quickly.
Yeah, and this is what I was talking about, where Christian was very lucky to have the Karn not there. And if Christian had hit the Parhelion and done the thing with a Grizzly Salvage, he would very easily walk across the finish line, even with a Karn still in play now. However, now this Karn's in play, and Connor has opted to grab the Tormod script right away. Christian is in now a super uphill battle where he needs to somehow kill this Karn through a Lovestruck Beast and beat the Tormod script for the turn he does, meaning he has to survive another turn. Connor is in a primo position right now.
Yeah, it's tough to imagine what Christian can even do here. I mean, there's ways to build a board presence. There are plenty of creatures in the Greasefang deck. There's also a Seeker's Chariot, which can just be hard cast, and even without crowing, make a couple of tokens. But that's not going to make inroads against the green Devotion board presence.
And I think Christian has a Boseiju.
Yeah.
So that might do something because we can clear the Tormod script before it actually matters. And so that will be, something.
Yeah, that deals with one of the problems. And in fact, we're going to see it right here. Boseiju at discount because of Greasefang to take out the Tormod script. Connor could sacrifice it here in response, but would rather take the land. Understandably so, as there's nothing relevant in the graveyard right now.
And yeah, it looks like Christian's found a Grizzly Salvage. Really wanting to hit, Parhelion, normally the thing you want, but here actually really wanted a Seeker's Chariot just to get some pressure on board and get those cats.
Yeah, or Sky Sovereign would have been ideal. But really anything besides Parhelion, whereas generally Parhelion's what you want. Here it's, anything but that, and that's what's found. So Parhelion coming into play here isn't going to amount to much. Christian may just end up leaving it in the graveyard, but I think this is happening main phase.
I agree. I think he was trying to set up the Sky Sovereign, like you mentioned.
Yeah.
Christian only has 2 Sky Sovereign, but in the main deck at least. But still with the amount of cards this deck sees, it is definitely possible for it to happen. Looks like Christian's doing this to hand. This might be a setup for Rafine's Informant, where you can connive away the cards. So just sort of essentially going up a card for later.
Yeah. All right. So Tormod's Crypt in the graveyard. The line of defense that is Karn still on board, but that is vulnerable to Sky Sovereign. I believe you said there's 2 copies in the deck. So okay, Christian has some things that can be hoped for. Would this be a potential spot for Stonebrain?
Yeah, the Stonebrain seems really strong to me here. Seems like it's just a spot where you can name Sky Sovereign and go to thing. Looks like Connor's just going to do Cityscape Leveler and just kill the Greasefang and just be like, look, you have to go through so much, and this is an 8/8. I'm just going to attack you with a 5/5. I have a Lair of the Hydra. I don't know. Figure it out somehow.
Right.
And it's pretty reasonable. Even though Christian is one of the few decks I've seen in Pioneer that can actually use the the Power Stone to some effect, has a decent number of artifacts in the deck. So, but unfortunately, I think the 6 damage here, putting Christian down to 5, is just too much for him to actually rebuild through a Karn.
Yeah, at this point, I mean, Hardcast Sky Sovereign will kill Karn, but then Christian is just down on the board to even with multiple. And there it is, Sky Sovereign, and he shows it off. This came off, and it was just a little late. Couple cards higher in the deck, and things might have been different. And Connor Mullaly picks up game 1, doing what he's used to doing, which is winning on the NRG series.
Yeah, our player of the year officially, we had to have that conversation, and winning that game there. And once again, Joe, on the draw, just like we talked about his match against Jesse Robkin, stealing these games in Pioneer are so important when you're the mono green deck. Now you're going to be on the play for your game 3 if it even gets there, and that's so much better when you're a Llanowar Elf deck.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, let's go ahead and bring up the deck lists. People in chat asking questions about the other deck lists in the top 8. They are all available now on MTG Melee. You can find the link in the chat right there. You can look at anyone's deck that was in the tournament, both today and yesterday. But here we have Christian Valenti's Abzan Greasefang deck.
Yeah, looking at the sideboard, you could play Fatal Pushes as a way to sort of interact with the Llanowar Elf draws. When you're on the play, you might not see that. You could argue the same for Duress when it comes to Karn. But for the most part, I actually don't think Christian has too much here in the sideboard outside of Terra Sunder. And maybe you would see Liliana just because the mono green deck sometimes can get overwhelmed with that on the play. However, I don't think this is a situation where that is going to be the case quite often.
Yeah, I mean, this is likely not a grindy matchup for the Greasefang deck, right? He needs to get out ahead and win. So, yeah, I mean, Duress probably makes the most sense. Just get these. I mean, Terra Sunder can kill Karn for 4 mana. That's fine.
Yep.
But
nothing. Tormod Script too, so it's got that going for it.
Yeah, nothing. It's not something I'm super excited about though. For Christian's side of things. And then Connor, we've seen his deck list a few times already, but we'll bring it up again as he has.
I know how he sideboards
the camera again. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, because when we talk about it,
your predictions.
He brings in the Pithing Needle and he cuts the Sky Sovereign.
Okay.
Because the Pithing Needle, if you have Karn in play, is like the same thing. You just don't need it for any of the cards outside of Boseiju. So you just bring it in and then you just name Parhelion and you just hope that, that's good enough.
Yeah, certainly. Sometimes we do see mono green players boarding in. At the regional championship, I had a green opponent that actually boarded in and drew both Haywire Might and Pithing Needle in one game. So definitely, although it has the reputation of a deck that never sideboards, there are players picking up small edges here and there by making minor tweaks.
Yeah. And the thing about too is the wish board, the idea is to like have this access to everything in game 1, all these linear stuff and these fringe things. But if the thing is fringe and the matchup's really like Karn coming down is enough to typically win as it is against the Greasefang deck, then you don't actually need that extra stuff. And you should just put it in there so you have actually more copies of cards that matter. Right. Typically having Karn is like having 4 Haywire Mites or 4 Pithing Needles. But if I have Karn, I don't need those. So I should have more things. And I just think players don't think about that sort of stuff enough. And it separates some players from people like Connor, who is our player of the year. I'm sure he won't get tired hearing that.
No, I would imagine so. All right. So player of the year indeed. But is he the Pioneer 5K champion at NRG Louisville? We will find out.
Yeah.
And I wonder, okay, is do players that take 9-year breaks? I mean, pile shuffling is certainly less common now than it was 10 years ago, but Christian made a jump of that time period. So that's still something he does. All right.
It's still something he does. I poked fun at him when we played, and he's like, I got to shuffle my deck. And I said, we call it counting these days. So, it is just, it's a thing of a bygone era. I understand that. When I was a kid, I was telling you, I grew up watching the SCG circuit, and I kind of understood why Patrick and Cedric would bring up, well, they're pile shuffling again. But I really get it now that it's I have to be here, and so I understand now. And so, I'm thankful that as a community, we've moved past pile counting all the time.
Yes. So am I. Oof. Christian
By the
Valenti.
way,
Yeah, go ahead.
I was going to say, moving past stuff, I don't want to move on here. Connor really wants this trophy. I don't think Connor's ever won a single tournament, like not a team one when it comes to the NRG circuit.
Mm-hmm.
I know that's something that's like on his list of like things to get done. And so he's got the chance right here. So he really wants this. He's not slacking just because he locked up player of the year and got everything. He is hungry.
No, and that makes sense. I mean, winners like to win. I remember several years ago seeing an interview with Roger Federer, tennis great, and being asked, like, do you ever get tired? Do you ever get tired of this? And he's like, no, I don't think you ever get tired of winning.
Yeah.
And no, I get it. And I'm sure Connor, like you're saying, Connor wants to get on board. He wants to join the train, gets to pick up the trophies. All right. We have a Rafin's Informant pitching a Chariot. So a better start for Christian than last game.
Yep. Yeah. And Connor here with a double elf draw, it seems like, along with a triple elf draw. So Connor has 6 mana available to him. I believe he does have Storm the Festival. So, Christian, if he has the Greasefang, will be able to bring it back to that Chariot and Rumble. But the chances of finding a Karn are very high.
Yeah, and a Chariot, I mean, a Chariot attack against green on turn 3, it's not game winning. It might be against some decks, maybe against red, but not here. It's not going to do the job.
100%. And Christian does have the Greasefang, so that's good news for him. And he's going to, get some cats, get 3 cats probably for his trouble and get some pressure, but he's got to keep it up. And ideally he will find something like, a Parhelion or a Sky Sovereign he can loot away or mill over on the next turn and make some big inroads into this game, because this sort of thing is just not enough.
All right, here we go. Across for 7 damage.
Yep.
Connor, no interested in blocking with an elf to preserve the life total. He is looking forward to 6 mana next turn.
Yep. And now we get to return this to our hands. This is actually a big part of the reason why the Abzan Greasefang deck has solidified itself, Joe, because the Chariot is such a good backup plan and all the times where grinding matters. But in this sort of spot, less important that this is going back to our hand and actually giving you more cats.
All right, so it's going to be Cavalier. Either Connor doesn't have another mana source or is just prioritizing this, and there was the Karn in the graveyard now.
Yeah, there's a lot of debate among mono green players about, like, it looks like Connor didn't have the option to cast Storm the Festival, but there is some amount of debate about, like, okay, do I deploy everything then Storm, or do I Storm first? Like, what is the optimal way to Storm and maximize? And it's really case by case, but I think Connor here just gets this in play. You actually kind of beat the Parhelion. The Parhelion Angels still get made, but you have a pretty big presence there. So it's just the cats that become a problem at that point.
Well, let's see. If with just the one blocker in play, it can block. It does have reach, so it can block an Angel or the Parhelion itself. But we have 9. I think Parhelion is live for the win this turn, even through the Cavalier. So we'll see if Christian can find one for the first time in the match.
Yep.
Well, actually, that's not for the first time in the match. He found plenty last game. There, it's just not on time.
Yeah, the first well-timed one. Yeah. Christian here having flashback. He's played against this mono green deck a bunch to get here today, looking over his history. He knows how to beat this sort of thing. And it looks like he's taking a tank. He might be having to have a line of, like, okay, how do I set up for the best? What's the most min-max thing? Is Rafine plus Seder Wayfinder better than doing, like, just hard casting a Chariot? What do I have to do to win this match?
Yeah. Well, certainly hard casting a Chariot doesn't seem... Well, I mean, that would push a decent amount of damage through, but it doesn't seem super exciting. It's not what you register Greasefang to do.
Yeah, you'd like to get the value when you want it, but not here. And, looks like I think Christian has another Raffine's in form. I think that's the choke point here is discarding, like, okay, what can I draw? And is that actually better than just for sure getting a Chariot in play over multiple turns? Because we're joking about the Chariot, but it will like not get to attack again right away. If we bring it back, we get to attack this turn, but in the following turn, we have to like wait. So I think he's doing some amount of math in that department.
Certainly making some considerations here. I mean, what other mill cards that could potentially? I mean, if there's Takanuma, I mean that could be used to try and find a mill with Greasefang in play that is castable. I mean, channelable. Is that a word? Channelable? Maybe.
Yeah, channelable. It
Channeled,
looks like it is Takanuma, by the way. I think you nailed it.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So here we go. Connor's
Connor's
gonna take
like,
a look.
what?
So maybe we can bring up Takanuma, the black version of the new Channel Lance cycle, looking for Parhelion or Sky Sovereign. They are not found.
Connor fist bumps the air. Yeah, and this card, like, I think we talked about it before, the Channel Lands have been such a big addition to all the formats since getting printed, and this one is no exception, even if it's maybe the least impactful in a lot of ways.
Yeah. All right. Okay. So does Greasefang attack?
We have another Greasefang in hand. It might be worth attacking just because you gotta push the damage and hope the future Angel is enough. And it looks like Christian does have the extra land too. So since we have no mill 2 or we have the one Raffine's informant, might be best just to lose your Greasefang here, push an additional 3 damage, and make sure the Angel wins on the following turn if you can get it.
All right. So Connor drops to 4.
Yeah.
But this looks like the end of Christian's turn here. And now, okay, Connor, what can you do? We know you get Storm the Festival. That's by no means a guarantee, but it is pretty strong.
Yeah, as we do see an Old Growth Troll here into a Llanowar Elf. And if you want to get into more Magic, you can always follow this channel to make sure you don't miss anything like our NRG Champs Camp where you'll see Connor here playing against all the players we covered this weekend. By the way, Joe, while I was mentioning that, Connor just made 11 Devotion.
Yeah, 11. It's nice. I mean, it's always cool when you see these creatures that drop effectively for free. And Storm the Festival, hoping for the nuts. And, well, Connor's a big part of it. One got spilled over already, but another one is found here.
Yeah, remember, chat, Connor's life total is also 4, not 13.
Yeah.
That's a big difference here.
Yeah, so it's not just about shutting down the vehicles here this time around. It actually also has to be about surviving the turn.
Yeah, and we joked about hard casting the Chariot versus not. We saw Christian tank on it. If he had hard casted the Chariot, we would be in a spot here where we would have lethal, I believe, because we'd have the 2 extra cats. Crazy how these small decisions ramify.
Yeah. All right, so we have 5 floating. We have how many blockers right now? 4. So you're right. That would be exactly enough. But if Connor can muster another creature onto the board or some sort of defense.
Yeah, you see Connor looking at Transmogrifying Wand. He can turn the 3/2 into a 2/4. Doesn't quite solve the problem.
No, it certainly does not. Yeah, that doesn't seem like the answer. But even a single additional blocker looks like it would force Christian to have to dig deeper.
I agree. Also, you could Restorative Burst, which he's looking at here, and just gain 4 life.
Sure.
That'd be pretty good. Get you another Karn back for your troubles as well. You could Mike Stone, Weak Stone, I guess, and kill the 3/2. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, a big part of this all is just having the Karn. So as long as there's no Sky Sovereign that gets milled over.
Yeah, Sky Sovereign is the best hit, right?
I would think so at this point. It's the only vehicle that could actually attack. And it could also pick off another elf on the way in. So that probably would be enough.
Yeah. Connor also threatening the combo here. He has the Starting Devotion and the Nykthos, and the Cure will allow him to get that in via the elves, and he will have the win. So Christian has to answer this Karn at least, so that Connor has to develop another Karn before getting to the Devotion math spot, or kill Connor. It looks like Christian's tanking again. Maybe trying to see, okay, can I push through enough damage in the Karn? Can I take this 1 blind mill with the Raffine Informant? Just draw a card and hope to hit the Sky Sovereign. A lot of options going on here.
I mean, He needs a lot here. So let's see. Is Sky Sovereign actually enough? If it is Mill Sky Sovereign, cast Greasefang, would that do it? So if Sky Sovereign picked, I guess you wouldn't even, no, you would kill a Karn. Then when you crew, then you could kill an elf. So that leaves 3 blockers.
Yeah, so that's not lethal because of the 4 life.
Because of the 4 life gain. Yeah, that's right. So that may actually prove to be relevant here.
So the question then becomes, if I kill Karn, can Connor not combo again through me? So remember, you need 8 Devotion with a Kiora and a Karn and Nixon untapped with the ability to activate to have the win. That's the shortcut. And if we killed those 2 things, Connor has to spend 4 mana redeploying, and it's a Devotion of 1, 2, 4, 7, 10, 11 right now. So Connor would be actually exactly there with the Kiora untap, playing both of those and untapping the Nixon. So Connor is in a really good position here, assuming Christian can't actually just end the game.
Well, evaluating his options again, we saw kind of similar activity last turn, and he ended up deciding to activate Takanuma, was not rewarded for his efforts, but that doesn't mean it was the wrong choice.
Mm.
And now faced with a similar dilemma this time around.
It looks like we had the Rafine informant. I think it just has to be Rafine informant.
Yeah.
And then hope Connor, even though you've seen he's our player of the year, you've seen him crush all day, you just have to hope he misses it. You know, he's human and can just make a mistake. Oh, he has Witherbloom command. That's an interesting thing.
Yeah. That can mill. That can also take 2 points off Connor's life total.
It can also kill an elf too.
Uh-huh.
So that might actually, I mentioned how Connor was exactly there at the devotion math. If we hit the Sky Sovereign on the mill, I believe that would put Connor 2 mana off of being actually able to combo, which buys Christian another turn.
All right, we're waiting for the modes to be selected here. It is going to be kill an elf.
I have to assume it's a mill as well.
Mm-hmm. Terra Sunder, Swamp, Rotting Regisaur.
Yeah.
Not what he's looking for. Picks up Takanuma.
Yep. A cool little, everyone always calls it the mill mode, but it does get a land back. We saw this actually, win a Magic Online challenge back when the deck first came out. These cards with Takanuma and Loam, pretty cool deck.
So if your math is correct, representing what Connor needed devotion-wise and everything, then an all-out attack here would force the elf to chump block.
Mm-hmm.
Which would mean Connor was 2 elves down from where he passed the turn.
I agree. So that probably has to be the play from Christian here. I assume Christian knows the combo or kind of the shortcut to it. A lot of players know that information I just relayed to you, but don't know, all the full steps from there. And that's fine. That's on the green player. So I'm going to assume, Christian getting here and beating enough green players along the way knows that he does need to just all out attack here. Conversely, is Christian dead if Connor just animates a layer of the Hydra for a bunch? I guess he has a blocker now.
All right. The attack did happen. Connor looks like the elf is not going to be involved in blocking.
Yeah, the 4 life, I forgot about it too. We mentioned before. Connor gained the 4, so he actually doesn't need to block with the elf. But this does make it so any angel is lethal off of Barhelion, or more importantly, Sky Sovereign itself would be lethal when crewed up if we're able to kill the Karn. And this should be all she wrote. Connor has 3. He has more than enough devotion. I guess the only thing he's missing is the second Kiora to actually loop, potentially. But should be able to also do the Heart of Kieran loop where he doesn't quite need it. And he has to start with an Old Growth Troll before even activating his Nick, though. So, yeah. A lot of mana here. 13 is the cutoff if you only have 1 of each. And I believe with Connor's devotion count, he has more than 13.
He does. He has more than that. He has 15, I think. So,
yeah. So it gets kind of funky here, but the TLDR for the chat is that Connor can grab a Heart of Kieran as part of his little chain of things he grabs, and that will kill off the cure because he will crew it over and over and over again. And then he'll do the normal cauldron loop thing that we've seen them do in the past. And you need that extra, I believe, 5 mana compared to the first time in order to pay for the cure coming back and having to grab herself each time.
Mm-hmm. All right. Chain Veil acquired and activated.
Yeah. Looks like so Connor using some floating mana ticked up the Chain Veil and activated it twice with Kiora. So now all his future Kioras have more activations. Grabbed the Cauldron, but I don't think he has enough mana to actually do it the way he did because he didn't grab Heart, but I could be mistaken. There might be another backdoor. Oh, Connor, did he even he played his land for turn already. Never mind.
Yeah, the line was played. I believe the PlayStation was played. There is still cure activations. I don't see the floating man. I don't see the floating man on the screen. I don't know how much he's working with at this point.
Yeah, same. It seems, and this card has 3 activations, which could matter. Something like Haywire Might could come in, but it looks like they're counting and making sure the mana is correct. Maybe also the Chain Veil is a funky card in paper. It's very hard to track how many times something has been used or not used. And we had Woodcutter Automaton. So this Brothers of War Jumpstart card that is in Standard and Pioneer lets you untap a land. That's going to be Nixon in this situation, and also add 2 devotion to Connor's count. So yeah, when you prototype this, you untap a land and make it big, and Connor's going to make the Nixon a creature and activate again, and that's probably all she wrote because now Connor's in the same spot we were before, but with Chain Veil giving each future Cure plus 2 activations already, that'll mean Connor can grab that Heart of Cure and do what I said with the Cauldron that we already put in hand, and then the Cure goes Nixos, Chain Veil. That is an infinite loop we have established. We eventually mill you with the Cauldron, and that is all she wrote.
Is that a prototype indicator on the card there? I haven't seen those.
Yeah, I had not seen those either, but I believe that's the case. And if it's not, I believe it to now be our official new one.
Yeah, I haven't played Brothers War Limited in person, so in paper, so I don't know. But that certainly seems like it's an official something or other. And yeah, indicating so the Woodcaller Automaton adds 2 devotion when it's prototyped in. Yeah, untaps land like you said. And yeah, Connor now actions are continuing on here, resetting Chain Veil.
Yeah. Oh, does Connor not have Heart of Cure in his deck, and this is why he's doing it this way? Because that might be the case. Yeah, so Connor actually doesn't. I just checked his sideboard. He cut his Heart of Cure this weekend, so he doesn't have access to that combo. So he's just doing it the long way around of Chain Veiling to kill his own Kiora, which you can do. It requires more devotion, as we saw here. But now, every single one of those future Kioras, I believe, has like 6 or 7 activations. And yeah, Christian's going to pick it up. The green machine stomps on into our finals, Joe.
Is the green machine, is that the deck or is that Connor?
It is both.
Okay.
Connor is the green machine and it's also the deck. All
right, Connor Mullaly. Well, would be quite a way to crown his qualifying weekend by also winning the event, but we'll see. The other semifinal match is still going, so let's go ahead and move in there and see who's going to face Connor Mullaly in the finals of the NRG Pioneer 5K here in Kentucky this weekend.
Yeah, I'm excited to see. We're jumping down into the match mid here. Dawn and Ryan are in their game 3 and got kind of a complicated board state going on here, Joe.
Yeah, and yet more stuff. No Curious Obsession, no Curiosity type effects for Ryan Kelly. Dawn with a fairly healthy life total. Okay, that Bone Crusher Giant not actually unplayed. So it's just Elves versus Mausoleum Wanderers. So this looks more favorable for Ryan than it initially did.
Yeah, and it looks like Dawn has both Sky Sovereign and Stomp in hand as her 2 cards. Meanwhile, Ryan picked up a Spectral Sailor and has Supreme Phantom. So that's going to be his last 2 cards as he's moving in for an attack for 6 that he can make 8 by flashing in Sailor. We might see him just hold just to, give a growth moment or whatever.
Well, if there is a flash creature here, then it's going to come in very timely here with this Bone Crusher Giant attempting to kill currently a 2/2 Mausoleum Wanderer.
Yeah, Dawn, the trigger might not have been announced well, and maybe the stack was clear, and Ryan, got the trigger miss there, but the Spectral Sailor will save the day as Dawn gets an attack down for a bunch. And now she does have Sky Sovereign, which kills the Lord, but there might just be enough creatures left. Totals haven't been updated here quite yet. And that was the Carpolusian Forest, I believe is the name. The Pain Land for red green.
Yeah.
So
all right. Well, a land would allow Sky Sovereign to not only kill the Lord, but also be able to block, since the 3 elves could crew it if they're not required to tap to cast it.
Yeah, that is big.
But if that was 8 damage coming through here and the life totals were previously correct, then Dawn would be at 6 right now.
I believe so, yeah. Yeah, Dawn drew an Embercleave. Looks like she's brought that in to race as well. She's a Mutavault.
So there's not another land in hand.
Yeah. Tough turn here.
Sky Sovereign's not a blocker. Mutavault comes across and only facing 3 damage. So if it was in fact 6, then it would take a Lord here, maybe for Ryan to finish things up.
Yeah, and Dawn seems a little far. I think that's the Lord, and that does it. Ryan Kelly with a good draw there. A good finish here for Dawn, getting into our top 4 with the Red Green's vehicle stack. We talked to her earlier, Joe, while you were taking a little break. Talk about how this deck is one that people keep saying, it's fine. But Dawn just keeps crushing with it over and over again. And it's like, oh, at what point do we have to have all these great results between Dawn and Magic Online before players finally accept it? And, still an amazing finish here to top 4 the NRG 5K today. So congratulations to Dawn. And we have Ryan Kelly versus Connor in the finals. It's an exciting finals.
How many of our Player of the Year contenders can our championship contenders can Ryan beat in this event? I mean, we saw knocking out Harrison Fang a couple rounds ago, and now with a shot at Connor Mullaly. We'll be back in a minute. We've got the finals upcoming. 1 match remaining in our weekend. Thanks for being with us. Hit the follow button if you're enjoying the content, and Mason and I will be right back.
Hey, everybody. Welcome back to Louisville, Kentucky. I'm Matt Bamonte for the NRG Series. It's been an action-packed weekend. Tons of drama left, right, all over the place. A lot of numbers, a lot of math, a lot of pizza. We are going to continue to roll through our event here. Let's talk about all of our players that are qualified for our end of the year event here. So this slide is going to be, it's going to look incomplete, but I'm going to tell you the names. They're going to fill in those empty slots for you here. So early this morning, we added Derek Davis and Raja Suleiman, as Derek was the winner of our Season 3 showdown, and Raja was a qualified player based on their points in Season 3. The second Season 3 at-large player going to be added there is going to be Zach Allen, so he will fill into one of those empty slots, as well as Zoe Reederman, Adam Wasburn-Moses, Will Krueger, and then Mac Andrus had a little sweat in the quarterfinals match here. Needed Harrison Fang to lose their quarterfinal match, and Harrison lost their quarterfinal match, so Mac Andrus is going to come back to our championship and fill that final slot. So let's talk about our top 4 here as we get rolling. We're going to bring up our championship slides so we can tell you about that date. So you're going to want to watch all those players, of course. Really awesome tournament. Tons of different things going on here. It's a lot of moving pieces. It's in 4 different stages. Now, I'm going to let you look at that slide for just a moment. It's also available on our website, nerdragegaming.com. It's accompanied by an awesome article that Max Kahn wrote, kind of going a little bit more in depth about how that all works. Now, there is going to be an added bonus, of course, that Connor Mullaly is going to have going into that. He's going to be able to choose someone in one of those 2 pods of 8 to swap around if he chooses to do so. If he chooses not to, then hey, there we go. We just got 2 pods of 8 just set up. He can either move himself or he can move someone else. Again, details on that are on our website, nerdragegaming.com. Feel free to check that out, as well as our upcoming events and such. If you're interested in playing in our events next year, all of those events, the winner of the Saturday event is going to qualify for our championship. So if you feel like, man, I can't really spend the whole year getting there like Connor did, guess what? 1 shot, you're in. So again, the first one that's going to come up is going to be March 25th, and that's in Mullaly, Illinois, which place we're quite familiar with. So it's going to be on the 25th. And there's some other events attached to that, side events and such. If you're interested in Commander, we have the Command Zone. Again, tons of information on our website about these events, about next year. We're super excited to bring it to you. And I want to bring back actually Joe and Mason here just to talk briefly about our top 4 guys. How are we doing?
We're doing good, man. Yeah,
Yeah.
top 4. We're into the finals, right?
Yeah,
But,
the finals. Yeah.
Yeah. So Connor Mullaly, can he crown his player of the year with a victory? Or is Ryan Kelly going to play spoiler?
Yeah, what a weekend for Connor. Going to make it not only our player of the year, but is in the finals of our Sunday event. That's about pretty much how you draw it up, I'd say. If you're not going to win both events, you're going to be pretty close. And at least his goal was to become player of the year. It didn't really matter how, but has a nice shot to pick up some extra cash here and even a little bit more points to just kind of, say, hey, I really did win the player of the year by quite a good margin. So it should be a great matchup. Obviously, we've watched both players.
So we've got at the NRG St. Louis this year, Ryan and Connor played twice in the event, which only happens when you meet in the Swiss and in the elimination rounds. And Connor won both of them.
Oh, wow.
So blue versus green. Mason, what are you feeling here? Is Ryan looking ready to break that streak, or is
the math, the numbers, the logic, the theory, it all says it's Ryan favored. The deck is more efficient mana-wise. The counterspells line up better. Being on the play is so advantageous. The deck has basically a bunch of unblockable creatures for the most part. All mathematical signs point to Ryan. However, this is Connor's year. He's our player of the year. He is got main character plot armor right now. And with that going on, plus the power of the mono green deck in general, I don't know, Joe. It's a situation where it is Magic. You have to play the games, you have to play them well. And these things can still, they kind of get away from you. How bad can any matchup be? Can it really be worse than 70-30? And if that's the case, anyone can win on any given day. Yeah. I'm excited to see what happens.
All right. You're absolutely right about that. Okay. Are the players ready?
Yeah, I'm going to send you guys down there. I just wanted to say thanks. I'm going to sign off for the day. You're going to be with Mason and Joe for the rest of the night. Wanted to say thanks for everybody making it possible today. I'm going to see you again in January. I believe January 14th and 15th. We'll see you there. So you guys have a great finals, and I hope it's an awesome match.
All right. Thanks, Matt. And thanks to everybody that's here watching. The finals are ready to go. You can see the trophy there. Connor's after it. Ryan trying to play defense, trying to grab it for himself. The honor, the glory, the money. The points no longer matter, but good sportsmanship all around, and let's get it going.
Connor shakes the opponent's hand, yet has a turn 1 elf. Curious. Curious.
All right. Ryan with no play, but that doesn't mean there's not a Spectral Sailor waiting to come into play here. The question with Ryan that we have to ask based on the rounds we've watched so far is there a second land?
There is. It's Faceless Haven, though.
So that's
colorless.
something.
Yeah. It does count for like Supreme Phantom, which I believe Ryan has as well. And it looks like Ryan picked up the island again. Curious Obsessions up the creature and gets going. This is the best draw here from Ryan. Has Geistlight Snare available to him in his deck, which means if Connor tries to slam one of the bigger cards here ahead of schedule, it's going to get punished.
Mm-hmm. All right. So Connor, obviously fully aware of what the other deck is capable of. Lining up how our threat's going to be deployed. Does have Nykthos, does have Nicol Bolas, and actually asked for Oracle Text on a card, it looks like. Or maybe one of his relatives is calling, but probably it's Oracle Text.
His in and out orders here, he got a DoorDash. It's like,
maybe he heard the conversation about the syrup pizza and wanted in on it.
Oh my! No one wants in on the syrup pizza. Stop trying to make the syrup pizza happen.
I wasn't. What are you talking about?
I know you're not, but we're manifesting it. Every time we bring it up, we bring evil into the world.
Yeah.
As Connor here is mapping on his turn. This is important to mono green. A lot of people just slam their stuff, Joe, but we've seen Connor time and time again take these time in the early turns, map out the mana, and make sure we have the right stuff. As does look like Ryan had the Geistlight Snare and is going to deploy it on the Wolfwillow Haven.
Wow. What do you think about that? Instead of waiting for the actual whatever follow-up might have been, just using it there.
I think that I'm not the hugest fan of it, but I don't hate it if we have more counters because a lot of the counters are mana-based and permission style. So if you overwhelm the mana, it can be too much. And currently, it looks like Ryan had, I think, one more counterspell and just had a bunch of curiosity type effects to let you draw when you hit. And so I don't love it, but I don't think it's the end of the world.
Mm-hmm. Well, having multiple curiosity effects is very strong. One of the matches where I got drubbed at the regional championship was to this exact thing: spirits with multiple curiosities in play, and it's just so hard to keep up if the counters flow. And there they are, and Karn goes to the graveyard, and this is looking like a dream start for Ryan Kelly here.
It really is. And this is what we talked about too with Ryan's deck. I was talking about like the theory, the logic, everything makes sense that Ryan should win this game from all those standpoints. It's a favored matchup by all the data we can see and all that, but it does have to play out. And we see Connor has a Cavalier of Thorns in hand. If he is able to deploy that, and I think Ryan is out of counterspells right now, that will be able to block Ryan's creature and actually make it stop if Ryan doesn't have something like slip out the back to get in the way.
Well, that's going to have to wait another turn as the way the mana lines up. It's actually Old Growth Troll that comes in first. Rattle Chain's on the board and just another attacker here. But the offensive numbers are increasing here. I mean, Ryan now with a lot of mana. Well, you're not going to miss land drops when you're drawing 3 cards a turn, probably.
If you do, it just wasn't your day. You know, you got to the finals and you're just like, good beats. That dude had plot armor, and I move on with my life. But, you know, we're seeing here, Ryan has stuff like Slip Out the Back, which honestly is basically a removal spell for this Old Growth Troll. Connor will be down 3 mana. Even if Ryan whiffs on any sort of removal, counterspell here, we could see a double Slip Out the Back situation on both the creatures, and Ryan will just have lethal in the next turns. We have an attack here for, I believe, 7. 6, 7, 8, 9.
Yeah, it's more than 7. It's a good amount. It's not a lethal amount, but the next turn attack is going to be lethal, even probably through a blocker.
Yeah, and I have to assume you're going to see the upkeep Slip Out the Back here for Ryan.
Mm-hmm.
Looks like he drew another land in a Mausoleum Wanderer, and that is just going to make it so Connor has almost no mana. Even if he does play anything, it couldn't be that bad.
Right. So without the Old Growth Troll on the board, the Nykthos is even, right, with Elf, Wolfwillow, and Oath. And yeah, here it is. Here it comes. Old Growth Troll, you're going to go on vacation for a while. You can come back stronger, but you're done for now.
Yeah, you might be coming home to ruin. Looks like Ryan's going to end up keeping the second Slip Out the Back in hand just in case there's anything. Ryan can also just, in response to a Cavalier trigger, slip it out the back so there's no crazy Nykthos stuff that happens. Force Connor to commit the mana. So Connor attacked for 1. Ryan, considering a block, decides to take it, and I respect the take it.
Yeah, you don't want to win it a solid 20 life? No.
Yeah, it's
Supreme
way
Phantom's
more
too shy.
It's way better and way more disrespectful, and just letting you know, like, hey, I'm the boss. We're just like, take it. Don't need the jump block. Whatever. Free cards, don't need it. Too good. Move on. Player of the year, who? What? I don't care. I'm here to win today.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, so let's go ahead and bring up the deck list here for the last time for the weekend. Ryan Kelly, Mono Blue Spirits. You can see there, looks like 6 copies of the Curiosity and Shamster. Saw 2 of them there put to good use. A mix of counter magic, and really that's what you're looking at here. You have evasion, card drawing, counters. That is what the deck consists of. That's what he saw game 1, and it was more than enough.
It really is. And post forward, we have more cards to help this matchup out. It's already so good, like we talked about before, but now we have Aether Gust, so things like Slip Out the Back are no longer these like, oh, like we just saw there how they can make it work. Aether Gust is the back-breaking version of that, where your opponent actually has to commit mana first and you get them. So that's a clean 3 and 3 out. And if Ryan chooses, there's a Brazen Bar on the sideboard. We could totally see that come in just as a thing that, once again, get your Old Growth Troll off the battlefield, get your Elf off the battlefield, buy a little bit of time, beat down a little bit. But for the most part, a good matchup with a good, clean upgrade. And the game plan is just got to play into it. And like we talked about a bunch, Ryan won while on the draw in this matchup where play draw matters so much. So Connor is going to have to win the game 3 if he can get there on the draw against this deck, which is so strong on the play.
All right, well, let's go ahead and look at Connor Mullaly's Green Devotion deck that he has piloted so well this weekend, all the way into the Nerd Rage Championship and the MVP. Gets his name on the plaque and everything. So,
looks
not
like
much sideboarding here.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember. I don't think there's nothing really to this one. I could see where Haywire Might could come in because it just kills a Curious Obsession. Yeah. And like Nico Bolas Dragon God is like not a playable Magic card in this situation.
Right. We saw it in hand that game, and it was, even if Connor had Oath, I mean, I'm not sure it would have been prioritized to get into play anyway. So yeah, certainly seem upgrading against a deck that's fast, upgrading playable cards for like speculative late game combo cards that you may or may not even need. Seems like the right idea. If you get to the point where Nicol Bolas would matter, you're probably happy you're alive at that point anyway.
Yeah, exactly. And just the we've seen this deck a couple times. The reason Ryan's draws have been so good and everything is the Curious Obsession. So even if Connor doesn't do anything on the first 2 turns and just answers that obsession, that means I'm sorry, Connor answers Ryan's curious position.
Mhm.
He's going to be behind on cards, which is kind of how he wins these games, right? Like he's winning and using all of his cards every time, and he needs all of them because they are so much weaker than Connor's cards, and Connor gets so far ahead of him. So if we break that up, Ryan's deck just sort of falls apart a little bit.
All right, Connor with the emphatic. I'll take the play there. It looked like.
Yeah, and I think Ryan has a one lander again.
I mean, that's his thing apparently.
Yeah, and it's funny because I think there's a second land at the back there. I think it might have been the draw for turn though. But yeah, it's very good as we see Connor here. Storm count 2, plays Kiora, plays Oath. And I believe Connor's hand is just all mana. He had one of those classic. Oh, we see him bring in the Mightstone Weakstone over Nico Bolas, I guess. Totally reasonable.
Okay.
That card kills something.
All right, Incarn into hand. Ryan knows the future, knows what's coming, draws another land off the top here. So what kind of action do we have here?
Looks like you go.
Yeah, I was going to say ideal is just what we saw. I mean, last game was basically perfect. So ideal would be Curiosity and a Geistlight Snare. Obviously, we don't have that as thoughts being put into this, and I think that would be an automatic play. So
yeah, I agree. It looks like we have Supreme Phantom, Shacklegeist, Rattle Chains, a Faceless Haven, an Island, and some other card. It might be a second Shacklegeist. And Shacklegeist, pretty good against the green deck, actually. Sometimes things like Cavalier can get out of hand. And also just this, like, hey, tap your elf and make you get down 1 mana on this turn where I could push 1, but that's not going to matter as much as you not developing.
Right. Okay. So Louisville Haven still leads into Karn. Karn in play.
Yeah. And Connor gets to decide, okay, what am I going to do? Connor and I thinking, like, do I actually want to minus or do I want to tick up and maybe sort of just, force the action on here? Looks like Connor is thumbing Skyboat to the front, which is pretty reasonable. Does have Power Stone, Might and Weak here. Taking a minute to think. I think there's Transmogrifying Wand also in his sideboard, so that's something that can, make certain Curious Session never really connects. Cityscape Leveler also on cast, importantly. So, even if that gets countered, it's going to get there. And then Unearth beats it. So,
all right, Connor making up his mind here. So the argument for plussing would be what? It just draws an attack, and then you can probably still wish next turn anyway?
Well, if you draw the attack, and you're not going to get to wish, but you're caring more about time because you have like other things like the Might Weakstone to take over. I think minusing and just grabbing the Cityscape Leveler seems a little weird if you first think about it, but Connor has a lot of mana, and it forces Ryan to sort of go after Kiora instead of Karn, which lets Connor have another wish and then kind of get this card in the house. Looks like Ryan's going to avoid the Kiora and let Connor have the Cityscape Leveler, assuming Connor has another land. Might be a situation where maybe Ryan doesn't know Cityscape Leveler is an on-cast situation as well.
I suppose it's possible, or maybe he's just more afraid of the future Karn.
Yep.
Then, okay, so here it is. 8 mana.
Yeah. And, Ryan had, Rattle Chains. That's
that worked just fine.
Yeah, that gets the job done. Well, we do have to beat the attack trigger, and it's an 8/8. But after we get past all those things, we are in a fine spot. I guess if we have more Rattle Chains, then we can just keep protecting our stuff. That'd be really funny, actually.
The Kiora can be gobbled up here by 2 attackers. There's also actually Cityscape Lever. I mean, with another spirit, Ryan could attack down the Kiora and then tap the Cityscape Lever, I suppose.
Oh, that's a great point. Yeah, if maybe you just play like a Supreme Phantom here, and then like that lets you push the Kiora, you build your board a little, keep Connor from doing something, and just sort of like inch across the finish line like we had talked about before. Because Ryan's cards are definitely weaker than Connor's cards at this mana stage. So I like where your head's at there, just sort of getting it there. And a Shacklegeist.
Okay, no, everything's coming across. And everything. Yeah, okay. Kiora does get dropped. 2 damage comes across, and Connor goes to 18, still extremely healthy.
Yeah, maybe Ryan just has the Shacklegeist. Or sorry, has another Rattle Chains, I meant, to stop the attack trigger.
Well, even at any spirit, even at Rattle Chains, you would probably just tap the. There's no reason to take 8 damage if you don't need to.
Yeah, I guess the only thing that there's one reason. You take the 8 so that if Cavalier gets played, there isn't a blocker in the way. Because if Connor goes main phase 2 Cavalier that has reach, that would stop this all out, this like aggressive attack and everything. And so could be a reasonable play. looks like that has just the Shackles chains has just died. We have a Power Stone now. That was going to help with no, it doesn't even help with face saving because it doesn't make Snow
Right.
mana. Connor
Okay.
here with Nixon.
Yeah, chooses Nixon over Karn. And Ryan drops to 12, which means Lair the Hydra and Cityscape Leveler is, looking for huge beats next turn.
Yeah, and Connor has an Old Growth Troll and Kiora in hand. So you're going to see him sort of bait with Kiora, and if that resolves, he's going to get to play the Old Growth Troll. And that'll put him in a pretty decent spot here when it comes to damage on board. Looks like Ryan had an Aether Gust. And maybe this is the reason why he, held the Supreme Phantom and let the leveler hit, just to make sure, hey, I don't want to get stormed the festival or anything like that. It's funny, we can actually see Nixon activate to make 3 green, exactly enough for Old Growth Troll.
So this Power Stone is basically, is this just a total blank, right?
I'm
anything?
pretty positive it's a total blank.
Yeah.
Unless there's some weird oh no, Spectral Sailor needs 4 mana to draw a card.
Excellent. Good on you coming up with that one.
Yeah, it looks like Ryan has the creature land. And has a Lord too. Maybe forgot the Power Stone won't actually allow us to cast that.
Perhaps. Yeah, there may have been a miscalculation there. Anyway, here's an attack. I guess it can be a post. Oh, no, it can flash in.
It can flash in, but there's no reason to flash in before blocks are made.
Before blockers, right. Yeah. Unless Connor's already declared no blocks, but yeah.
I'm pretty sure we've left ourselves dead if Connor doesn't block with the troll, because Connor has 12. Ryan can't have 2 spirits off the colorless land. I believe put a land for turn. So yeah, that might have been a situation where Ryan had this plan to animate up, attack, put the Lord, tap the Old Growth Troll, and then just barely survive on the next turn. But didn't quite play out that way. And I think Connor's just tanking on. All right, we saw Connor do this too against Jesse in the last round of the Swiss there when playing for Play of the Year. And these sort of aggressive spots take the time to think through all the ramifications. The deck's really strong. We have an untimed finals. Let's just make sure I'm not missing anything silly. We saw Connor played perfectly around Brutal Cathar and Brave the Elements there. And here he's made a calculated risk into the Supreme Phantom.
Right. So this is
9, I believe, getting across. If we blocked the Old Growth Troll.
Yeah, even with the troll blocking though. So there's only one blocker. Seascape Leveler plus Lair the Hydra looks lethal.
I think it looks lethal because it is lethal. A bad place to be if you're Ryan Kelly. Connor,
no, he's up a game.
That's true. Yeah. Ryan's like, oh, you remembered? Okay, reasonable. Have a nice day. Pick up my cards here and go to game 3. And that's also a spot where I'm not sure if Ryan actually even lives through the Lair of the Hydra activation in the race. So it might have just been a spot where maybe Ryan was just dead, and Ryan was just like, I'm going to make plays to make you think and hope you overthink the situation, which is sometimes if it's you're out, you're out.
Sure. Yeah, absolutely. Also, it could have been a slight miscalculation. Let's not forget these players have been playing 2 full days. We're in the last round of the day. Fatigue does set in, and you're probably not as sharp as you were Saturday morning.
Yeah. And that's huge. Connor, too, was battling all those rounds. Needed to as well. The way the point race worked out, I guess with Connor making the finals, it wouldn't have been as close, but it would have been a real sweat for Connor because Zach Allen was up and in it for the entire time, and Jesse down to the wire. Literally, Connor had to defeat Jesse, be like, stop fighting for it. No, it's mine. Get out of here. Go home. And, when you're playing that hard, Connor had some wild game history on Hammer, and that's really taxing. He's playing these decks that are really intricate, and they have powerful draws, but if you mess up the early turns with them, you're kind of playing a pile of nothing in a lot of spots. So Connor is definitely going to be taxed, and went out and hung out with his friends for a little bit last night too. So he's going to be feeling it.
Yeah, definitely. Okay. Players presenting. 1 game left in the weekend. Thanks for being here. Thanks for being here all year long. This is the end of the 2022 season at NRG Gaming. Once Ryan Kelly and Connor Mullaly complete their match, all we have left is the championship, January 14th to 15th, which Connor Mullaly will certainly be a part of. 15 other players, several of which who locked their berths this weekend. And that will be covered in full, Pioneer and Modern upcoming. So if you want to receive notifications about that, you can check out the website. You can follow us here on Twitch. You can follow us on Twitter. There's also replies there. And the rest of the schedule for the first chunk of 2023, we have 3 events scheduled so far. I believe it's March, May, and June. There's the graphic to save me. And you can see there, not everything confirmed yet. Format's still undecided, but the dates and locations are there if you want to make your plans, either to show up in person and compete or to watch online. But that's for next year. Right now, it's 2022, and we've got 1 game left.
Yeah, and Ryan Kelly mulliganing here. That hand had multiple lands and spells, not what we're looking for. 1 land, 1 drop, 1 Curious Obsession, and a dub. That's the 4 things Ryan Kelly is looking for here, going down to 6 here. As Connor seems to be talking about something I believe kept a 7-card hand that looked to have, Elf per usual and a couple threats. So
I thought I might have seen Mightstone Weakstone in his hand.
Yeah, I think it stayed in post board again. Still, it wasn't the opener. So that's going to be a powerful payoff card. Connor also just drinking from the jug of water that's near empty, proving how, thirsty he was for the win today.
All right, Ryan Kelly looking for a 6 here. Give us a good game. We've certainly had entertaining close games for Ryan Kelly so far.
Oh, for sure. Both these players have put on some great matches here today. We've watched a lot of really good ones here. So it's going to be a fun one to see sort of how the finals plays out here and who's taking home the trophy. And also, I'm going to say it, for Connor, the points still matter for him because I know that when the dust settles on everything Magic, Connor wants to look back and be like, I had the most points ever of someone in the season. That is something that only one person gets to be the GOAT when it comes to points all time. And Connor, this is your shot. What are you going to do? You're going to lose out on 4 more points? Got a little sloppy near the end? No, sir. He's going to play his best and make sure he has a chance to call himself an NRG GOAT when the time comes for those conversations.
All right, let's kick things off here. Have we put a card back? No, we're still looking at 7 here for Ryan Kelly.
Yeah, deciding if we want to put back our second land or not. Jokes aside, actually, he is putting back.
Of course.
It's so sick. I love watching Ryan Kelly. He does have the creature land in hand, but the Faceless Haven. Looks like we just were actually maybe light on creatures here, so it kind of had to be one of that as the Shackle Guys comes down.
All right, there's an elf. Ooh, we got a lot of elves here. All right, so
Elf.
Connor with potential 6 mana turn 3 again. Last time this scenario came up, he actually didn't have the land, but this time he does.
And Connor picked up the Sky Sovereign for turn, Joe. So he has the Might and the Weakstone to bait and then had the Sky Sovereign to take over.
Wow, that's going to be rough. Those are 2 basically must-counter cards for Ryan Kelly to preserve his Shackle Ice here, which is now quite valuable because of the combat research.
Yep. And I believe Ryan does have a counter spell in hand. So that's going to be a pretty good spot for him. I believe it's Lofty Denial.
Yes, indeed. And okay, if you're Connor, what do you prioritize? You lead on Mightstone Weakstone? Actually, you can lead on something else.
I think he's doing it all.
Yeah.
I think Mightstone and Weakstone's the best one to lead on because it just answers this creature and is probably going to get countered. And if it resolves somehow, it actually makes the Sky Sovereign cheaper because it's a mana rock. So it's weirdly like the best bait spell and the best curve spell, which is funny to say, but maybe it's just the best spell in that situation.
Okay, Ryan Kelly looking to draw a string of counters and Ether Gusts here in order to get this Shacklegeist over the line here to declare victory. And, well, okay, it looks like we've got some more additional plays.
Yeah, and this is always the awkward part when you're playing in Spirits. It's like, okay, they have more pressure, so I die sooner, but that means, there's less chance for counters. And for Connor, we might see him run out something like, no, he's just going to run the boat. I was going to say he might run Carn out as a bait spell for the last 2 cards in hand here, but he's just going to be like, listen, Ryan, I want to get home. I'm the best. Do you have the counter spell? Yes or no? And it looks like Ryan was like, not today.
Yeah, well, you hope that's not Ether Gust hanging out in Ryan's hand because that could have been hoping for a Cavalier or something there. Instead, find Sky Sovereign, which Cannot be stopped.
Yeah, big difference between that and a card like Disdainful Stroke, which we see the Spirits players go for Aether Gust, where if Stroke was the counter spell here, this would cleanly answer that.
Mm-hmm.
Small decisions go a long way, and you can Connor look at that hand shuffle. Connor knows things are going good. That boat can get crude, and that's for the boat. They are mowing down all the creatures.
Yeah, and not only losing the combat research creature, but also because it was on the Shacklegeist, the answer to the attacking Sky Sovereign also gone in a flash, and Ryan Kelly with just 2 cards in hand.
Yeah, and in not a great spot. We can level up the Ascendant Spirit so we can do more damage, but if we do, we're not able to really counter anything. I guess we just can't maybe counter anything anyway, so who's the matters?
All right, so attacking here, but seems kind of feeble in the face of the Sky Sovereign.
Yeah.
Ascendant Spirit levels up again.
I believe it's a 4/4 now, right? So at least that does live through the Sky Sovereign.
That's true enough.
So Connor down to 10. Maybe Ryan can just draw Supreme Phantom. Connor taps out to play Old Growth Troll Karn. Cruise with Old Growth Troll on the boat. We animate Faceless Haven, play Supreme Phantom, attack for exact lethal 10. That's not an unreasonable thing to have happen.
Mm-hmm. All right, Connor might have something to say about that, but yeah, we'll see. We'll see how this ends up here. Connor's giving this a think. It does have a Karn Great Creator in hand.
Yeah, I guess Connor is maybe incentivized to block with the boat since he can't block the biggest creature anyways, but the boat can at least chump block it.
Mm-hmm.
But he does have Karn too, so maybe he can Karn grab a Transmogrifying Wand and kill the big spirit. A couple different lines.
Perhaps, yeah. It's there's some frustration probably in the sense that your ability to crew the Sky Sovereign costs you 3 mana at the moment.
Mm-hmm.
So having to work through what the best way to approach this may be.
Looks like Connor sideboarded out old Lovestruck Beast and not Nico Bolas. So the Dragon God is still live for coverage, is all I'm saying. We have him over our players to watch slide too, so it makes sense that Connor would be like, I am the player to watch, so I am leaving Nico Bolas in.
Tough choice here for Connor. Obviously mulling this over for a while.
Yeah.
And to figure out what the approach is. So the easy mode is just Crew Sky Sovereign, attack, kill off the other Ascendant Spirit. That doesn't seem particularly good, and that leaves him very vulnerable to a lot of things. So I don't expect to see that.
Yeah.
If he's Karning, okay, you said Transmogrifying Wand. It seemed like a reasonable option.
Yeah, I think that one is the most reasonable of everything. Because Ratchet Bomb doesn't do anything. And I actually don't even know if he has Ratchet Bomb in this week build. But the other ones don't do much. They're just kind of gain life spells. The other kill spells are the same as oh, you know what? Could Connor go animate boat with Karn? Does that change anything? Probably not. No.
Well, it would allow him to cast something else from hand if he had other important tools, but I'm not sure that he does.
Yeah. Oh, interesting.
Well, I guess he could animate Karn and then leave it back. Would you ever do that?
Yeah, I guess if you had more spells to play, but he just has a forest, so that's like you mentioned, he just doesn't have the gas. So that would be a line if maybe there was I don't know, a Kiora or I don't know, something else that you wanted to play. I guess the thing that this play does is it allows you to develop Old Growth Troll and block. So then on the next turn, you have a chance to high roll Cavalier or something.
Okay. Sky Sovereign does get crewed up and attacks in. And Old Growth Troll is the last card, so that will join the board. And yeah, well, it's not over. Shacklegeist would play a role, but then be able to attack down the Sky Sovereign. The Karn still stands over the board, ready to wreak havoc.
Yeah, and make sure too, the Sky Sovereign actually hits for 5, not 6, because it is power and toughness equal to its mana value. It's a 5-drop, very weird. We're probably just players checking that, making sure oh, what's my life at? And looks like Ryan drew a land, but it's weirdly, whatever how Ryan's operated on like 1 or 2 lands this whole tournament and just been crushing it. Needs one more, I think, to have had lethal with the Supreme Phantom actually in the hand.
Yeah, 2 levels on the other spirit, and the Lord looks like it would amount to 10.
Mm-hmm.
Since that's not there,
I wonder, Joe, if the line is level up the other spirit, and just hit Connor for like 8. Because are you not dead? There's no Lair of the Hydra hiding out, right? Like I'm not too sleepy. We only have 4, 8, 9, 7, 13 power. We're too short currently.
That would leave, well, in the face of that, Connor could just wish up Cityscape, kill one of the spirits, and then crew up Sky Sovereign to block the other one and hope that the draw. Okay, that looks like what Connor's going to go, or Ryan's going to go for.
Yeah, maybe.
Does he attack Karn here?
Yeah, if you attack Karn, you don't get the Cityscape. That's interesting because he has the Lord in hand, actually, right? Yeah, I think you brought up a great point. It's the same as attacking Connor. Just kill Karn. Connor has no cards in hand. You have Lord in hand. Ryan Kelly needs to actually just fade. I'm not even sure, like the Cavalier of Thorns and the Storm the Festivals. And if he can fade that, probably just has lethal here because Connor, once again, double check my math here, does not have lethal. And without Karn in play, it actually takes more to crew the Skyboat, which makes it harder to actually attack back.
But he does still have enough to be able to block with Sky Sovereign on the Ascended Spirits that come in. So even with nothing here, not dead on the board. But yeah, this game is developed into a pretty interesting game.
Yeah, for sure. I guess if you're a Ryan Kelly fan, you're hoping for Shacklegeist like none other. But yeah, this is a wild one. Looks like Connor, I think that was a Wolfwell hand?
I think so too. All right, yeah. So Shacklegeist would be a winner then. Being able to deploy both creatures, attack, and then tap down the Sky Sovereign, which attempts to block. Sky Sovereign attacking here doesn't seem to have much merit as it's not going to kill anything, and it is required as a blocker. Now, Connor doesn't know about the Lord in hand.
Yeah, Connor might actually, we might see Connor here be like that. Like Ryan just tanked. I've played Ryan a couple times. I know Ryan's pretty good at this. Maybe Ryan just has a counter spell and I have to just attack back. Otherwise, I lose the race anyways.
Sure.
Which is like not, it's just actually is kind of true, right? Because Ryan can actually level up the Ascendant Spirit that gets blocked to kill this boat. So the boat's not even a permanent answer. So definitely an awkward spot.
Alternatively, Ryan could level up the one that gets through, trade off the one that gets blocked because of the Lord, and then draw a card. That would be, yeah. Either way,
no, that's really good. Yeah. Oh, Connor's making a wolf, by the way, to crew up the boat. Connor's getting in the red zone.
Okay.
Well, getting the red zone with the other creatures, saving back to get the boat. Yeah, and Ryan's down to 10. We got an old-fashioned race here. And this is why, Joe, we talk about this a bunch. Attacking and blocking matters so much.
It does. It does. I mean, so what cards slip out the back would win the game here if it's still in the deck? That would be a clean answer to the Sky Sovereign once it gets crewed.
Yeah, Spectral Sailor was the pickup for Ryan for the turn as well. And I think Spectral Sailor, so if Ryan plays the Lord, the Ascendant Spirit trades with the Sky Sovereign, just straight up. The other one gets through, Connor goes to 5. You have Spectral Sailor, then Connor can't attack you for lethal because nor does he have the potential power. He doesn't have it on board. The 3 elves, the wolf is 5, the troll is 9. That puts Ryan to 1. We have the sailor to block the wolf if we need to, or eat one of the elves. You get an extra attacker. I think this is a situation where Connor might just lose as long as Ryan moves to combat with a Lord in play.
Yeah, and even if everything has to trade off except for one spirit, it could level up to max next turn and still finish off Connor by itself. Instead, the Faceless Haven is going to come in as well.
This makes a lot of sense. You could block the elf, or you can just kill the elf. That way, Connor has less mana to try and do some crazy Storm the Festival turn. Really great play here from Ryan, forcing Connor to do something. And Connor's like, it's pretty big, I guess. Probably going to have to block that with one of my elves. I'm going to think about crewing here before, make sure I'm not dead. Because I guess technically speaking, Yeah.
Yep.
There's no real options from
Right.
Connor.
No,
Those are all
Connor's
forced.
Connor's play is forced. Ryan's was most certainly not.
Mhm.
But that was a good line he came up with there. And now Connor, off the top, needs well, there are probably a number of options he can draw here as he breaks the sleeve.
I love that. Just breaks the sleeve. This one wasn't getting the job done.
Yeah, he's too
Re-sleeve
tense.
it.
Untapping was too much for that sleeve to handle. That's a forest.
Forest. That Ryan Kelly maybe, wants to wait to draw a Curious Obsession is the only way.
That's
We
it.
see Connor Mullaly concede. Congratulations to Ryan Kelly defeating our player of the year, Connor Mullaly, here at the NRG Louisville 5K Pioneer Showcase. Wow, such awesome. What a mastery from the Spirits deck, by the way, Joe. Just absolutely sort of crushing the field today, right?
That was an excellent match. I really enjoyed that. I know a lot of people are tired of seeing mono green, but that was a pretty interactive game. Both players made choices. Connor on how to deploy, what to wish for, everything that went on there, and that was congratulations to Ryan Kelly. Navigated that well. Certainly, there even on the last turn, there were options on how to proceed. He went for the most aggressive route. It turned out to be the right one, and picks up the victory. Good stuff.
Awesome stuff for Ryan. I love to see that for him. So great. So good to see that mastery sort of rewarded. He talked about how he kind of played this deck before, switched to Phoenix for the RC because he thought it was a little better. It was like, I'm kind of off this now. Back to Spirits, kind of old faithful. And, you even kind of mentioned like, Spirits like tier 2, tier 3 deck. We see how these tiers are helpful for kind of getting you a baseline of where to go and like sort of what's strongest. But it doesn't mean a tier 2 or 3 deck can never win. Sometimes you just have to have mastery or have a little bit better pairings. But who's to say that about every deck?
Yeah.
Right. So congratulations to Ryan once again. Then so awesome to see him crush it.
Yeah, and thanks for everyone for watching. I'm sure we just talked to Ryan a couple of rounds ago, but I'm sure he's now crowned champion, probably willing to talk to us again. So we'll see if he wants to make his way over here.
I have to imagine Ryan wants to talk after.
He's earned it. He's earned it. If he's feeling pretty good about himself, he's
awesome. Well, you know what? Ryan's here. Let's go talk to Ryan. Enough about us, Joe. We had enough of that. Good to see you back here, Ryan. Congratulations on winning the tournament. How do you feel? Oh, it looks like we might get out there for a second. Can you run it back? Second time here. Can I get a little hello from you there, Ryan?
Hello.
There we go.
Awesome.
All right.
Pretend it never happened. How you feeling? You just won. It's so cool.
Great. Feel fantastic, obviously. I think I definitely made the right call today.
Okay, so that was exciting. You're playing against the newly crowned NRG MVP for 2022 in the finals. How did you feel going in? What was kind of going through your mind? You're probably favored in the matchup. Just what were your thoughts?
I felt really good about the matchup. I'd played Connor round 2 today, and obviously won that one. And I think it's a really good matchup. Being on the draw is a little unfortunate in the finals, but I got game 1 and got to be on the play again game 3. And I think I probably had game 2 if I hadn't messed up, unfortunately.
Okay, well, it's been a long weekend. You're allowed some mistakes here and there. And whether it was maybe a mistake or not, we'll leave that to you to decide. Game 3 there was we were talking through in the last turns, like evaluating your options. You had that Lord in your hand, and it looked like it was going to be close one way or the other. And finding the Faceless Haven attack was definitely the most aggressive option you had available, and it definitely worked out. Was that? Did that seem like it was obviously the right choice to you, or were you kind of considering other things there?
I think it was pretty obvious. Like that forces him to block with his elf and the Sky Sovereign and trade both of them away, so I can't get attacked by boats anymore. He had no layer, so there's no way he can potentially kill me on the crackback, and I know he doesn't have any way with as little mana as he would have left to be able to get rid of the Ascendant Spirit.
Now, so finishing up the year, this is the last NRG event of the year. You're the one. You won the last event of the year. Congratulations! All winter long. We don't have another regular event until March. So for the next 4 months, you can just tell people, like, "Hey, I won the last event. I'm the reigning champion of NRG Series events." Yeah, good job. Enjoy that. I'm sure you will. I'm sure hopefully make your winter holidays a little more enjoyable. So having something to talk about, having to brag about, that's excellent.
Yeah, I'm hoping to come out to more of them next season.
All right, that'd be good.
I only got to play 2 this year, so I made it count though.
Hey, you won half, so that makes it easy to justify coming to more next year, right?
Yeah, I got a top 8 in St. Louis in the 20K and then won this one. So
Mhm.
I'm happy about the results. Yeah.
Yeah. That's a great performance there. I gotta say too, we talked at I mentioned earlier, you and I drew in the last
Yeah.
round of the RC. We talked a little bit. You talked about how like you've had a great Magic Online success, totally dominant there when you were really grinding there, and you just felt like in paper you hadn't quite had it. How does this feel to sort of have this sort of like, all right, I got this another thing under my belt? Does it feel good? Does it feel like the stars
Absolutely,
are aligning?
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah, because when I played before, like I was saying, I was 17, had traveling wasn't really much of an option for me. I didn't really own a lot of cards either. Like I had cards online, but traveling to events wasn't really possible for me at the time. And then I quit playing for about 10 years and kind of started back this summer, like really going at it. So I'm really happy that things are finally starting to connect, and I managed to actually qualify for something for the first time, because like I think the last time I got close, I got second in like one of the world's qualifiers when the Mox qualified for that, but second place got nothing at that time. So I think I got like a foil Vindicate. That was it.
Sounds like you got a bad beat story to me.
Yeah.
But hey, you know what? Today you got the trophy,
Yeah.
and that's worth so much more. You'll always have that with you.
And no
So-
losses today.
Yeah, undefeated. Yeah.
Yeah.
Congratulations on this, absolutely crushing it. Oh my goodness, what an accomplishment.
Mono Blue Spirits. We talked about this. Not exactly at the the top of the expected metagame,
Right.
but certainly a contender and with good matchups against some of the big decks. And I mean, with Green, its presence in the field. And how many times did you play against Green today? Was it just
3 times? I played Connor twice, and I played one round 4 that I think he missed his winner in for top 8.
okay? And you won all 3 of them?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. So if you viewers at home are looking for decks, well, I mean, this is nothing new, but yeah, I mean, still confirmed, even with Brothers War updates. Mono Blue, solid matchup against Green.
And
Yeah.
cheap. If you're looking to
Yeah.
get into Pioneer, maybe you're watching this, you had fun today. This deck's sub $200. Go to NRG.com, pick up those cards.
Yeah, the hearses are worth more than the rest of the deck combined. I
All
like
right.
to call the deck pile of dimes, but
Nice.
Nice. All right. Well, I'm sure everybody that's left on site is itching to get out of there. I know they want to tear the room down. So Ryan Kelly, thanks for talking with us.
Thank you so much.
Congratulations on your victory, and maybe we'll see you next year.
absolutely, thank you.
All right. And thanks everyone for watching. And thanks for guest hosts participating. Mason Clark, happy to have you again. I think you did a great job. Hopefully you took something away from the experience positive for yourself too.
Yeah, I had a great time working with you today, Joe, and with Dom earlier. It was
Mhm.
awesome. I learned a lot from this event. It's always fun to watch these sort of games, take stuff away. And also, just, I love being on the streams here. Happy that you guys are wanting to have me come back. That's great. I'm super happy that no matter what happens, I got to commentate the Connor versus Jesse Player of the Year winning in.
Mhm.
That's the highlight of the weekend for me. If you have not seen that, go back, check the VOD, check our YouTube channel, follow here, follow there. Make sure you're seeing that sort of thing. That was the best match of Pioneer we have ever had on coverage. I'll say it full stop with the best tension. It was so hype. It was the pinnacle of coverage, in my opinion. That's what it's all about, is capturing those moments. And I feel honored and blessed to be a part of it.
All right. Well, we're happy to have you here too. So thank you all for watching. That's going to wrap it up for this year. Don't forget the championship, January 14th and 15th. But for all the people that put a hard work into making these shows happen, including Corianne Thoreau, the coverage spotter, Mapamonte, who hosted all weekend long, Mason Clark, Becky Bell, Dominic Harvey, I'm Jill Lissette. We all here representing our Nerd owner and director, Norman Cohen. Thank you for being with us. Have a good holiday. We'll see you next year.